You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 101. Han Fei's heart overwhelmed with emotions. He had not felt something even remotely akin to this in such a long time, and the last place he'd expect to experience this emotion was in a world filled with monsters and ghosts.
Since you've treated me as family, then I will also try my best to fulfill your wish, to wipe away your pain, and to present you all with true salvation.
Other than Wei Youfu, the other victims still could not communicate with Han Fei. The hatred and resentment in their hearts were too strong, and their residual humanity was squeezed to the corner of their souls. All the 7 victims were still getting used to their sudden increase in power. Only the 8th victim looked at Han Fei with open curiosity.
What is your name? Or how do they normally refer to you?
Han Fei tried to communicate with the girl, but she was extremely shy. Once Han Fei tried to approach her, she immediately jumped to hide behind Wei Youfu like a scary bunny.
Am I that scary?
Han Fei chuckled self-deprecatingly. He straightened himself and checked the girl's introduction in his life blueprint.
Lingering spirit, she is the 8th victim. She is the chosen one. She is the key.
The 8th victim had no name. The system marked her out with 3 question marks. The other thing worth noting was this was the first time the system had delineated someone as a lingering spirit. Based on Han Fei's current information, the ghosts in this world appeared to be separated into different categories based on the strength of the resentment inside them. Lingering spirit should be stronger than animated regret, like the wandering souls in the previous manager's memory.
The system says that this child is a key. What kind of lock will she open? She is a tenant at this building, and the building manager had a map inside his room where a spot is marked out with the word exit. Could this girl be the key to that exit?
Han Fei had no basis for his speculation.
The 8th victim was personally chosen by the butterfly, but the child somehow ended up inside this apartment. What was the connection between the butterfly and the previous building manager? The manager said that he wanted to destroy this world, and that most likely went against the goal of this butterfly who was using this world to cultivate something erroneous. Even though the previous manager was dead now, it was undeniable that he must once be quite powerful.
I have inherited the old man's stuff. I need to level up as soon as possible and expand my exploration beyond this building. Chapter 102. The cryptic world was large and dangerous. Han Fei had no idea what awaited him outside the apartment. He was both anxious and curious. Putting away the gaming helmet, Han Fei soon fell asleep. He had never been so exhausted in his life. Han Fei was woken up by his phone at 7 a.m. He picked up and answered blurrily.
Who is this? Han Fei, I understand that there is an ongoing misunderstanding between you and the company. But no worries, because we have decided to pay you compensation for giving you the sudden leave notice. Do you mind if we meet up to discuss this further in person? From what I know, you have not joined a new agency, right?
Hearing the voice, Han Fei frowned. Then he checked the caller ID. It was the manager from his previous agency. I thought I had already blocked his number.
Han Fei, this is a rare chance. You should definitely not let it slip. Do you know how much I have to fight for this second chance on your behalf? If not for our close bond. Han Fei hung up immediately. He deleted the number and blocked it. Social decency was no longer as important to Han Fei as before. After starting Perfect Life, he had learned not to spend any more time on these unnecessary people and events. But why would my former agency suddenly reach out to me? Has something happened recently? Han Fei logged into the browser on his phone, and out came his name on the front page.
The hero in the human jigsaw case will be starring in a movie inspired by the real-life tragedy.
The most authentic main character in history. I have killed myself. I have captured myself, and now I will play myself. Everything will be reconstructed down to the smallest detail. The movie promises to bring you into the deepest abyss, to admire the flower of sin that can only bloom on human hearts.
Han Fei had no idea what happened. He went to sleep and woke up to find many articles on him peppering the internet. The news was still spreading. He was the hot topic of the day. His follower numbers on his social media account broke through the 30,000 gap. However, the comment section was more like a law education forum, where many official law enforcement online representations were busy fielding the citizens' questions. It was not that unusual for celebrities to have some strange fans, but it appeared like every single one of Han Fei's fans was a crime buff. Along with the law enforcement, they were discussing what kind of case would make a good detective movie for Han Fei to star in next. What in the world is happening? Han Fei immediately gave director Zhang a call. It rang only once before it was picked up.
Han Fei, what's wrong? I saw so many articles about me on the internet. Are those paid promotions done by the crew? You gave me such a fright there. I thought you're going to tell me you won't be attending the shoot today because you have something else to do.
Director Jiang sighed in relief.
The online reporting has nothing to do with us. What you did was simply too eye-grabbing. The news outlets picked up on it, and you know the rest. Your popularity has reached a new height, but as time passes, it'll slowly fade away, so we need to push out the movie before that happens. Understood. I'll head to the set immediately.
After hanging up, Han Fei rubbed his temples.
After I earn enough money, I really need to get a gaming hub. The helmet is quite uncomfortable, especially when you need to wear it through the night.
After a simple morning routine, Han Fei left his home. When he crossed the front door, Han Fei tossed a casual look at a corner and then left in a hurry. About 10 seconds later, a bespectacled middle-aged man exited from the back of a van. He had a very professional set of camera equipment with him.
The man saw me? That's impossible. I've been in this business for more than a decade already, and I have never missed out on a scoop. The middle-aged man huffed and carefully followed after Han Fei. But after he turned a corner, he was shocked to realize that Han Fei had disappeared.
Huh, where did he go?
Looking for me?
Han Fei's voice rang beside the man's ear. Before the latter turned around, Han Fei gripped his wrists and pressed him against the wall.
Why are you following me?
The professional dressing down confused the middle-aged man. His brain shut down for a moment before he came up with an excuse. But when he met Han Fei's gaze, he found the lie stuck in his throat.
Please don't hurt me. I'm just a reporter from XIN Lu Starlight News. My name is Jean Jun. I feel like there's a big scoop on you, so I've been following you. So you're a paparazzi? No. As I've told you, I'm a professional reporter.
After releasing the hold on the middle-aged man, Han Fei said sternly,
I'd advise you to schedule an official interview with me at an appropriate venue. You have to realize that there are murderers still out there trying to take revenge on me. If you keep on tailing me, I'm afraid you'll accidentally run into them.
With the warning given, Han Fei ignored the man and continued his way to the set. When he arrived, he noticed the place was even more crowded than usual. Other than reporters, there were also people from the new media. In this age where everyone could become an internet sensation, the truth was often sidelined for clicks and money. Some of these new media journalists fed into and propagated this phenomenon. They often exaggerated a small issue and employed clickbait titles. One should not even put it past them to come up with fake news. The possible effects their news could have on the subject? They couldn't care less as long as they got the clicks and views. To catch up with the shooting progress, Han Fei did not stay to interact with the reporters. Unable to get anything from Han Fei, those with journalism ethics chose to wait for Han Fei to take breaks. They'd ask him for a few statements then. The others, however, started to come up with stories in their mind already. A few scenes were done that morning. Han Fei did not get a break until noon. But before he could get a bite in him, Zhang Yeye ran over.
Brother, have you seen the latest news? You're the one who helped the police solve the frozen body and toy plushie cases as well.
Zhang Yeye was technically not wrong, but that fact should not be known to the public. With a frown, Han Fei took out his phone and went online. Turns out some of the news sites had decided to credit Han Fei with all the recently solved cases. The articles were badly researched, but who really cared about truth these days? They had no proof. They merely wrote these articles because they knew it would be sensational. But the problem was, Han Fei would have to face the dangerous consequences of their actions.
Teacher Han, they're not real, right?
Zhang Yeye's jaw dropped to the ground.
You've been shooting the movie with us every day. Where did you find the time to help the police solve 2 more cases? Are you real-life Conan? Shush, let me think about this. Teacher Han, this is a good thing. They're helping you garner popularity. Yes, but they're doing that by painting a big red target on my back. The murderers of these cases are still out there, and now they might come after me, thinking I'm the one who reported them.
Hearing that, Zhang Yeye's face paled with concern.
The fuck? Doesn't that mean we're in deep danger? Don't panic. I say let them come. There's no telling which party will end up as the victim in the end.
Han Fei chuckled to himself. For some reason, Zhang Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 103. Ever since Han Fei showed him the ropes, Zhang Ye looked up to Han Fei. While he played the main character, Han Fei could easily bring into life the positivity of hope in face of death and despair. He radiated tenacity and belief in every scene despite all the reasons not to. However, in Zhang Ye's personal opinion, Han Fei made a more charming antagonist than protagonist. There was a mysterious allure about the man that inspired awe and fear. There was grace in his character's madness. Zhang Ye played a minor antagonist in the movie as well, but the young man knew how big the difference between himself and Han Fei was. Zhang Ye did try to improve his acting, but for some reason, he was unable to bring himself to Han Fei's level. It had been boggling him the reason why, but at that moment, something cleared for him. Han Fei's acting talent originated from within. Zhang Ye did not know how to really describe it. In a few scenes, Zhang Ye could easily believe that Han Fei was not really acting. Or rather, the Han Fei before the camera was the real Han Fei.
But this is still a serious issue. I need you to inform Director Jiang about this so that everyone will be more cautious.
The butterfly was still out there, and the madman might come after the crew, so Han Fei's warning was not unfounded. After the lunch break, Han Fei returned to the set. His working speed could only be described as horrifying. None of the crew had encountered an actor like Han Fei before. He only needed a few minutes to memorize all the lines. During the shoot, he wasted no time to get into character. Many scenes were wrapped up with one uninterrupted shot. His every single action was meaningful. Not one frame was wasted. Soon the indoor scenes were done. Then, the crew waited around for night to fall to start the night scenes. Han Fei assumed the character the minute he was called into the scene. The shoot wrapped up at 10 p.m., a lot earlier than expected. After bidding farewell to the crew, Han Fei removed his makeup and headed home. Along the way, Han Fei did not pay much attention, but when he was almost home, Han Fei noticed he was being followed again. I believe it's that paparazzi again. He takes his job seriously. I'll give him that. Han Fei crossed through a garden path, and when the timing was right, he scurried into hiding. Soon, the paparazzi named Jin Jun appeared at the garden entrance. After he noticed he had lost Han Fei again, he grumbled.
Is he an actor or a police officer? Why is he so good at counter-surveillance?
Jin Jun complained for a few more minutes before he packed up to call it a day. Han Fei decided to then come out from his hiding spot to give this middle-aged man another warning. Then to Han Fei's surprise, not long after Jin Jun left, a man wearing a gray coat, mask, and low-brimmed hat slithered out from the shadow. Who is this man following Jin Jun? The man had half of his face hidden away, only his eyes were exposed. Han Fei watched everything from the dark. He zoomed in on the pair of eyes. The man's eyes are bloodshot. He's under a great load of pressure. Han Fei raked through his mind, and suddenly something aligned. The man's face shape matched the escaped killer from the toy plushie case. The family of 3 dismembered Inu. The mother and daughter had been detained, but the father was still out there. Perchance he has read one of those articles and thought I'm the anonymous tipper, so he wanted to take revenge on me? But why is he tailing Jin Jun instead? Does he think Jin Jun will bring him to me? The man in the gray coat followed Jin Jun. Instead of calling the police, Han Fei silently shadowed the man. The game of cat and mouse resumed, but who could tell who was the cat and who was the mouse?
Yet another day wasted, but I know there is a big scoop on that actor. The person who knows the crime the best is the killer himself. Perhaps the actor participated in the case more than he revealed to the police. I've followed many celebrities before and none of them gave me the creeps like he did. He is very dangerous.
Putting away his tools, Jin Jun returned to his house, which was a rather high-end neighborhood in the old city. After he entered the elevator, Jin Jun took out his phone to scroll through the news.
Eventually, I'll have my scoop, and it'll be huge. Just wait and see. An arm suddenly shot in to stop the closing elevator doors. A man in a gray coat entered the elevator booth. Jin Jun glanced at the man and then turned back to his phone. Both of them arrived at the 6th floor. Jin Jun left the elevator while his eyes were still on his phone. After a few seconds, the man in gray coat exited the elevator as well. Malice chilled the eyes hidden under the cap brim. The man stealthily sidled up to Jin Jun. Jin Jun held his camera equipment in one hand while his other reached for the door. Just as he was about to walk in, a cold steel pressed against his neck.
My friend, I need a favor.
A hoarse voice said. Jin Jun's body froze.
Please don't hurt me. I'll give you all the money I have.
Shush.
The man in gray warned urgently. The knife grazed Jin Jun's skin.
I'm a wanted man. Why do you think I need your money? Then what do you need? I will give you anything you want. Get into the room first.
The man and his hostage entered the room. After the front door closed, the man in gray sighed in relief. His forehead was soaked.
You're the one who wrote the article on the toy plushie case this afternoon, aren't you? You said you got an exclusive from the actor where he admitted he was the one who has been helping the police solve all these recent cases.
Hearing that, Jin Jun's heart twisted with regret.
Brother, that was merely a blog post, a mere speculation. I am just a common reporter. This is a huge misunderstanding. A common reporter?
The man took in the luxurious decor, the many intelligent furniture, the latest Perfect Life gaming hub, and his gaze darkened.
Oh, then I'm sure you won't miss this common life.
The knife pressed down further, and the blood squirted. The man's face colored with satisfaction, hearing Jin Jun's yelps of pain.
Someone has given an anonymous tip to the police regarding the toy plushie case, and that person is Han Fei, isn't it? I really don't know. Stop lying to me. It's only a matter of time until I'm captured. But before that, I'll make sure that man pays for what he did to me. Believe me when I say I won't mind taking a few more lives in the process.
The man kept pressing on the knife, and the blood flowed.
Tell me everything you know, and I might let you go.
The blood excited the man in gray. He got his kicks from tormenting Jin Jun. However, Jin Jun was not a dummy either. He knew the man would not let him survive to tell this tale. So the only solution he had was to drag this out as long as possible and pray for a miracle.
The article was faked. The real tipper is not Han Fei, but I can bring you to the real tipper.
Jin Jun uttered as the blade pressed deeper into his flesh. If he could leave this house, he'd have the chance to cry for help.
There's another tipper? Do you really think I'll fall for that? Looks like some lessons are in order before you decide to be honest with me.
The man in the gray readied the knife and aimed to plunge it into Jin Jun's body. But at that moment, a knocking came from the door.
Hello? Is anyone home? I need you to sign this delivery.
The sudden interruption caused the man in gray to stop.
If you dare to make any sound, I'll stab you to death immediately.
The man in gray hoped that by keeping silence, the delivery man would eventually leave, but the latter was incredibly stubborn. The knocking became louder and louder. The man in gray needed Jin Jun to be alive to get the real identity of the tipper, so he couldn't murder Jin Jun just yet, but if he allowed the delivery man to keep knocking, it would eventually attract the attention of Jin Jun's neighbors.
Motherfucker, why are there so many people who are in it for me today?
He cursed under his breath before he turned around to shout.
Just leave the stuff at the door. I'll go take it later myself.
Jin Jun wished to shout for help, but the knife was on his neck. If he made any noise, the man would definitely slash his throat. Jin Jun's eyes were red from tears. He prayed vehemently that the delivery man would not heed the crazy man's order.
Brother, your stuff is not paid yet. How am I supposed to leave them here? Please don't waste my time. I still have other deliveries to make.
The delivery man groused.
It's only 50 renminbi. Don't tell me you can't afford that. Just open the door and give me the money. I'll leave immediately after that. Do you really think I want to stay here?
The man in gray hesitated before he eventually pulled out a 100 renminbi bill from his pocket. With the bill in his hand, the man glared viciously at Jin Jun.
I don't want to kill you, so don't give me reason to.
Jin Jun nodded cautiously. Then the man in gray slowly reached out to pull the front door open. But before he could slip the money out through the gap, the door was shoved open by an outside force. The delivery man was a young man with a handsome look and penetrating gaze. Before Jin Jun and the man in gray could react to this sudden change, the young man already lunged into the room. The sight of blood and a knife did not faze the young man. He landed a straight punch right on the bridge of the man's nose. The sound of bone cracking echoed inside the room. Blood oozed out from the man's nose. His brain buzzed, and then he careened backwards. So this is the effect of 10 stamina points. The young man picked up the knife. Then he glanced at the stunned Jin before extending him a helping hand.
Haven't I told you to stop following me earlier?
Chapter 10 For the lights from the corridor shone on Han Fei's silhouette, casting him in an angel-like glow.
Han Fei.
Jin fell to the ground. His hands covered his neck, and the way he looked at Han Fei was how a worshipper would view their god. He was at the edge of despair. Jin definitely did not expect Han Fei to come to his rescue. The joy and relief he felt could not be described in words.
Do you have a first aid kit around? You need to bandage that wound around your neck before it gets serious.
Han Fei's main goal was the man in gray. Saving Jin was a matter of convenience. Studying the man lying on the ground, Han Fei shut the door close behind him.
You're Ming Mei's father, aren't you?
Han Fei removed the man's mask. Han Fei's punch was quite heavy. The man's face was covered in blood, but from the general feature, Han Fei confirmed that this man was the wanted criminal. The man in gray refused to answer, but that mattered not to Han Fei.
Didn't you want to take revenge on me?
Grabbing the man by his head, Han Fei slammed it heavily against the ground. As the man's head lolled weakly to the side, Han Fei squatted down beside him.
You are Ming Mei's father, and I'm Ming Yu's brother. Your family has murdered my little sister, and you're the one who needs to take revenge on me? Laughable.
Through Ingyu, Han Fei knew the sort of despicable things this family of three had done to Ingyu. Things that would have been a silent secret following Ingyu's death.
You'll have to answer for what you've done to Ingyu.
Han Fei was considering how to help Ingyu exact her revenge when he saw the Perfect Life's latest gaming hub in the living room.
Jin, I need a favor from you. Of course, anything for you.
Jin, who was bandaging his neck, immediately hopped over like a bunny once he heard Han Fei call him.
You're a Perfect Lives player as well. Isn't that the latest gaming hub released by their company? I've started playing since the 4th CB. In fact, I'll let you in on an industry secret. I've wrangled up some beta tester accounts on the black market. They sell like hotcakes. If you want, I can give them all to you.
Jin's eyes practically glowed with admiration as he looked at Han Fei.
There's no need for that. I only need a small favor. But I'm still not sure whether I can trust you or not.
Han Fei's eyes wandered over to the fainted man. He knew this was a very rare chance. He mustn't let it slip.
You've just saved my life. I will remember that forever. Even though you might have doubts due to my career choice, I, Jin, is a man of my words. If you need me at all in the future, I will do everything I can to help.
Jin had a renewed appreciation of life after such a close brush with death. If not for Han Fei, he'd be dead already.
Okay, I only need you to do one thing for me.
Han Fei eased the gaming hub open and dropped the man in gray into it.
Help him set up a new tester account and get him into the game. Huh? Why?
Jin was confused.
A tester account is worth about several 100,000 RMB now. Are you sure you want to waste it on him? Just do what I say. Even after I leave, ensure that he stays in the game.
Han Fei glanced at the clock.
You can call the police to come get him after 12:15 a.m. Okay, but I'm afraid he'll come after me when you're gone.
Jin said worriedly.
Well, I have the solution.
Han Fei snapped the man's wrists.
Now he's as harmless as a puppy.
Han Fei would never show mercy for these scums.
Remember what I said. You have to ensure that he's in the game until after midnight.
After giving all the details, Han Fei exchanged contact numbers with Jin before he left in a hurry.
With Ming Mei's father's account number, in-game ID, date of birth, his appearance, and other details, I should be able to summon him to join me in-game tonight.
Han Fei had great anticipation of the new manager talent. However, he had no reason to use it until now. He was afraid of accidentally harming innocent people. Han Fei reached home when it was around 11:30 p.m. He had a casual supper and connected all the wires. Before he logged into the game, he gave Jin a call. After ensuring that Ming Yu's father was already in the game, Han Fei put on the gaming helmet. Blood curtained his world.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life.
Han Fei's eyes opened, and he was inside room 1044. With no time to waste, he opened the menu and chose to use the Spiritfarer talent. After he clicked on it, something unexpected happened. The moment the talent was triggered, the menu started to fracture and bleed. Horrifying death masks surfaced from the background, and each of them had a name clamped between their teeth. There was no system notification or explanation. A bloody statement bubbled up in his mind.
You are looking at him.
Han Fei's scalp numbed. The simple directive appeared to suggest something incredibly sinister. Han Fei took a breath and straightened himself. He started to look for Mei's father's name. Soon, he made a discovery. The names carried by the masks had varying depth of color. The deeper the redness, the greater the chance of the soul being summoned. This will take forever. Han Fei zoomed in on a face that had no name. He tried to write down Mei's father's name on it directly. When the name was completed, the bloody statement echoed again.
You have 80% of failure, 10% of success, and 10% of summoning something else. Are you going to proceed with the spirit fairing?
Han Fei had been waiting for that moment.
Yes.
The face came alive and gnawed on the name. Energy exploded inside room 1044. The doors and windows creaked noisily. All the death masks surged towards Han Fei, but the latter kept his eyes locked on that one mask which was crucial to him. He had no idea what would happen next. In that moment, an indescribable fear rose within him. It felt as if the death masks were going to consume him and drag him to join their ranks. The menu shattered completely, and the faces melted into a pool of blood. But the one with Mei's father's name gradually took on the man's shape inside the pool. It floated up closer and closer to Han Fei. Han Fei reached his hands into the pool to intercept him. Han Fei's hands tightened around Mei's father. He then tried to pull the man out from the pool, but the moment the face broke through the surface, the man's mouth opened and emitted a shrill cry. The face and the rest of its body crumbled. Han Fei's hands were left holding nothing. He thought he had failed. However, when Han Fei pulled his arms back, a ghost face that was half dissolved leaped out from the bloody water. The name inside its mouth was intensely red. As Han Fei retracted his arms, the thing latched onto his skin and emerged from the pool as well. Crimson flashed before Han Fei's eyes. Two panels swooped in slowly from the sides to join each other to reform the menu. It was like the gates of hell closing. When the menu returned to normal, the robotic voice said,
You've successfully summoned a wandering soul.
Chapter 105. The whole room was swept up in energy. All the light was engulfed by it. Han Fei stood alone inside the living room as he listened to the system notifications.
You've successfully summoned a wandering soul. Notification for player 0000. The success rate of your Spiritfarer skill is very low, and there is a chance of you summoning something else. Since there is no actual summoning ritual, the location of the summoned soul cannot be identified. They will land at a random location within 100 meters radius of where you stand. Notification for player 0000. Some wandering souls are extremely dangerous. Please be cautious.
The skill was a success, but Han Fei had a feeling the soul he summoned did not belong to Mei's father. Mei's father's name was very pale. It shattered when it broke through the surface of the blood pool. Instead, another ghost face took its place and answered Han Fei's call. However, to be perfectly honest, Han Fei had no idea what kind of thing he had summoned this time. According to the system, the skill can not only summon other players, but also some other unknown things. Things are extremely deadly. Han Fei remembered distinctively the fear that overwhelmed him when he utilized the skill. There were many abominable existences hidden among the ghost faces. Since the summoned creature will land within 100 meters of where I am, that can only mean that it is still inside this apartment. Han Fei wanted to punish the wicked but not to harm the innocent. Therefore, he needed to locate this wandering soul as soon as possible. I noticed the thing that came carried a name that was extremely red in color. It has to be someone or something with great spiritual affinity. The inside of the apartment was relatively safe now, so Han Fei did not need to stay inside room 1044 for 3 hours anymore. He grabbed the landlord's keys and rushed out. He mobilized the neighbors that he was friends with to locate that wandering soul. Han Fei started from the first floor. He searched every single room, making use of the opportunity to check out the rooms that he had not visited yet. He ran through the floors one after another. Even after he reached the 8th floor, Han Fei still did not encounter any trace of the wandering soul. Just as he assumed that the soul had been consumed by one of his neighbors, a shriek came from outside the apartment. Han Fei hurried to the window to look out. He managed to triangulate the origin of the scream. It came from Happiness Neighborhood Apartment 2.
Wait, how come that scream sounds so familiar? Where am I? I was redoing the paint of the bathroom, and I was walking out from the bathroom door. So, where am I now? Where's the rest of my home?
A light moldy smell lingered in the moist air. Huang Yin was stunned for a whole 10 seconds before it dawned on him.
Am I inside a hidden map? My own bathroom door connects to a hidden map? What the fuck?
A hidden map was even rarer than a hidden mission. According to the official news, players could obtain very unique items while exploring hidden maps. Only those extremely lucky would have the chance to wander their way into the hidden maps.
But my luck is only one. Never mind, I shouldn't question this too much. There's no reason to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Huang Yin was delighted. He was about to begin his exploration when a knock came from the front door.
What could this be? Since I'm on a hidden map, can this be a hidden mission? Lady Luck is really smiling on me today.
He jogged excitedly to the door. The house came with extra security. There was the inner wooden door and the outer anti-theft grill. Without giving it much thought, Huang Yin peeled the wooden door open and looked out. In the corridor that reeked, a middle-aged woman covered in bruises and blood was leaning against the steel anti-theft door. Bang! Huang Yin's hands moved faster than his brain. He subconsciously slammed the door close. What was that? His brain was still processing what he saw. Huang Yin's brain frazzled from confusion. Did I do something wrong? Taking a deep breath, Huang Yin leaned on the wooden door and looked through the peephole. There was no one outside. Was that a bug? He pulled the door open for a gap. Huang Yin confirmed that there was definitely no one outside. The woman that he saw earlier disappeared like she was never there to begin with. In fact, even the stench in the corridor had dissipated. Was I hallucinating because I've been playing the game for too long? The corridor was unkempt, clogged with trash. The railing was rusted and many small adverts as well as children's doodles decorated the walls. This was a very normal apartment corridor. Every single map in Perfect Life is meticulously designed, even more so the hidden ones. However, no one really has been to a hidden map before. Huang Yin tapped his feet loudly so the voice-activated lights in the corridor would come on. Then he walked over and went over to knock on the door opposite to his room. It was room 2041.
Is anyone home?
There was no reply from inside the room, but instead footsteps came from upstairs. Huang Yin leaned his head over to look up the stairs. There was a girl about 10 standing at the landing. Her skin was abnormally white and her frame was so slight that one would assume she was malnourished. Underneath her high collar, one could glimpse the trace of a deep purple strangulation mark. The NPCs inside the hidden map have such unique models. The girl looked at Huang Yin with surprise as if she did not expect someone would stay and converse with her.
Did you see a middle-aged woman covered in blood earlier?
Huang Yin flashed a confident smile. He wanted to leave a good impression on the girl. The girl shook her head silently. The frail and languid mannerism of the girl evoked Huang Yin's sense of pity. He walked up the stairs to get closer to the girl. Up close, he realized that the girl looked quite pretty in spite of her pale skin and sunken cheeks.
You shouldn't stay here all alone. Hurry on home. There seems to be a madwoman running about. I'm afraid that she might hurt you.
Huang Yin was a naturally kind person. He cared for the girl, even though she was just an NPC.
I still cannot go home yet. Not until I find the thing that I lost.
The girl uttered shyly.
You need to locate something that you've lost.
Years of gaming experience immediately tipped Huang Yin to the fact that he had triggered a hidden mission. He smiled brighter.
It's too dangerous for you to wander around looking for stuff so late at night. How about I help you with your search?
The girl's face colored with even more shock when she heard Huang Yin's offer, as if she could not understand this man's mind. Her brows furrowed. The girl thought for a long time before she nodded. His heart overflowed with joy, but Huang Yin did not receive any system notification even after a long wait. Perhaps he needed to do more, so he stopped to ask.
What is it that you need to find?
Helping an NPC locating their lost item was a common mission in games. Sometimes Huang Yin couldn't help but wonder how come these NPCs had such poor memories. Huang Yin's friendliness unsettled the girl. She hesitated for a long time before she answered.
The tenants here hate me. They all think I'm being crazy, but I just want to be more complete.
Then she raised the arms that she had been hiding behind her. Her slender arms truncated into bloody stumps.
Can you help me find my hands? I know someone has hidden them inside this building. Your hands are missing.
Chapter 106. Staring numbly at the girl's still bleeding arms, Huang Yin felt the air slip out from his lungs. The girl lost not her gloves, not her handkerchief, but her arms. The blood almost splattered on Huang Yin's face as the girl waved her arms around. Since he was a doctor, he knew that only a fresh cut would cause such copious bleeding. He felt his knees buckled. This was not at all what he imagined. He thought the girl wanted him to help her find her lost pet or something, not her bloody chopped hands. He had never encountered this kind of mission before. The surprise was so out of the left field that Huang Yin's mouth gaped open, but no words came out. When he came to, he quickly scurried back into his room. Help a neighbor locate her missing arm? This hidden maps mission is a bit too much for me. After forcing himself to calm down, Huang Yin ran towards the bathroom. I came here through the bathroom door, so I should be able to go back via the same way. Hopefully he stood inside the bathroom and stared at the door that swung noisily from the absent draft. However, no matter how hard he stared, the miracle did not happen.
How do I leave this place?
The smell of blood in the room thickened. Huang Yin realized some red threads had fallen and gathered on his body. They looked suspiciously like blood capillaries.
What are these things? They seem to be falling from the ceiling. He tried to brush them off, but they stuck stubbornly to his clothes. They made him feel very uncomfortable due to the smell that they emitted. Huang Yin eventually removed his shirt and opened the shower. The chilling water caused the inner tea to stick to his skin. He felt constricted as the fabric stamped against his skin.
This game really is as real as it can get.
He stood under the shower for a half-minute, but to his consternation, the blood threads multiplied in numbers instead of being washed away.
No way.
He squeezed the shampoo on his head to try to clean the strange threads off. However, as the shampoo lathered up, another series of knocking came from the front door. Bang, bang, bang.
They do know how to pick their timing.
The knocking reverberated inside Huang Yin's heart. He closed his ears to them, but the knocking only became louder and louder. His fingers clawed at his scalp with frustration and agitation. He closed his eyes to prevent the bubbles from stinging his eyes. Just as he was about to lean his head under the shower, the knocking suddenly stopped. Huh? The person left? With a head covered with bubbles, Huang Yin peeled his eyes open for a slither. But what he saw instantly froze his heart. There was a woman covered in bruises and blood standing on tiptoe inside the living room.
What the fuck?
The bubbles slid down his forehead and stung his eyes. Huang Yin's eyes blinked from the strain. He heard rapid footsteps. It sounded like the woman was running towards him. Waving his hands madly, Huang Yin wiped away the bubbles from his face. But when he opened his eyes again, the woman had disappeared. How did she get in here? Huang Yin did not dare to close his eyes again. He resisted his fear and stood under the shower. Everything returned to normal in the living room. The woman felt like a part of Huang Yin's imaginations. His heart pounded heavily. Huang Yin kept his gaze on the living room. He reached his hand to close the shower, but he felt something restricting his movement. When he turned and saw his palm, the man shut down. His palm was bound with shed hairs. Each of them was uniformly about 20 centimeters long. Clearly, they did not belong to him. Wait, that woman. Is she above me? Huang Yin's muscle locked into place. The water carried the bubbles down his cheek. Huang Yin waited for a long time. Other than the sound of rushing water, there was nothing out of place. He summoned some courage and slowly raised his eyes to the mirror above the sink. The mirror was very clean. It did not reflect anything supernatural, but strangely enough, it did not reflect Huang Yin's image either. This hidden map is not for me. I am just a casual player. Huang Yin was about to pull up the menu when something dripped on the back of his neck. A chilling feeling curled around his heart. He turned slowly around and saw a curtain of dripping hair dangling above his neck. A bruised woman was attached to the ceiling like a spider. Her skull was turned 180 degrees, a feat that was impossible for a normal human.
Fuck my life.
Huang Yin shouted loudly. He tripped on the slippery bathroom tiles and crawled out from the bathroom. When he returned to the living room, things only got worse. Bloody black hairs fell from the gaps in the ceiling. A strange cackle echoed inside the house. His brain was blank as he used his last bit of strength to run through the living room and out the door. Help, help. The cackle chased after him. Huang Yin cried as loud as he could while he stumbled down the stairs. He had never moved that fast in his life. Footsteps rang inside the stairwell. They pressed against Huang Yin's heart. He ran down 2 flights of stairs. He saw the door to room 2021 was open. The open door was like a sign. Without thinking about it, he ran inside it to seek refuge.
I want to quit. I want to quit.
Huang Yin soon discovered something despairing when he opened the menu. The menu said that he was currently unable to quit because he was in an abnormal state. Reading the system statement, Huang Yin's face twitched. He almost fainted. Hearing the echoes of footsteps from the corridor, Huang Yin hurried towards the bathroom. In his mind, he entered this horrible place through the bathroom door, so the bathroom door was his only hope. He opened and closed the bathroom again and again. Desperation tears filled the man's eyes.
Please let me go back.
Suddenly, the front door creaked open a gap, and a bloodied face reached into the room. As Huang Yin shared a look with the face, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He hurried into the bathroom. He locked the door. The man was at his limit already. After so many surprises, Huang Yin felt his brain buzzing from a lack of oxygen. He saw the toilet and thought to sit down on it to rest. But halfway through the motion, he felt a pair of hands grab his butt. A male voice said with deep annoyance and abhorrence, "Sir, can't you see that this seat is occupied?"
An unknown voice rang out inside the supposedly empty bathroom. Huang Yin's heart skipped a beat. He apologized profusely and then blasted out from the bathroom screaming for his life. Standing at the entrance of apartment 1, Han Fei had on an embarrassed smile as he listened to the continuous screams that came out from the opposite building.
I didn't act like that when I first entered the game, did I? But this is good news. At least it proves that Brother Huang is still alive.
With Su Qin's help, Han Fei opened the front door of Happiness Neighborhood Apartment 1 and looked at the world covered in darkness. Chapter 107. This was the first time Han Fei left the apartment building since he entered the game. When the rusted front door opened, an indescribable pressure pressed against Han Fei. The ring around his finger pulsed intermittently. Han Fei could feel malicious eyes opening to his presence.
So this is the entirety of the Happiness Neighborhood?
The bushes in the abandoned garden rustled noisily. The playground swings creaked in the windless night. Echoes of laughter seemed to come from the black and red seesaw bench. Creepers climbed all over the modeled apartment outer walls. Small critters shuttled between them.
Do not stay out in the open for too long. Staying in any building is better than being exposed in the open.
Su Qin gripped the table knife. Her red irises glowed dangerously. A chilling presence surrounded her.
Okay.
This was the first time Han Fei encountered Su Qin in this state. From that, he knew how dangerous the outer world was. If not for Huang Yin, Han Fei would have stayed longer in apartment 1 to complete all the possible missions before he considered leaving the place.
Sometimes, I'll go to apartment 2 to grab some groceries. The lower 3 floors are relatively safe.
Licking her crimson lips, Su Qin moved towards apartment 2. Han Fei quickly moved to follow up. There were 2 apartment buildings in the Happiness Neighborhood. There was a distance of 10 meters between the 2 buildings. While they traversed this distance, suddenly something dropped beside Han Fei. It almost landed on him. Han Fei turned to look at it and realized it was a bleeding snipped finger. Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei lifted his head upwards. Inside the old apartment building, there seemed to be monsters and ghosts hiding behind every dark window.
None of the room feels safe.
Night enveloped the whole game world. Misfortune and eeriness permeated the air, and it was no different at Happiness Neighborhood. Han Fei did not stay to examine the finger, but moved to follow Su Qin to apartment 2. Compared to apartment 1, apartment 2 was grimier and older. The front door was not locked. The lobby reeked of blood and something horrendous. Unknown stains dirted the stairwell.
There is no building manager here, so technically there are no rules. The tenancy has a high turnover rate. If you're strong enough, you can stay in any room you want.
Once Su Qin entered the building, her icy presence disappeared. However, her eyes were still startling red. Han Fei believed he even saw a shadow flickering in her iris.
There are not many original tenants left. Most of them have been forcibly evacuated. Instead, the building is occupied by many non-locals, and they have been trying their best to chase away the straggling original tenants. That sounds immoral. Looks like this building also needs a manager.
Han Fei turned his ears up, but he could no longer hear Huang Yin's voice.
Brother Huang was last heard on the second floor. Right at that moment, rapid footsteps came down the stairs, like someone was running for their lives.
Su Qin, take a hold of yourself. This might be a friend.
Huang Yin charged out from the bathroom of room 2021. He did not expect there would be another person inside the bathroom other than himself. Other than fear, there was also an inexplicable shame. His brain buzzed. Huang Yin commanded himself to calm down, but his body shook uncontrollably. Ever since the girl revealed the real items that she lost, he had not had a moment to take a breath. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking returned. Huang Yin turned subconsciously to the front door. The bloody face that poked through the gap looked at Huang Yin with plain confusion on its face as well. As the man and the ghost met each other's eyes, the door of room 2021's innermost bedroom was blasted open. A fatty with half of his body scorched stomped out. He was holding a bleeding knife. His beady eyes glared at Huang Yin. A creepy smile carved on his face.
A newcomer? You look delicious.
Then he aimed his knife at Huang Yin. Huang Yin's body instinct kicked in, and before his mind could fathom the situation, he was already running towards the front door. The bloody face was still there, but Huang Yin's mind couldn't compute anything anymore. There was a ghost inside the bathroom, a ghost at the front door. A madman was chasing after him. There was no chance of survival. It was only a matter of how he wished to die. His throat was dry from all the shouting. When Huang Yin almost reached the front door, the bloody face suddenly shrieked. The door opened wider, and Huang Yin saw a pale-faced young man closing his palm over his other bleeding wrist.
My blood has exorcistic property, but it can't hold them for long. I need you to come with me.
The young man radiated kindness. His youthful face was the first friendly face Huang Yin had seen in a long time. He waved his blood crazily about as he led Huang Yin up the stairs. Huang Yin held onto this olive branch and stuck close to the young man. With the young man's help, he successfully extricated himself from the dangerous situation for now.
Come in and don't utter a sound.
The young man dragged Huang Yin into a room on the 6th floor. The young man eased the door closed and leaned against it. It was not until the footsteps faded away that he sighed in relief.
That was so close.
The young man commented. His wrist was still bleeding.
Thank you. Thank you for saving my life.
Huang Yin repeated earnestly. He was never so frightened in his life. His eyes were still red.
There's no need to thank me.
The young man turned around, and black capillaries pulsed on his previously smooth face. The capillaries were like crawling worms.
I only saved you because I can't imagine sharing you with others.
His lips tore open, and the man's face split open horizontally. A fountain of smelly black blood surged out from the divided face. Huang Yin was dropped from heaven back to hell. The roller coaster of emotion froze his mind and body. He even forgot to struggle. Bang! The thick front door was kicked down from outside. A sharp table knife pierced through the man's neck. The curse injected itself into its prey. The knife sawed noisily, and a person was thus chopped into pieces. When the young man's body parts dropped to the ground, Huang Yin raised his eyes to witness a face that was so beautiful that it took his breath away. She bloomed in the sprays of blood. The bright lips were like a flame in the dark, mysterious and captivating. His brain started to function again. Huang Yin was about to speak when the stench of black blood that previously flowed through the young man's body crawled into his nostrils. His intestines protested, and Huang Yin started to dry heave. His body broke through its limits. His mind dulled, and he dropped next to the pieces of flesh. Su Qin had just finished procuring her latest ingredient, but Huang Yin's dry heaves got the woman's brows pleated together and the smile frozen on her face.
TSK, that definitely does not help my appetite. Chapter 108. The pale fingers tightened angrily around the table knife. As Su Qin sauntered into the room, Han Fei quickly hurried over to hold Su Qin back.
Please calm down. This is just a misunderstanding.
Han Fei had no idea what happened to Huang Yin. The man was good at his timing. He could have vomited sooner or later, but he had to empty his stomach right before the person who would mind it the most.
The man is not a ghost. He's a living human. He was dragged here due to some unique reason.
After more persuasion, Han Fei finally managed to convince Su Qin to forgive Huang Yin.
We better leave this place first. It's too dangerous here.
The landlord's ring froze with warning. There were too many threats around them. Han Fei ran past Su Qin and entered the room. He bent down to pick up Huang Yin, but when his finger touched the man's body, the robotic voice announced,
Notification for player 0000. Your talent, Resurrection, has been successfully triggered. Resurrection, Unknown Level Effect 1. If you run into a lost soul and provide them a safe passage back to their body, you will obtain the reward, 1 malice point reduction. Effect 2. If you run into a lost soul and kill them, you can transfer your own consciousness into their former body and enter a somnambulant state. This unique state can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes. You will also obtain the reward, 1 malice point increment. Divinity of Somnambulance, Grade 10 Hidden Mission, no time limit. After you have entered 100 somnambulant states, you will gain the title, Divinity of Somnambulance. The title awards 10 additional points to intelligence and comes with unknown abilities.
The string of notifications stunned Han Fei. The resurrection talent could help send the summoned soul back to their bodies. Han Fei was not that surprised to find that out. He was more surprised that he could kill the summoned soul and basically take over their body temporarily. Even though it was only for a short 10 minutes, it was still a horrifying ability. After entering 100 instances of somnambulant state, I will gain the title of Divinity of Somnambulance. So far, I have been gaining 1 attribute point with each level increase. This would mean that nabbing that would provide me with rewards equivalent to a 10-level increase. Han Fei would be lying if he said he was not intrigued. Attribute points were hard to come by in this game. Even completing a hard mission might not reward the player with attribute points. So far, the only way Han Fei could obtain them was through leveling up. A 10-point increase in intelligence is alluring, but Han Fei soon calmed down. The mission basically requires me to commit murders. To enter the somnambulant state, I will have to murder the summoned souls and take over their bodies, but these souls belong to actual human beings who are still alive. To gain a title, he needed to kill 100 people. Just the thought of it chilled Han Fei. Furthermore, entering the somnambulant state will increase my malice points. It feels like this mission is purposely trying to lure out my sinister side. Han Fei did not plan to forego the second effect of resurrection, but he would not harm any innocent to achieve his goal either. After giving it some rational thoughts, Han Fei came up with a solution that would not violate his own principles while enabling him to progress with the hidden mission. The divinity of somnambulance governs the night, a fair god if employed correctly. If I only target demons that wear the coat of human skin, then it wouldn't be so bad. Ming Mei's father was a perfect candidate, but unfortunately Han Fei's spirit-farer talent was too low. His success rate was not high. But Han Fei did not feel disappointed. After all, his perfect life was only beginning. After knowing he had a confirmed solution to send Huang Yin back to his body, Han Fei felt more relieved.
Big sister, it's time for us to go home.
Han Fei picked up Huang Yin and turned around. When he saw Su Qin, he noticed things were not right. Black fog surrounded Su Qin's red clothes while she stared up the staircase.
The people from upstairs are coming.
The sound of heart beating echoed inside the corridor. Su Qin grabbed Han Fei by his hand.
We need to leave now.
The two ran down the stairs, but their path was blocked at the 4th floor. The fatty stood in the middle of the stairs. His beady eyes stared at Huang Yin and Han Fei greedily.
So he's been brought here. His mouth opened to reveal uneven teeth. The fatty then charged over with a growl. He raised the blade, and a wicked laughter boomed from his chest. But before he could attempt any attack, a stained table knife already pierced down his throat. Su Qin moved too fast for the fatty to even react. His size worked against him in terms of speed, but then it also made him incredibly hard to kill. The knife into the throat did not appear to even injure him. If anything, it only angered the fat man. Black blood oozed out from the scar. The fatty grabbed his blade and struck at Su Qin. Su Qin evaded it with ease and sliced off the man's hand that held the blade. The curse from the table knife crawled into the fat man's body. Earlier, after the curse intruded into the young man's body, he lasted less than a second, but the curse seemed to have no effect on the fatty. The puncture through his throat took away his ability of speech. Instead, he groaned and howled like a beast. Eventually, Su Qin would slice through the fat man, but the problem was the heartbeat from upstairs was rapidly approaching. She would not be able to dispatch the fat man in a short amount of time. The table knife stabbed into the fat man's body, but his folds of fat shielded his vitals from harm. While the fat man was distracted by Su Qin, a human figure slithered up close and then ambushed the fat man.
I will not spare any mercy on you non-locals.
Han Fei identified the man from his scorch marks. He remembered seeing this fat man in the group photo that the non-locals from apartment 1's 6th floor once showed him. Han Fei aimed to kill. This was the first time he used the ability, Soul Depth Touch. When his hand landed on the fat man, a concentrated dose of anger and malice drilled into Han Fei's brain. The non-local's soul only had pain and desire for murder in it. These non-locals had no humanity left in them. Their goal in life was to destroy. During the moment of contact, both Han Fei and the fatty froze for several seconds. Su Qin used this break in the man's defense to make a clean cut across the man's flabby neck. The man teetered off balance from the attack. Han Fei swiped the blade from the man and, following the man's falling momentum, plunged the blade right into his heart. The fight attracted the attention of two other tenants with burnt bodies from the same floor. They quickly moved to block the exit. Han Fei readied the blade to fight, but Su Qin signaled for him to retreat.
Keep moving. Chapter 109.
We must go.
Su Qin's state was quite unstable. The more she used her table knife, the more glaring the blood on the knife and the brighter the smile on her face. But there was an unfamiliarity in her cruel smile, like there was another personality showing through. Murder turned the curse stronger and crazier. After Su Qin chopped down another non-local, the heartbeat finally appeared behind Su Qin and Han Fei. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy beat spread fear. Han Fei could feel his own heart squeeze with pain as he turned around to look. A ghost with a human-faced butterfly tattooed on its chest stood in the corridor. Its heart was hanging out of its body, and the heart twitched with each beat. To Han Fei's distress, there appeared to be a human cocoon residing inside the ghost's beating heart. The human cocoon is used to control these spirits? Han Fei stood beside Su Qin. He wanted to stay to help Su Qin out, but the latter softly nudged him away.
Go down the stairs now. We will leave together. I can't control myself any longer.
Su Qin bit on her fingers and blood dripped on her lips. Her expression turned more and more unfamiliar.
The urge to slice and dice everything is getting more prominent. If you do not leave now, I'm afraid I might end up chopping you into dinner.
As Su Qin's eyes landed on him, Han Fei's hair stood on end. Her gaze became so distant, like she was no longer looking at a friend but a plate of delicious food. Han Fei knew he would not be of much help to Su Qin. Plus, he also had to take care of Huang Yin. So indeed the most rational solution was to escape with Huang Yin while Su Qin held the enemies back. His heart pumped with more pronounced pain. The pain appeared to be a kind of curse too. The closer the ghost approached, the stronger the curse became. Han Fei had no idea how to extricate himself from the curse other than to keep a distance. Seeing Han Fei's intention to escape, the ghost with the exterior heart immediately jumped into battle with Su Qin. Despite the cuts on its body, as long as none landed on the heart, the ghost itself would not be injured. Su Qin paid a heavy price to ensure Han Fei's escape. Her dead heart pounded rapidly. Blood threads surfaced on her skin. They pulsed madly like blood was surging too rapidly through her veins. More and more blood and shredded flesh littered the corridor. Both Su Qin and the ghost had lost their minds. They succumbed to madness. Suddenly at that moment, a door on the 4th floor opened. A middle-aged woman covered in bruises and scars appeared out of thin air and attacked the butterfly-tattooed ghost. A long drape of hair trailed behind her. Hair also continued to fall from the ceiling and melted into her body. The more wounded she was, the stronger her resentment. The room that the woman came out from was covered with bloody hair. The place was like a cage weaved out of braided bloody locks. Isn't that the room where Brother Huang first cried for help? He sure was lucky to land right in the scariest room at this building. Han Fei kept his eyes on the newcomer. She seemed to have a deep-seated hatred towards the non-locals and the butterfly-tattooed spirits. Perhaps she was too weak to handle them alone because she did not make her move until Su Qin appeared to provide her with this opportunity. The spirit was sliced through again and again, but it regenerated itself endlessly. This appeared to be a stalemate, but Han Fei noticed the time required for the spirit to reconstruct itself also became longer. When Su Qin slashed through the spirit for the 7th time, and the thing disintegrated into blocks of meat, a wave of black hair emerged from room 2044. It swept up all the broken meat and rolled them back into room 2044. With her goal accomplished, the middle-aged woman allowed herself to be washed away with her hair. Su Qin chased after her prey relentlessly. She shot towards room 2044, but the door slammed right in her face. The black hair curled around the door handle. Su Qin chopped at the door like crazy.
Su Qin.
Carrying Huang Yin on his back, Han Fei hurried to Su Qin's side. But when Su Qin turned towards him, an indescribable chill crawled up his spine. Wailing human faces flashed within Su Qin's red eyes. Her table knife flew at Han Fei's face. The bloody tip stopped right before Han Fei's eye. Su Qin bit on her lips and blood trickled down her chin. Unable to speak, Su Qin pulled her knife back and rushed down the stairs. She moved at least twice as fast as before. There were other non-locals along the way, but when Han Fei arrived, they were mostly shredded already. Han Fei dealt the final blows on these straggling souls as he chased after Su Qin. He still had a mission for his hidden occupation. He had to kill 10 non-locals before he reached level 10. Su Qin had done such heavy damage that Han Fei did not take long to deal with all the dying non-locals. With Huang Yin on his back, Han Fei returned to apartment 1. He knew Su Qin was not in a good state, so he left Huang Yin with Meng Si. After saying a few words with Meng Si, Han Fei hurried to the 5th floor. Along the way, there was a heavy trail of blood. Some of them belonged to others, and some belonged to Su Qin. The door to Su Qin's room was not closed. A hair-raising, engorging sound came from within. Han Fei quietly slipped into the room. He saw Su Qin standing inside the kitchen. She grabbed various kinds of meat and stuffed them into her face. She engulfed the food without chewing. She chomped down on the food so ferociously that she bit her own fingers several times, but she did not seem to mind it. Soon, all the meat inside the kitchen was gone. Su Qin stomped out into the living room and grabbed the condiment bottles from the dining table. She unscrewed them and tossed the flavorful wandering souls down her throat. Su Qin was a woman who fed on ghosts. Only by feeding that the pain from her curse could be alleviated. Her normal grace was gone. All that was left was a bottomless appetite. Blood stained her clothes. After devouring the food made from monsters and ghosts, Su Qin's expression finally returned to normal.
That must have been a scary scene for you, ain't it?
Blood slid down Su Qin's cheeks. Her face was dirty with blood stains. Her fingers were bitten to their bones. She knew how scary she must have looked to Han Fei. She stood alone amidst the aftermath of her feast, surrounded by loneliness and shame. Tearing out a piece from his shirt, Han Fei walked over to Su Qin. He carefully helped her bandage her hands.
I hope they don't hurt that much now.
After ushering Su Qin over to the couch, Han Fei found the broom and started to clean up. As he swept up the broken bits, he asked casually,
Is there a way to cleanse the curse from your body?
Su Qin appeared to come back then. She studied her hands and shook her head.
I am her, and she is me. Then you better stop worrying about the grocery shopping in the future. I will help procure your groceries for you.
Han Fei smiled at Su Qin.
Your hobby is to work with recipes, so you should focus on that. Leave the heavy labor to me. Even after all you've seen, you are still willing to help me? Aren't you afraid of me? What is there to be afraid of?
Han Fei sat down beside Su Qin and said with a warm smile.
To be honest, you've saved my life so many times that even if you do turn me into your dish, I won't have any complaints about it.
Chapter 110. In this despair-filled world, Han Fei gave Su Qin something rare. Monsters and ghosts hid behind every corner, and a wrong step would lead to death. Hope was impossible to foster here, but that was the thing that Han Fei offered Su Qin. Han Fei had once himself turned away from hope. He blamed destiny and life. He was too lazy to even struggle anymore. But after starting Perfect Life, he knew loss of hope was not the scariest. Instead, the scariest thing was never having the chance to even taste hope before. After getting to know his neighbors, Han Fei could feel the change to his perspective. He realized how strong his yearning for life was, how much he wanted to live. His life was indeed changed by this Iyashikei game, and now it was time for him to share the lessons that he had learned with others. Su Qin was mad according to the system. In fact, the system labeled her a curse amalgamation, but so what? From Han Fei's perspective, Su Qin had saved his life multiple times, and that was more than enough.
You should rest now. I'll be waiting for you to invite me back for dinner.
Han Fei looked out the window. He saw the horizonless despair and the empty streets in front of Happiness Neighborhood.
After we explore all the neighboring locales, we should consider opening a restaurant on this street. With how delicious your cooking is, I'm sure we'll have lots of customers. Perhaps we can help heal their souls through your cooking too.
After staying for a while longer, Han Fei left the 5th floor. Huang Yin's heavily impacted consciousness slowly recovered. The moment he opened his eyes, his body curled involuntarily together. His mind was still shaking.
You're finally awake?
A kind voice entered his ears. Huang Yin turned to the voice with alertness. Under the dim lights, an old lady walked out from the kitchen, carrying a bowl.
I noticed how weak your body was, so I cooked a bowl of porridge for you. Here, eat it while it's hot.
The television set was playing a normal advertisement. The room was decorated like it was from 10 years ago. It was simple but homely.
I remember I was being chased by ghosts. Huang Yin sat for a long time in the bed. He realized he could not remember his memory that clearly. It felt like someone had whacked the memory out of his mind.
That was probably a bad dream.
The old lady handed the bowl to Huang Yin.
I found you collapsed in the corridor, so I carried you in. I was afraid that you might catch a cold, so I tucked you in bed. But you started rambling about some nonsensical stuff.
Was it really a dream? But everything felt so real.
Huang Yin tried to sit up in bed. The delicious smell of the porridge brightened his mood. The exhausted man reached out for the bowl. The piping hot porridge warmed his cheeks. Huang Yin took a cautious sip. The warmth trickled down his throat and into his stomach. It was scrumptious. Holding the bowl in disbelief, the gory images slowly returned to the man. There was a woman who crawled on the ceiling like a spider, the murderer whose body was scorched, and the young man who tricked him. The horror overwhelmed him, and he remembered. He pleaded uselessly for help. He shook his head to chase the thoughts away. He turned back to the bowl of porridge in his hands. It was a simple porridge, but it brought him an indescribable sense of warmth. He had never tasted such a healing porridge before. Holding the bowl with both hands, Huang Yin found his earlier unshed tears falling down his face.
Child, what's wrong?
The old lady was concerned about Huang Yin. She picked up the napkin and handed it to him.
You're too old to be crying like that. But no matter, let it out all. Granny is here for you. It's nothing.
Huang Yin sniffed and rubbed at his puffy eyes.
Your porridge is too delicious. It reminds me of my mother's cooking. She has already passed away. I'm sorry to hear that.
Huang Yin took a big gulp of the porridge despite the heat. Then he started to open up.
I was a very naughty boy. One winter, I ran out to the lake to play. I accidentally skidded and fell. The layer of ice was very thin, so I dropped through it. I cried for help. My mom jumped in without hesitation. She used everything she had to push me to the surface, but she was too weak to haul herself up. You had a wonderful mother. I've been blaming myself ever since. At my current age, I have more than enough money to get anything I want. But I can't say that I'm happy, but I'm not sad either. It just feels like there's something missing.
Sipping on the old lady's porridge, Huang Yin's eyes were still red.
I rarely tell people these things. Sometimes I can even convince myself that I've already gotten over it, but earlier in that nightmare, I believe I saw my mom again. You saw your mother earlier?
The old lady repeated in shock.
In that endless horror, just when I thought I was going to die, when I had finally given up, she appeared again.
Huang Yin tried his best to think.
Just like when I was young, she saved me from the edge of death. She entered deep into my nightmare to rescue me. You sure you saw the right person? I can't really say. But in that horrible nightmare, who else can it be? At least the person who came to my rescue reminded me very much of my mother.
Huang Yin's hand went to his heart.
This game is always able to capture the softest light in people's heart. Perhaps it is trying to use that nightmare to heal this scar that I didn't even know I had. While Huang Yin mumbled to himself, the bedroom door opened. A boy walked out. When he saw the food on the table, he opened his mouth to say, "I'm not going to eat anything from the co." Before he could finish, the old lady rushed over to clamp her hands over his mouth. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Yin finished the porridge.
I don't know why I am telling these things to an in-game NPC. Regardless,
He stood up and gave the old lady a deep bow. Then he took out many items from his inventory and placed them on the table.
thank you for your porridge. But there is one last thing I need to confirm before my mind can truly rest.
Then, under the old lady and young boy's confused gazes, Huang Yin walked towards the bathroom. He grabbed the door handle and turned back to take in the small room.
Perhaps this is the true meaning of the hidden map. The game lives up to its name. It really does go straight into your heart to touch your soul.
His hand pressed on the handle. When the door of the bathroom opened, a hand landed on his back. Endless Yin energy surged in a whirlpool. Huang Yin dissolved into a slip of red light and disappeared back into the blood-red menu. The menu slowly returned to normal. Han Fei, who just utilized the resurrection talent, fell to the ground.
The exhaustion from using resurrection is so heavy, it feels like my body has been hollowed out. Chapter 111.
Notification for player 0000. You have activated resurrection and sent the wandering soul back to his body. You've obtained 1 malice point reduction.
When the notification came, Han Fei could finally sigh in relief. He turned to his character profile. His malice point was now -1. For now, he had no idea what the purpose of this value was, but based on his understanding of the game, a negative attribute value might not necessarily be a bad thing. After all, this was a hellish world. Not every normal rule applied.
Han Fei, who was that man? His words quite touched me, but what does his story have to do with the bathroom?
Mengxi was confused.
I have no idea, but it felt like he was trying to find a way to leave.
Han Fei scratched his chin.
But it does come as a surprise that he'd take Su Qin as his mother. Perhaps he was in too much shock to make sense of anything at the moment.
Han Fei felt responsible to find Huang Yin to check on him after he logged out from the game. This was his fault after all.
Then what are these things he left on the table?
Mengxi picked up the stuff on the table. Before Huang Yin left, he retrieved everything valuable from his inventory and left them for Mengxi to thank her for her porridge. The man was an honest and loving person. Han Fei picked up the item one by one and allowed the system to identify them. As he said, Huang Yin was a casual player, so most of the stuff were items of luxury, like handmade cookies, toys, flower seeds. Han Fei searched through everything and only found 2 things that were rather useful. One was a book, entitled Introduction to Physician's Basic Skills, and a set of simple surgical tools. Unlike other games, one could not pick up a new skill by just a few clicks. For example, if Han Fei wanted to learn medicine, he would have to put in real work to study the literature, complete the application, and only then would the skill appear in his skill tab. That sounded tedious, but now at least Han Fei had the book necessary to initiate his mastery of medicine skill. Without the necessary skill book, he wouldn't even be able to start. Then to level up the skill, one needed to apply skill points. Of course, one could continue to repeat the exercise and master the skill through experience, but the time needed would be astronomical. Currently, I only have 3 main skills: advanced acting, beginner cooking, and beginner soul depth touch. I notice skill books are extremely rare in the cryptic world. In the future, perhaps I can get similar literature through this method. Han Fei placed the book and the surgical tools into his inventory. Then he grabbed some toys and a few flower seeds before he left Mengxi's home. I wonder if flowers from the surface world will grow here or not. Han Fei went to the door opposite to visit Weep. Han Fei dropped off the toys for Weep. The boy no longer hated Han Fei that much. Han Fei returned to room 1044. He did not disturb his roommates. Instead, he sat on the living room couch to study his character profile. Resurrection and Spiritfarer are 2 incredible skills. I cannot help but wonder if it is because I possess the black box that they are given me. While he sat there, Han Fei noticed his mission for the hidden profession had been completed. The system appeared to have credited him with Su Qin's kills of the non-locals as well. Han Fei originally did not think the hidden profession would surpass his 2 talents, but when he saw the profession description, he found it difficult to calm down.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed the prerequisite mission for the hidden profession, Midnight Butcher. When you've reached level 10, you can proceed to Cattle Alley to obtain the profession. Midnight Butcher, hidden profession ability not yet unlocked. Profession property, resistance to blade-type cursed objects increased by 30 points.
Some time ago, Han Fei obtained the Mirror God's blessing that gave him resistance to mirror-type cursed objects. At the time, he groused that he would have preferred resistance to blade-type cursed objects. Has the system been listening in? Using cursed objects would harm the user, but most importantly, they could injure ghosts and monsters. When I tried to pick up Su Qin's table knife, the curse immediately took over, but after I became the Midnight Butcher, they would not cause such a lasting impact on me anymore. However, it was not a solution to steal Su Qin's weapon. He narrowed his eyes. Han Fei decided to keep his eyes open for his own blade. Then, Han Fei turned to the inventory to pick out the introduction to Physician's basic skills. As he did so, he noticed one of his existing items had changed. When he completed the showering mission, he obtained a landlord's diary. At the time, he thought it was just an ordinary notebook because it contained no entry. But now he noticed the previously black cover had turned red. The diary has changed after I became the new manager? Han Fei took out the diary. Just as he turned the first page, a thick sense of blood overwhelmed him. The diary was seriously damaged. Many pages were missing. The few remaining pages didn't have their dates marked out either. The entries were also incomplete. In any case, the entries were mostly comments on the neighborhood tenants. To Han Fei's surprise, it not only contained information on tenants at Apartment 1, but also at Apartment 2 as well.
Possible candidate for Apartment 2's manager. Chu Yun, the half of a loving couple. The husband and wife from room 2044 are by all means an enviable match, at least in front of others. When the door closes, screams would come out from room 2044 at night. They say human beings are no different from beasts. I say no, because humans are more cunning than beasts. They know how to disguise themselves before others and put on clothes made from morality and civility. This kind of clothing is called humanity. That early morning, the normally well-dressed wife stumbled out from room 2044 covered in wounds. She cried for help as she ran down the stairs as if running away from someone. She tripped on the stairs and was later dragged home. She was never seen ever since. Possible candidate for Apartment 2's manager. Spectral Dog. This wild canine that can hide in the shadow possesses an intelligence that is not lower than humans. It appears to be the few earliest tenants to settle at Happiness Neighborhood. It carries a curse that I have not seen before. I wonder how it got that curse.
The entries and the handwriting were hard to read. There were many places where Han Fei had to fill in the blanks.
There was indeed a wounded woman staying in room 2044. It was she who dragged the butterfly-tattooed spirit into her room. She is probably Chu Yun. According to the previous manager, she is a possible candidate to manage Apartment 2. Looks like there is a need for me to reach out to her.
As the current building manager, Han Fei believed he should have a good conversation with the tenants from Apartment 2 so that together they could bring true happiness to this neighborhood. Chapter 112. Han Fei had completed the prerequisite mission for Midnight Butcher, stayed in the game for more than 3 hours, but he did not hurry to log off, but instead waited until 4 a.m. When chatroom 444 lit up, he immediately entered it. Anonymous user. Is anyone there? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999 brother, we meet again. But today I'm not feeling so well. I'm going to log off soon. Anonymous user. Oh no, I hope you're not sick. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, it's not that. I've been through a bit much earlier, so now I feel quite tired. Anonymous user. What do you mean? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, you probably won't believe me, but there is a hidden map connected to my home's bathroom. Anonymous user. Question mark. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Hell, if I didn't experience it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either, but it's real. My bathroom is the key to open the map. Based on my observation, there's a slim chance for me to enter that map whenever I open my bathroom door. Anonymous user. What is so special about the map? What's so exciting about it? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. The map appears to manifest your innermost fear into actual ghosts and demons. so that you are forced to face your darkest memory head-on. Anonymous user. Brother Huang, are you pulling my leg? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, you still don't believe me. No matter, when you come to visit me in the future, I'll bring you along to experience it with me. Anonymous user. For real? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, yes. It's an indescribable experience. At the beginning, everything is horrifying, but at the end of the darkness, you'll encounter that hope hidden deep inside your heart, the memory that keeps you holding on in the darkest moment. When you wake up from the nightmare, when you've experienced the darkest moment, you'll realize even the simplest bowl of porridge, a normal conversation with others, can be such inspiration of bliss. In fact, perhaps that is the real Iyashikei game in perfect life. Anonymous user. You really think it's that magical? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, it's very hard for me to explain. Brother, you'll see for yourself when I bring you along next time. I'm getting too tired already. I'll chat with you tomorrow. Good night. After leaving the chat room, Han Fei glanced around room 1044. He then scratched his chin. The man really appears to have been healed from that experience. Is he not normal, or am I not normal? He quitted the game. Blood covered his world. He removed the gaming helmet and climbed into bed. After I finish with the shoot tomorrow, I should go and check up on Huang Yin in person. He stretched lazily and pulled out his phone to call Jean Jun.
Have you called the police? Big Brother Han, I'm now at the police station. I've told the officer everything. You saved my life and detained the culprit.
Jean Jun was very clever. After a while, he suddenly whispered,
I only called them at 12:15 a.m. I followed your instructions to the T. You're older than I am. It's weird to hear you call me Big Brother. Listen, cooperate well with the police, and we might work together again in the future.
Han Fei turned to look at his crime wall.
I have many exclusives that will skyrocket your career, but you'll have to follow my instructions on what to publish and how to publish them. Of course, of course.
After hanging up, Han Fei slept soundly. After he woke up, he rushed to the set. Once he arrived at the northern street, Han Fei noticed something was wrong. Not only did the number of reporters increase, even the crew members kept tossing strange gazes at him. Theoretically speaking, a topic's popularity would fade as the time went by, but it was the complete opposite for Han Fei.
Is there something on my face? Why are you all staring at me like that? Han Fei, have you seen the morning news?
The floor manager jogged over and said,
You're on the news again.
Han Fei quickly pulled out his phone. The police had just announced the news that the killer of the toy plushie case had been captured. It was attached with a video message of Jean Jun thanking his savior. The paparazzi painted a very powerful image of Han Fei, of how he arrived like a superhero to save his life and apprehend the criminal.
Normally, the paparazzi share a sketchy relationship with celebrities. You're the first celebrity to make a paparazzi to go on public record to express his undying appreciation to you.
The floor manager sighed.
Jean Jun is quite famous in our circle. He has a nose for news. He is behind several big scoops. He's a senior paparazzi, loved by his editors, but hated by most celebrities. I just happened to be there when he was attacked.
Han Fei scrolled through the news. There were already articles with headlines like, actor sacrificing himself to save a paparazzi, and so on.
We better focus on our job. That is more important.
When Han Fei first got on the latest news, he found it quite interesting, but now it felt quite normal.
I am ultimately an actor. I should remind people of that fact.
Han Fei opened his social media account and submitted his first status. It was the poster of his upcoming movie, Twin Flowers. Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi stood back to back. Once the poster was released, his social media exploded again.
What the? You're really an actor? I thought you're an undercover cop sent into the entertainment industry. You look much better here than the ones on the news site. Brother, what kind of case do you plan to solve next? No, I mean what kind of project you'll participate in next?
Han Fei couldn't help but laugh when he read the comments. The cryptic world of perfect life is so lifeless because there is no global chat box. Perhaps I should bring a few more players with me to liven up the place when I have the chance. Turning off the phone, Han Fei turned to his job. He was the main character and had the most scenes, but he was, as always, the first to finish. Around noon, everyone gathered together for lunch. Like usual, Han Fei found a secluded spot away from others to have his meal alone. He took out his phone and started to search online for information on Chu Yun while shoving food into his mouth. The landlord's diary provided certain information on specific tenants. Han Fei planned to use this information to get to know these tenants better.
I still remember the previous building manager telling me to speed up my exploration speed. That suggests that I'm on a time crunch. Perhaps something sinister is coming after me. I need to gather more friends and neighbors as well as level up as fast as possible before they can get me.
Chapter 113. With his previous experience, Han Fei had an easier time unearthing news about Chu Yun. Instead of spreading a wide net, he looked into articles on past criminal cases. Soon, he found the thing he needed. About 10 years ago, a murder happened near Xianlu countryside. A wife was murdered by her husband. The husband often beat up his wife, and one day, he hit a bit too hard and killed his wife. The murderer was caught and given the death penalty. The point of interest was that they had a son together. The father killed the mother, and the father was executed. The boy was the murderer's family, but also the victim's family. He tried to commit suicide after the tragedy, but was rescued by the police. To provide a sense of belonging to the child, the police decided to leave the boy with his uncle. There were a few follow-up articles about the boy. He did not do anything wrong, but for some reasons, the people disliked being around him. His schoolmates ostracized him, and he did not really find a happy home with his uncle. His uncle would be reminded of his dead younger sister whenever he saw the boy, so the uncle did not care for him much. He would give him some monthly allowance, just enough that he would not be punished by the law.
Chu Yun's son is still alive. His name is Chu Wenho.
Han Fei decided to seek out the boy after he finished shooting. If possible, he wanted to get to know the boy better. The progress in the afternoon slowed conspicuously because there were a lot of couple and group scenes. The other actors in the same frame as Han Fei were under a lot of pressure. This was especially true for the new actor, Mian Yin. She was even frightened a few times by Han Fei, who was too into character. Han Fei still managed to wrap up his own scenes by 6 p.m. He skipped dinner and hurried towards the boy's uncle's address. The address he got was from 10 years ago. He hoped they had not moved. He bought a bottle of yogurt and a fruit basket at a convenience store before entering the dilapidated neighborhood. The environment here was horrible. There was not even a gate at the neighborhood entrance. He eventually located the address.
I'm sorry, but does Chu Wenho's family live here?
He knocked for a long time before the door was answered by a miserly man.
Who are you? Hi, I'm looking for Chu Wenho's family. Are you his friend? He's at the store. Go look for him there. The boy is only supposed to be 17 years old now. Shouldn't he be at school? He doesn't want to go to school, so what can I do?
The man huffed and gave Han Fei the store's address with great impatience. He took the presents from Han Fei, but instead of inviting Han Fei in, he slammed the door. The man detested anyone who had anything to do with Chu Wenho. Following the GPS on his phone, Han Fei arrived at a convenience store not far away from the neighborhood. The store was located at a secluded spot. There was no customer, and surprisingly no person manned the shop either.
Where's the child?
Han Fei was strolling through the shop when he heard sounds of argument coming from the back alley. He hurried towards it. 5 ruffians surrounded a soft-looking young man wearing the convenience store's uniform. One of the 5 wore the uniform from the nearby high school. His left arm was bandaged.
Do you think this is over if you don't come to school? There's still teachers to help you at school, but who is going to protect you now? Tell on us some more, why don't you? Do you really think no one will know about your history by changing schools? Do you think people will befriend you now? How naive.
The ruffians mocked relentlessly until the surrounded boy finally exploded.
I've never done anything to any of you. Why do you insist on targeting me? Who is targeting you? We were merely telling everyone the truth, so that they can see what you really are. How that affects other people treats you, that we cannot control.
The student with the bandaged arm took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket.
Furthermore, don't you forget who put this bandage on me. See, we were not wrong. You have indeed inherited your father's DNA. You're his biological son. Your mother was murdered probably because she was a slut and was caught in bed with another man. Don't you dare talk about my mother like that.
The young man suddenly lashed out like a beast. He jumped at the student with the bandaged man. The other 4 were too slow to stop him. The 2 rolled to the ground, fighting each other. The gentle-looking boy was a surprisingly ferocious fighter, but he was outnumbered and was soon pinned to the ground. His face was grinded against the tarmac. The boy's pretty eyes filled with venom. He struggled vehemently, but no one was there to help him. The ruffians were right. At least at school, the boy could go to the teachers, but outside of school, he was alone.
What are you people doing? Stop that.
Han Fei pulled two of the students up by the back of their collars and tossed them to the side. Then he picked up the boy in the convenience store uniform up from the ground and guarded him behind him.
Uncle, what does this have to do with you? He was the one who started it. He was the one who broke my arm. Do you know how painful the injury is?
The five ruffians obviously were not going to let this go.
He might have done that, but can you really blame him? From the way your mouth runs, I'm surprised you have not been beaten up sooner.
Han Fei countered as he looked around. He realized there was a surveillance camera at the front of the alley. With determined steps, he backed the boy deeper into the alley. The ruffians took this as a sign of weakness.
What did you say? Uncle, do you know there is a price to pay for minding other people's business?
The ruffians cornered them inside the alley.
Kids like you want to talk prices with me?
When Han Fei made sure the five had followed him deep into the alley, a smile appeared on his face.
Since none of you stay in school like you're supposed to, then I shall help your teachers to impart a quick lesson on you. This is for your own good.
Han Fei had the boy move back a bit. When the five ruffians charged at him, Han Fei unleashed his full power. Han Fei was still not as good as a professional fighter, but with the training from the game, his reaction speed was very fast. He was outnumbered, so he knew he had to strike fast and strike hard. Han Fei aimed a kick right at a student's chest. He then evaded a punch and raised a right hook at the second student's chin. Han Fei was a much better fighter than the students. The attacks that they landed on Han Fei did not do any damage, but one hit from Han Fei, and they found themselves having difficulty standing back up. In less than half a minute, the fight was over. Four of the ruffians were on the ground groaning. Han Fei dragged the student with the bandaged arm over.
So, how did you like your impromptu lesson so far? I'm so sorry. Do you know why I didn't start punching directly, but wait for all of you to follow me into the alley before I start the lesson?
Han Fei stared coldly at the student.
I don't know.
The student blanched. Whenever he wanted, Han Fei could be very terrifying.
In that case, you better go back to school. The streets aren't a good place for you.
Han Fei tossed the student to the side. Then he turned to the gentle-looking kid.
He's all yours. Really?
The boy's fists tightened.
Sure, I merely stepped in to help even out the playing field. This is your fight to begin with. Go all out.
Chapter 114.
Can you teach me how to fight?
The young man placed the cup noodle before Han Fei. He even served an extra bottle of drink and a hot dog.
This meal is on me. Well, this is a first. I've never been treated by a high schooler before.
Since Han Fei skipped dinner, he was indeed quite hungry.
Thank you for helping me out earlier.
The kid sat beside Han Fei, and they looked out at the street through the convenience store window.
If you really want to thank me, then get back to school. Education might not guarantee a bright future, but it can at least provide you with more opportunities and choices.
Han Fei said in a warm voice.
You are still young. Your future is bright open. If you do not like this city, you can consider applying to a university far away, but to get into a good university, you have to have a good grade, which is why you need to go back to school. I know, but university requires tuition. I need to work because I don't want to trouble people around me. My uncle's family already hates me as it is. The kid pouted as he turned to the empty street.
Your situation qualifies you to apply for scholarships. If you work hard enough, I'm sure help will come.
My situation?
The kid was confused. Han Fei did not elaborate. After he finished his noodles, he went to the counter to swipe his ID card to pay for the meal.
My contact number is on there. If they ever dare to come back, call me.
Han Fei then departed. As he was about to step out, Han Fei turned around to ask,
Chu Wen-ho, if you can see your mother again, is there anything that you want to tell her?
Hearing Han Fei, the kid was stunned for a long time before his head slowly lowered.
If I can see her again, I will definitely apologize to her, and then give her the promise that from now on I will protect her always, so that she will never be bullied again.
When he raised his head, Han Fei had already disappeared. Dusk arrived, and it was still quiet out on the streets. The setting sun elongated Han Fei's shadow. He stood on the opposite side of the road and studied the kid inside the store. Then with his hands in his pocket, he disappeared into the night. When he reached home, Han Fei called Huang Yin. When he met Huang Yin at the gaming con, they exchanged contact numbers. Huang Yin was glad to receive the call from Han Fei. He said that when he saw Han Fei on the news, he was so shocked. He went around the hospital, telling everyone that Han Fei was his friend. From his tone, Huang Yin sounded normal, but to be safe, Han Fei made a date with the man so that they could meet up in person. After hanging up, Han Fei practiced Li Shui's moves again. He realized how useful they are.
I've already mastered the basic fighting skills. I should find Li Shui tomorrow to learn something new.
Han Fei took a shower and then settled by the table to read. He put on the gaming helmet when it was midnight. Blood covered everything and his consciousness submitted. His eyes opened to the familiar living room.
I've basically completed all the missions at Apartment 1. I need to gain contact with the tenants from Apartment 2 as soon as possible.
He was about to sit up when he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. At this time, my roommates should still be inside the bedroom. Picking up the knife, Han Fei slithered his way to the kitchen. Wei Youfu with an almost transparent body stood at the stove next to Little Eight. The former appeared to be teaching the latter how to cook. Seeing Han Fei, Wei Youfu turned around to smile at him.
I'm teaching Little Eight some basic life skills. Oh.
Han Fei was flummoxed before he gasped in shock.
Wait, you can converse normally now? Yes, I've found my humanity, all thanks to you.
Wei Youfu coughed.
The eight of us can combine our bodies together. The memory and pain from death can bring us power, but it will also overwhelm us with despair. I gave my part of the power to others, and that is how I managed to maintain my rationality. That's impressive.
Han Fei looked at Wei Youfu before he walked over to give Wei Youfu a hug using soul depth touch.
Brother, I've avenged your death. Your killers have already been captured. Now I'm figuring out a way to bring all of you out of this cage, so that you can witness the criminals being punished in person. You've already done so many things for us. We've already treated you like family. No matter how this concludes, we will follow you to the end.
Wei Youfu ruffled Little Eight's hair.
All these years, none of the tenants dare to come close to 1044, but you're the only exception. We've given you the chance to escape at the start, but you came back again and again. That gave us hope.
Wei Youfu was in a very unique state. He looked very fragile, like a man who could collapse at any moment. Probably even Meng Si the old lady could win him in a physical fight. However, after giving up his power, he retained his humanity. He became the only person among the 8 victims who could communicate with Han Fei.
Youfu, is there any mission on any of you?
Han Fei asked.
Mission? Things that you would want me to do for you. There's nothing else. We've already found our lost pieces. Now we only need to control the pain and despair, and we'll all return to our true selves. Then is there any long goal that you have? We've never really considered that. But if you really need one. Wei Youfu looked at Little Eight. All 7 of us hope that this girl can appreciate the beauty of the human world. She was raised by a murderer. She was doomed the moment she was born. You've seen the cartoon on the TV, right? That was everything Little Eight can remember of her life. Perhaps I can bring her back to the real world in the future to let her see the beauty of it.
Han Fei turned to Little Eight, but she quickly hid behind Wei Youfu. She was still afraid of Han Fei.
What about you? What do you plan to do next? I have become the new building manager of this apartment. I'm preparing to head over to Apartment 2. I plan to help them deal with all the non-locals, and then I hope I can sit down to have a peaceful talk with them.
Han Fei did not hide anything from Wei Youfu, because Wei Youfu really did feel like his family.
Apartment 2 is very dangerous. I should go with you.
Wei Youfu then coughed a few more times. A breeze, and he'd probably lift off.
I don't think so. I fear that you'll be in more danger than I do.
Han Fei denied his offer. Wei Youfu though smiled.
You misunderstood me. The 8 of us can combine together into one. When all of our hatred and resentment is gathered on Little Eight, she'll be the scariest presence in this neighborhood. Her?
Han Fei knew Little Eight was very unique, but he couldn't see how scary she could be. So far, she had acted more like a frightened bunny around Han Fei.
When all the despair is gathered on a single person, they will become very scary, but of course, it'll negatively impact Little Eight as well. It's not good for her, but you've helped us so much. It's our turn to help you.
When Wei Youfu said that, the innermost bedroom opened and the victims came out one after another. Chapter 115. When all pain and despair was gathered on a single person, That person's power level would have a drastic increase, but the process would seriously harm said person as well. The human puzzle case victims knew this would impact them negatively, but they still insisted on helping Han Fei. Taking in their expressionless faces, and their eyes dominated by pain and despair, Han Fei was quite touched.
We're going to apartment 2 today for a peaceful talk. We should avoid using force if possible.
Han Fei watched as the victims disappeared after they walked behind Wei Youfu. They appeared to dissolve into his body, but nothing about Wei Youfu appeared to have changed.
We can't leave this place that easily, so when you plan to leave, just notify me. Okay.
To prevent further accidents, Han Fei decided to visit each of his neighbors and wait for 3 hours to be over before he made his move to the opposite building. He first dropped by to check on Su Qin. The latter was not home. She was probably out grocery shopping again.
Su Qin's curse can only be controlled via endless consumption, but the more she consumes, the stronger the curse on her body. How can I help her?
Su Qin accompanied Han Fei to apartment 2 yesterday night. Su Qin had to ingest all her stores of food before she could calm down again. As the curse continued to deepen, Han Fei could not guarantee if Su Qin could still return from the edge the next time she went berserk.
The previous building manager appeared to have done something on Meng Si and Su Qin's memory, but that does not solve the problem. Avoidance merely delays the problem. It does not solve it.
Han Fei continued to move up the floors. Han Fei founding you. The poor girl still won't communicate with Han Fei. She just guarded the aquarium. After making sure that there was no mission available inside the building, Han Fei returned to room 1044. After he waited for 3 hours, he left with Wei Youfu.
Youfu, careful not to stress yourself. If you can't handle it, just leave me and save yourself first.
Han Fei could log off after he completed one mission, so he meant what he said. Wei Youfu chuckled self-deprecatingly.
I am very weak, but little 8 is very strong, don't worry.
Han Fei tried a lot of the landlord's keys before he found the correct one. He looked out. Half a human head peeked from the top of the outer walls around the neighborhood. 2 pupilless eyes stared at him.
A ghost from outside the neighborhood? I wonder what kind of ghost that is.
The ghost outside the wall did not make any move. It merely stared quietly at Han Fei. The milky white eyes seemed to follow the man.
We shan't stay outside for too long. Hurry.
Su Qin said something similar yesterday. These old tenants seemed to understand that it was dangerous to stay too long outside in the world. The duo hurried to apartment 2. Once he entered the corridor, Han Fei was greeted by a stinging smell of death and blood.
After Su Qin and I left yesterday, the tenants appeared to have gotten into a fight with the rest of the non-locals.
Stepping through the dried pools of blood, Han Fei just arrived at the 2nd floor when he encountered a girl. She wandered among the stairs with her arms behind her. There was a strangulation mark covered under her collar. Her skin was incredibly pale. The girl did not react to Han Fei's arrival.
Hello, is there anything I can help you with?
Han Fei actively tried to communicate with the girl. He noticed the arms behind the girl were bleeding.
Are you injured? Did those non-locals hurt you?
Using soul-depth touch, Han Fei studied the girl's broken arm under the girl's surprised gaze.
Your wound is fresh. Who did this? Perhaps I can help you. You can help me find my hands?
The girl's eyes wandered between her stumps and Han Fei.
Don't toy with me. I know people here hate me. Yesterday, someone said he'd help me too, but I realized he was just saying that. All of you hate me. I know it. The world is so big. There is bound to be people who hate you, but also people who love you. I know talk is cheap. After I chase away all these non-locals, I'll help you locate your hands. Then you'll believe me.
Han Fei detected only a weak resentment from the girl.
You really wish to help me?
The girl's voice was thick with distrust, probably because she had been disappointed too many times.
Of course.
After giving his guarantee, Han Fei finally heard the system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You have triggered Grade G mission. Find the missing hands. Find the missing hands. Grade G normal mission, no time limit. Find the cursed hands inside apartment 2.
A cursed pair of hands. Han Fei was about to ask the girl why her hands were cursed when the sound of door opening came from the corridor. The doors on the 3rd floor opened, and a pair of ghosts shuffled down. One was tall, and the other was short. They carried a moldy haze around them. They were misfortune and tragedy personified. After these two, Another set of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Following a heady smell of blood, a man with a knife stuck in his chest walked down the stairs. Then, the door on the fourth floor clicked open. The woman, covered in bruises and wounds, sauntered down carrying a human head in her embrace.
Be careful,
Wei Yofu warned. Han Fei also did not expect the ghost tenants at apartment 2 to appear all at once. He initially intended to talk to them one by one.
We came from apartment 1. We want to help you deal with the non-locals,
Han Fei said with a kind smile. His expression changed very fast. As a professional actor, he could input 10 different emotions behind a similar smile.
There's no need for that. We've already killed all the non-locals here ourselves,
The tall ghost said. His voice was gravelly and dipped with an intense loathing.
but they will return. You might have killed this batch now, but the next batch will come to take their places, and they'll only be stronger.
Han Fei was not lying. Based on the previous manager's final words, Han Fei was certain that something scary would be coming for him.
And your point is? We're the only occupants of this neighborhood, so I believe we should help each other to protect and improve our home.
Han Fei said with sincerity.
If you run into any difficulty, we'll come to help, and I hope you'll do the same for us. You alone wish to represent the entire apartment 1?
The man with the knife in his chest said chillingly. He looked more like a moving carcass.
That aside, I couldn't care less what happened to the rest of you.
He turned to the other ghosts in his building.
I personally do not believe in solidarity and cooperation. In this place, only by killing each other that we can survive. How about this? We'll vote it out. The majority wins.
Han Fei raised his hand.
Every tenant in Happiness Neighborhood will have a power of vote. If you agree to the alliance, raise your hand.
Wei Yofu raised his hand soon after. The tall ghost wanted to as well, but when he realized none of his neighbors did, he put down his hand again.
If voting can solve problems, then this city would not be drowned in despair.
The man with the knife in his chest scoffed.
You've helped us yesterday night, so we'll let you go this time. Leave while you still can. Who said voting can't solve problems?
Han Fei still maintained the kind smile on his face, but he moved several steps away from Wei Yofu. While the rest looked on with confusion, a pair of arms reached out from Wei Yofu's back. The Yin energy spread like waves. Then more pairs of hands grew and multiplied. Ghastly human faces carved on the hands howled in pain. The despair of the several victims weaved together. The resentment gathered and bound with each other to form a giant red specter. Chapter 116. 8 arms pulsing with hatred locked up the entrance. Compared to the red specter, the tenants of apartment 2 appeared so insignificant. The resentment materialized into corporeality, forcing the weaker wandering souls inside apartment 2 to go into hiding. A barking came from the top floor. Blood trickled, and an evil beast crawled out from the shadow on the 3rd floor. Its pure black fur stood on end. It sensed a great threat from the specter. Even Han Fei did not expect the amalgamation of the 8 victims to be so scary. Their despair and pain empowered each other. Their energy bounced off one another before collecting on Little 8. The girl in this state was far more powerful than any ghost Han Fei had met so far. However, every single moment in this state would cause irreparable damage to Little 8. Han Fei could feel the victim's pain, so he did not want to waste any more time. He walked to stand between the specter and the tenants.
There are 8 of them in that one body, and counting me. That's 9 of us, voting yes.
Han Fei addressed the tenants.
I know you might not trust me now, but I hope you can give me a chance. Time will prove that you've made the right choice. Most of our tenants here are picked off by the non-locals because we don't have a building manager. The rest of us are forced to work together to stay alive. Yesterday night, you and that woman have helped us greatly, and we appreciate that.
The tall ghost stared at the red specter and slowly raised his hand. His voice was still dry and hoarse.
I believe an alliance will only help but not harm.
Then the girl with her hands chopped off joined in.
My goal is to protect every single tenant. We can form a neighborhood committee. It will be open to all tenants. Everything will be decided fairly, openly, and evenly.
Han Fei then pointed to the building behind him.
You've met the lady from yesterday night. There are 3 more tenants as powerful as her in apartment 1. Combine that with my family. How long do you still think apartment 2 can hold on if we push forth with this plan using brute force?
Han Fei played both the bad and good cop.
Before apartment one's previous manager disappeared, he left me with a warning. We are going to face a terrifying threat. If we do not work together, we'll all perish horribly.
Finally, Han Fei appealed to their emotions. He turned to the woman with the bruised and wounded body.
By the way, I've just met your son. He changed his surname to follow yours. His name is now Chu Wenho.
Hearing that, the quiet woman walked out from her pool of hair. She stalked like a spider to rest above Han Fei's head. The bloody hair dangled before Han Fei. The latter felt no fear. He looked evenly at her face.
Your boy wants me to tell you this, he said. If he has the chance to see you again, he will apologize and then promise that he'd protect you from now on so that you will never be bullied again.
The woman's eyes pooled with blood. The boy appeared to have told her something similar when he was young. She stared at Han Fei as if trying to read his mind.
I'm telling the truth. I would never lie or harm any of you.
Han Fei promised sincerely. After boring her eyes into Han Fei, the woman crept back to her spot among her neighbors.
Don't be fooled by him. Honesty is the rarest thing in this world.
The man with a knife in his chest turned to the dog in the shadow, as if asking for its opinion.
You're wrong. Hope is the rarest thing in this world, and the thing that I'm offering you is exactly that.
Han Fei's eyes swept all the tenants from apartment 2. Without the protection of a building manager, there weren't many original tenants left. The rest of them were forced to cooperate to survive against the non-locals' onslaught.
There is nothing for you to lose. Just trust me this one time.
Han Fei stood there facing the tenants until the dog in the shadows barked several times and then disappeared.
Even the spectral dog senses no malice on you.
The man with the knife studied Han Fei with disbelief.
Either you're the most cunning demon or you really meant what you said. He did not think Han Fei was a saint, especially not in this world. But the man did not see Han Fei as a particularly malicious person either. After a long hesitation, he raised his arm. Fine, I'll play along for now.
At the same time, the robotic voice rang in Han Fei's mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have activated Grade F Hidden Mission. Happiness at Happiness Neighborhood. Happiness at Happiness Neighborhood. Grade F Hidden Mission, no time limit. Raise your friendliness level with all the tenants in Happiness Neighborhood to amicable. Warning. This mission is the last hidden mission at Happiness Neighborhood. Completing it will cause great influence to your perfect life.
Han Fei clicked on the mission interface and saw the list of all the tenants under the description of this latest hidden mission. His current relationship level with each of the tenants was labeled out. The one who shared the highest friendliness level with Han Fei was Wei Youfu, followed by Su Qin. When did Wei Youfu's friendliness level get so high? Is it because he has found his humanity and thus is privier to everything I've done for everyone? Both sides had agreed to the alliance, so Han Fei hurried to have the victims return to normal. The combination seemed to affect Wei Youfu the most. His rationality that he recovered was shattering again. Currently, only Wei Youfu has found his rationality. After all 8 of them have reached the same level as he has, they should be able to carry on in that state much longer. Guarding before Wei Youfu, Han Fei had a discussion with the tenants from apartment 2. With full agreement, they decided to set up the Happiness Neighborhood Tenancy Committee. As the only person who could communicate with most of the tenants from both apartments, Han Fei was selected as the temporary leader.
Thank you for your trust in me. I promise to lead everyone to turn Happiness Neighborhood into a safe, comfortable, and beautiful home. While protecting everyone's benefits, we'll open our doors to outside individuals seeking tenancy. If they promise to abide by our rules, we'll extend a welcoming arm. If they refuse to, then we will strip them of what they're worth to improve the overall strength of the existing tenants. We shan't be complacent. We need to improve ourselves as fast as possible. Abandon that false sense of security. We shall try our best to face the imminent danger. I believe that with unity from everyone, all the tenants at this neighborhood will eventually achieve true happiness.
Chapter 117. Han Fei was once an introverted person with social anxiety, but after he started Perfect Life, he even got the courage to give speeches before a crowd of horrifying specters. His sincere gaze, moving words possessed hope towards a beautiful future. Many tenants had not encountered such a building manager before. Hell, they They had not come across such a person before. After he shared his thoughts, intermittent claps echoed in the corridor, and Han Fei officially became the temporary leader of the Happiness Neighborhood Tenancy Committee. With that out of the way, Han Fei still did not leave. Using the excuse of getting to know the tenants better, he patrolled around Apartment 2. An extended period of fighting meant that Apartment 2 was covered in gore. Many of the rooms were heavily damaged, and most valuables had already been plundered. Han Fei eventually found the girl's hands inside a larvarium made from flesh on the 8th floor. After handing in the mission, he added the rewarded skill point into acting. Advanced acting is already quite impressive. I wonder what kind of effect masterful acting will have. A master actor at early 20s? That would not have been possible without the game. Supporting Wei Yufu, the duo exited Apartment 2. Even though there was only 10 meters between the two buildings, Han Fei was still very careful. Even so, accidents happened. When Han Fei was halfway through the journey, he heard someone call his name. Naturally, Han Fei did not respond to it. He pretended not to have heard it. The voice became clearer, but Han Fei still refused to respond. He entered Apartment 1 and closed the door, but to his consternation, the voice was still following him. It comes from behind me. Han Fei glanced at Wei Youfu from the corner of his eyes. Youfu was trying his best to resist against the despair that infiltrated into his body. He was at the edge of madness and unfortunately was of no help to Han Fei.
Youfu, you better go home and rest first.
After dropping Youfu back at room 1044, the voice became louder. The person appeared to be directly lying on Han Fei's back, whispering into his ears. Acting like he was deaf, Han Fei hurried up to the 5th floor. He knocked on Su Qin's door.
Big sister, I've some groceries for you.
The voice behind him called even fiercer. It appeared to have bought Han Fei's acting of deafness. Poor thing had no idea the trouble it was going to be in. The smell of rotten blood leaked out from room 1054. Suddenly, the door opened. A harrowing voice trickled out from the inner recess of the room.
I just came back from grocery shopping. I'm a bit dirty. Give me some time to clean up. Okay, I have brought an appetizer for you.
Han Fei entered room 1054. Out of kindness, he locked the door close behind him. Calls of Han Fei's name were still continuing. The sound only stopped when the beautiful Su Qin appeared in the living room, holding the table knife.
This is the appetizer?
Su Qin wiped away the blood drops on her face. A smile lingered there.
But she's just a child. The young have the supplest flesh.
Hearing the conversation between the two, the thing behind Han Fei sucked in a cold breath. Su Qin enjoyed Han Fei's company. She strode languorously to Han Fei's side. She leaned close to Han Fei and spoke to the space behind the man.
Do you want to get down on your own, or do you prefer I cut your hands off?
The strange calls turned into a whimper. Han Fei felt the weight being removed from his back. The ghost who had been calling his name had descended. Turning around, Han Fei noticed a female student standing behind him. She was normal-looking and wore a dirted school uniform. The uniform had the logo of Yiming on it. Being scrutinized by Han Fei and Su Qin, the girl cried. It was already too late when she realized she had walked into a trap.
When I came back from Apartment 2, someone suddenly called my name. I didn't answer, but the voice came closer and closer.
Han Fei explained to Su Qin what happened.
Noticing my lack of response, she pushed her luck further until she eventually climbed onto my back.
The woman's icy gaze shot at the girl, and the latter's frame started to waver. Her eyes lingering on Su Qin's knife. The shivering girl uttered between sobs.
I didn't want to do that. Someone forced me to. Someone forced you to?
Actually, when Han Fei saw the girl's school uniform logo, he no longer planned to serve her as dinner to Su Qin. He merely kept up this charade to get the girl to be more honest.
Is it another student from your school? No.
The girl hesitated before she said.
It's a ghost hiding among the students. The moment she said that, a trail of blood crawled out from her chest and punctured her skull. The speed was so fast that even Su Qin did not expect it. When Su Qin snipped the thread with the table knife, the girl student had already collapsed. Her body started to decompose, and strange characters surfaced under her skin.
She was cursed. The curse will be triggered if she did certain things. With her current ability, I don't think she'll survive this.
Due to her nature, Su Qin was very familiar with curses. With a glance, she understood the gist.
Someone cursed the students and forced them to infiltrate into our neighborhood?
Han Fei's brain moved fast.
The child is wearing the uniform from Yiming Private Academy. Something horrible probably has happened at that school.
She mentioned there was a ghost hiding among students, and then the curse was triggered. Looks like the ghost is behind this.
Su Qin stood next to the girl.
Its manipulation of curses is masterful. In fact, it wields them better than I do. You need to be careful. I fear it has already targeted you. Yiming Private Academy. I've been meaning to visit the place.
Han Fei took out the previous manager's work ID.
The manager's memory might be hidden there.
Han Fei was caught in a conundrum. He knew he needed to speed up his exploration, but too much haste might cause his death. I believe the previous manager said something about my level before he perished. I wonder what he was doing when he was at my current level. Han Fei had not been to the school, but the school had already started its infiltration into the Happiness neighborhood. This concerned Han Fei. He suspected the enemy might have cracked the previous manager's memory and knew the black box was hidden at Happiness neighborhood. Of course, he had to admit the chance of that was low, but Han Fei had to prepare for the worst. He realized he could not sit idle anymore.
The students of that school are in deep danger. I need to go and rescue them.
Through the map left by the previous manager, Han Fei knew where Yiming Private Academy was located. He moved to the window and looked out. Somewhere in the darkness, something appeared to be staring back at him. Only by mastering the black box can I leave this despairing world and bring salvation to all my families and neighbors. Han Fei's eyes chilled. No matter what, I shan't be forced off my path. Inside the dark room, a soul-captivating smile lingered on the pair of red lips as Su Qin studied Han Fei's back. Then she turned to the girl and placed her hands on the girl's chest. The blood-red curse crawled up Su Qin's finger. When the thread of blood was fully curled around Su Qin's finger, another flickering shadow materialized in her eyes. She sucked on her slender finger. She then gnawed on it until blood painted her lips and dribbled down her chin.
The best curses are those which have been soaked in despair.
The student appeared to fare better. Su Qin did not kill her, but she did proceed to undress her.
What are you doing?
Han Fei turned back to see Su Qin modeling the school uniform before her.
I've been meaning to visit that school myself, but I haven't got the chance. Sis, you're not thinking about going there dressed as a student, right?
That was so out of place. Han Fei did not know what to think.
Every building manager has their own rules. The school's manager forbids outsiders from entering the school compound. So if you do not want to be discovered immediately, this is the perfect disguise. We shan't take this too fast. We better plan this further.
Han Fei quickly persuaded Su Qin to cancel her plan before he returned to room 1044. He checked on Wei Yufu and his other roommates. Since everyone's souls had been restored, the combination this time created a monster that was far more powerful in both despair and ability than any iteration they had formed in the past. That was beyond Wei Yufu's expectation. After a long time taken for digestion, he finally regained his rationality.
Yofu, are you all right? I believe I've found the key. As long as we cancel the combination within 10 seconds, the impact won't be so heavy on everyone.
Wei Yufu kept coughing. To keep his humanity, he really kept no power for himself.
That way, we'll be more useful to you in the future. You're my family, not a tool. Please don't push yourselves too much.
Compared to the horrifying Red Spectre, Han Fei rather had the rational Wei Yufu stay with him. After confirming his roommate's status, Han Fei exited the game. Removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep. These thoughts bounced in his mind. There are good and bad ghosts like there are good and bad people. If anything, the nature of a ghost is easier to spot than human beings. While there are still missions available in the neighborhood, I need to ration them while I explore the nearby areas. Han Fei could only quit the game after he had completed a mission, so it was wise to not complete all the available missions at Happiness Neighborhood at one go, because then he'd be forced to take up missions outside of the neighborhood just to quit the game. That was far more dangerous than the alternative, which was to complete one mission inside the neighborhood and then start exploring the world beyond it, essentially saving one neighborhood mission for each gaming instance. Chapter 118. Han Fei woke up punctually at 8 a.m. He had a very important scene to shoot that day. The set was not at Northern Street, but at Xian Lu TV station at the city center. Today, Han Fei was going to bring back to life the final duel between Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi. It was his job to manifest the pain and despair that was suppressed within Meng Changxi before the camera for the past decade. After meeting up with the crew, they took a van together to the intelligent city center. After going through multiple security scans, Director Jiang communicated their purpose with the TV station's workers before they started their shoot.
Han Fei, we need to wrap up this shoot before noon. The station only gives us one morning to use their place. That is more than enough.
Han Fei stood at the roof and allowed the breeze to caress his face as he looked out into the city. The faces of all the victims crossed his mind. So did the clues that Meng Changxi had pieced together using 10 years. Standing at the edge of the roof, Han Fei pulled his shirt off. His lean body was covered in words and scars. His eyes gradually took on the spirit of Meng Changxi. If you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. Han Fei never really understood the meaning of that quote until he had faced absolute darkness. When one gazed long into the abyss, one's body would involuntarily lean towards it. Without sufficient courage and determination, one would be swiftly consumed by the abyss, becoming a part of it. He had experienced exactly that, which was why he could personalize the desolation Meng Changxi must have felt as he edged along the abyss for the past 10 years.
I wish to tell everyone a story about love and death. The words echoed from Han Fei's lips. From the back, it was easy to mistake him for the actual Meng Changxi. The man was taking a leap of faith because the land around him had all fallen away. He was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. He had blood on his hands. He merely wished to tell the truth at the final moment of his life. A monologue that lasted for 3 minutes and 36 seconds. A shoot that was completed without a single cut. Everyone present was drawn into Han Fei's acting. It was as if they were transported back in time to that fateful day. No one shouted for the scene to end. After Han Fei finished his lines, Director Jiang stood up, and he looked at Han Fei with shock and surprise. To capture this climactic scene for the movie, he requested from the TV station's manager to borrow the place for a whole morning, but Han Fei only used 3 minutes and 36 seconds to hand him the perfect cut.
This is more than just his acting skill. There is an indescribable empathy and understanding that he radiates. It's like he has been through the same thing as Meng Changxi did.
Director, do you mind if we share this actor's information with our station's superiors?
Not only the people from the crew, even the station workers who came to watch were mightily impressed.
His name is Han Fei, a person that is bound for the stars.
Director Jiang answered before he grabbed the script and walked towards Han Fei. They prepared for the next scene. In just 2 hours, Han Fei completed Meng Changxi's last scene. His demand for perfection was even greater than Director Jiang. Sometimes, Han Fei requested for a reshoot even though Director Jiang thought it was already good enough. Han Fei believed he could do better. To be honest, Han Fei had his own agenda. He was going to use this climactic scene to help the audience understand the danger of the butterfly. As long as the movie existed, Meng Changxi's warning would be spread through the media. More people would be cautious of the butterfly. Han Fei was making more than a movie. Kinship not necessarily built empathy, but a good movie could help the audience get into characters, to invoke their sense of affinity. Han Fei worked so hard because he wanted people to look through the smoke and mirrors and really understand what Meng Changxi was trying to say. The butterfly will eventually come for me. It is a master manipulator. I can't put it past the butterfly to frame me for past crimes. It is cunning and dangerous. I have to expose it before everyone's eyes. After Han Fei was done with the shoot, Director Jiang worked the rest of the morning with Zhang Ye and Mian Yin. Being in the same movie as Han Fei, these two new actors had great improvement, but they were still not as efficient as Han Fei. Han Fei, who had nothing else to do, decided to call Huang Yin. Since he was already at the city center, he decided to meet the man. They decided to meet at a coffee shop near the TV station. Han Fei was the first to arrive. He found a corner booth and sat down. Han Fei was not a coffee drinker. The thought that this was going to be a social interaction with no specific purpose still triggered his anxiety somewhat. It feels easier to hang out with ghosts. Either I'll eat you or you'll eat me. There's no need for all the other social commonalities. After some time, Huang Yin arrived in his car. He took the coffee from the robot waiter and waved happily at Han Fei.
Brother, you truly surprised me that day. How come you didn't tell me you are an actor when we were at the con? I have to find that out from the television myself. It was a crime news channel if I was not wrong. Didn't you question why a crime news channel would report on an actor?
After seeing Huang Yin in person, Han Fei sighed in relief. Huang Yin was still his usual happy-go-lucky self.
Never mind that. You gotta give me an autograph, and then I have something important to discuss with you.
Huang Yin took out his phone with a mysterious wink.
I don't think you really want my autograph. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Do you still remember the game, Perfect Life? It will enter OBs soon. It will be the first global game to be fully managed by a photon computer admin.
Huang Yin revealed the big news to Han Fei.
A photon computer admin? How is that possible?
Han Fei gasped in disbelief.
Humans might make the rules, but compared to the rule makers, computers are better rule followers and administrators.
Huang Yin leaned over to Han Fei to whisper.
The photon computer used at Xian Lu's core is the 7th generation computer. According to rumors, Perfect Life's admin would be the 8th generation photon computer. Just imagine, a 7th generation photon computer is already powerful enough to manage an entire city. The 8th generation will be even more powerful. Furthermore, according to my insider information, one of the biggest reasons Perfect Life was made possible was due to existence of this 8th generation photon computer. But what does that have to do with us? Well, Huang Yin pressed a button by his seat, and a black curtain instantly draped around the booth to form a private space.
Do you still remember the possibility of a cryptic world existing inside Perfect Life that I told you about?
Of course, didn't you say it was just a rumor? That was then. My mind's changed now. Something happened to me not too long ago.
Huang Yin took a deep breath and continued in his lowest whisper.
I have accidentally entered a hidden map. I met an old lady who cooked a bowl of porridge for me. That sounds like a normal game experience to me. But that's not all. The key is before that. I had a dream inside the game. I dreamt that I was in a world crowded with ghosts and monsters.
Huang Yin's voice trembled from perhaps fear or excitement. His finger tapped against the table.
After I logged off, I skipped work for a day. I spent the whole day searching online for information on the existing 6 Perfect Lives versions. I compared all of them and found nothing remotely related to that world. Then I slowly realized the problem. The hidden map that I encountered, perhaps that was a channel that can lead us to the cryptic world. So you're telling me the cryptic world is real? During Deep Space's tests, there was no mention of any hidden maps. I believe there are indeed channels that connect the surface and cryptic world, but they are concealed inside these extremely rare hidden maps.
Huang Yin said seriously. His eyes were bloodshot. It was clear that the man had spent many sleepless nights investigating this.
For now, there are still human admins, but when the OB arrives, the game will be monitored by the photon computer. By then we should have the chance to enter that world to investigate. We?
Han Fei repeated with a frown.
What does all these have to do with me? Brother, let's be honest here, you've shown such plain interest in the game. When I first met you, I noticed how unique you are from the rest. Other players play the game to relax, but you appear to approach it due to your own unique reason.
Huang Yin studied Han Fei seriously.
I'll say this. The cryptic world is not what you'd imagine. I've been there myself. The horror is unspeakable. Only those with the strongest heart can survive there.
He then opened his phone. The main page contained all the news articles on Han Fei.
You are the person with the strongest heart I know. Furthermore, you've shown obvious interest in the game and its cryptic world, so you are the best teammate I can find to go on this adventure with me. You want me to be your teammate?
Even as a professional actor, Han Fei did not know what to say.
I really can't bear going back there alone ever again. Therefore, I need a friend to cover my back.
Huang Yin extended his hand.
I've used my SMUF account to join the core of the Cryptic World Exploration Unit. I will make use of their experience and analysis to draft the safest route for us to undertake. As you've said, the cryptic world is horrifying. Why would you want to return there? Is it to find the Easter egg left behind by the founder?
Huang Yin shook his head.
I have my own reasons. No matter how long it takes, how much money I spend, I need to return to that world. But why? There's one thing that I need to confirm.
Huang Yin's voice took on a rare severity.
Okay.
Han Fei stood up and studied Huang Yin again.
Can I trust you? My mother died when I was really young, I can honestly say that I was traumatized by her death. I did not grow up with any friends. But as I grew up, I learned how to smile, but that is merely a disguise. I keep a distance from everyone. But you, when I first saw you, it was like I was seeing my former self, all flustered and panicked in the crowd. It was why I actively accosted you for conversation.
Huang Yin extended his hand once more to Han Fei.
This is my first time reaching out to another person. I really hope you can be my teammate. I pray that you won't regret this.
Han Fei raised his own arm to shake Huang Yin's hand. One of them managed to work his way to become the building manager of an apartment filled with ghosts with his intellect and bravery. The other was pulled through the gates of hell through pure luck. He landed inside the most dangerous room, offended several ghosts in one night, had his life targeted by several murderers, but somehow managed to survive. It had to be said that these two would be good partners. Chapter 119. Huang Yin provided Han Fei with a lot of information about Perfect Life. They chatted for a long time, and then decided to meet up in-game after the OB started. Deep Space Tech had not officially announced the date for the OB yet, but based on Huang Yin's insider information, Perfect Life would enter global OB within the month. At that time, Perfect Life would become many players' second life. Humanity had great hope for the future. As technology advanced, people would reach closer to godhood. Humans would finally do things that were previously limited to the domain of the divine. But they would not stop there. They'd eventually attempt things that even God would have not fathomed. Everyone appeared to be anticipating the arrival of that day. Only Han Fei, who had been living in the cryptic world, was not that optimistic. He knew that once the bulwark between the surface and cryptic world shattered, Perfect Life would become the point of intersection between the living world and the afterworld. Most people's perfect lives were built on a foundation of idealism and excellence. There was no regret and malformation. Perfect Life's surface world did not contain any negative emotions because all the dark, despair, pain, and sin in humanity had been trapped within the cryptic world. When the two worlds collided, those trapped in sin and despair would have a field day, pulling the world down into abyss. In the abyss, they would feast and feed. After saying goodbye to Huang Yin, Han Fei returned to the set. He followed the crew to hurry to the convention center to shoot the scene between Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi. Interestingly enough, Deep Space Tech expressed concern about Meng Chang'an's involvement in Perfect Life, as well as its influence on the game's reputation. At the final minute, they turned back on their promise to borrow the film crew the venue. On top of that, the company manager even hoped that director Jiang would remove Meng Chang'an's character from the script. With no other choice, director Jiang thankfully managed to find a nearby available conventional center and eventually completed the shoot. Han Fei finished his cut at 7 p.m. He did not stay at the city center, but hurried home. He had a simple dinner and began to study. To get into the mind of Meng Chang'an, Han Fei read all the books the man had read. The literature ranged from neurology to brain anatomy. Some of them were only available in their native language. Han Fei had to painstakingly translate them term by term. The more he studied, the more Han Fei realized how ignorant he was. The most terrifying thing was the knowledge that the butterfly would have known these things because it was the butterfly who recommended Meng Chang'an these books. Time slipped away while he was enraptured by the books. Midnight soon arrived. Han Fei washed his face with cold water and put on the gaming helmet.
Welcome to Perfect Life.
Han Fei moved his body and realized Wei Youfu was sitting beside him. The latter appeared to have known Han Fei's secret, but he never once brought it up. Perhaps that was what they called familial trust.
Are you feeling better? I am feeling more like myself already. Now, I'm helping others with their journeys.
Wei Youfu was a good person. Of all the victims, he was the only one who was willing to believe the drifter.
It won't take long for them to regain their rationality, and then they can leave the bedroom. That's a necessary prerequisite for you to leave the bedroom?
Han Fei did not know that. He glanced into the innermost bedroom. So far only Wei Youfu and Little Eight moved freely around the house. The other victims rarely showed themselves.
They are afraid of accidentally hurting you. After all, they can still lose control at any moment. You guys are too kind to be ghosts.
Han Fei did not know what to say. He sat on the couch when he heard a clash from the kitchen.
What was that? Don't mind it. It's just Little Eight trying to learn how to cook.
Wei Youfu smiled abashedly. He seemed to have gotten used to this.
She's cooking? I wish to help her cultivate some hobbies.
Out of concern, Han Fei decided to venture into the kitchen. He saw little Eight standing amidst a pile of trash, her expression colored with helplessness.
Perhaps cooking is not a suitable hobby for you. How about gardening?
Han Fei suggested as he cleaned up the trash. Then he extricated the bag of seeds Huang Yin left behind from his inventory.
Fill a bowl up with soil and plant these. Water them daily, and one day, they will bloom into beautiful flowers.
Han Fei had no idea whether these flowers would blossom in hell or not. He just wanted to find something else for Little Eight to do before she tore down the house. Little Eight seemed to have gained a little more trust in Han Fei. She reached out her hands to take the seeds, and her face lit up with a small smile. After leaving the kitchen, Han Fei walked to the window and looked out through the wooden gaps.
The situation at Happiness Neighborhood has mostly stabilized. From now on, we should expand our exploration beyond the neighborhood. I'll go with you.
Wei Youfu walked over to volunteer.
Sure, but I still have something else to do for now. You better stay to accompany Little Eight.
Han Fei left room 1044 and ran up to the 5th floor.
Big sister, are you home? There's something I wish to ask you.
When Han Fei walked towards Su Qin's room, the shadow in the room next door stretched lazily. It did not show any interest in Han Fei at all. Hard to imagine this room once threatened to claim Han Fei's life.
What is it?
The door opened to reveal Su Qin holding a dripping knife. A normal person would be frightened by this, but Han Fei thought it was very normal.
There is a mirror on the 7th floor. What do you know about it? I'd advise you to stay far away from it. The mirror and the spectral dog from apartment 2 are the oldest tenants in this neighborhood. At least they're already here when I moved in.
Su Qin rarely dispensed rational advice, so this also showed how dangerous the mirror was.
Is there anything else you wish to know? Other than the mirror, there appears to be a haunted graffiti on the landing between the 7th and 8th floor. When I first walked past it, it almost stole my soul away. The tenant on the 8th floor has tortured and killed too many ghosts. The yin energy of those dead spirits accumulated and gathered on that wall. It eventually formed a malicious mural that preys on the weak. You shouldn't face any problem from them now. Wait, but isn't there only one tenant on the 8th floor? You're saying that little girl has tortured and killed many ghosts?
Ingyu appeared in Han Fei's mind.
Don't be fooled by her appearance. The girl's house is filled with many eyes. Each of those eyes represent a ghost that she killed. After she murdered those ghosts, she kept their eyeballs as souvenirs. She's a real crazy person.
To hear Su Qin call another individual a crazy person was quite surreal. After he got the information he needed, Han Fei came to the 8th floor. His initial plan was to implore Ingyu to remove the dangerous canvas from the stairwell wall to ensure that there was no longer any security threat inside the building. However, when Ingyu heard that the haunted mural almost took Han Fei's life, she stomped out of the room. Han Fei hurried after her as she moved towards the landing between 8th and 7th floor. Facing the wall, Ingyu's closed eyes slowly opened. Then a mist of darkness oozed out of Ingyu's sockets. The mist billowed against the wall. Shadows were yanked out from the mural and consequently dissolved by the black mist. When the last shadow was pulled out, Han Fei suddenly said,
Wait, that's the man who tried to stop me. If he had succeeded, I wouldn't be able to share the secret of the aquarium with you.
The black mist thickened. The shadow caught in the mist shivered in fear. When he saw Han Fei's face, he almost cried. The ghost did remember Han Fei. When Han Fei walked past the landing, he glared at Han Fei. That was a mistake that he regretted deeply now.
Ingyu, do you mind handing him to me? After all, I have unfinished business with him.
Han Fei had helped Ingyu found her most precious treasure. Ingyu had been figuring out how to repay Han Fei, so when Han Fei said this, the eyeless sockets slowly turned towards the man, and Ingyu nodded. The black mist rolled around Han Fei. When the mist faded, Ingyu's eyes were already closed. The girl looked pale and exhausted.
Notification for player 0000. You have obtained a Grade G Blood Red item, Ghost Tattoo. Ghost Tattoo, Grade G Blood Red item, a tattoo, painted with ghost's blood, pain, and despair. A dead soul is trapped inside the tattoo. Feeding resentment into the tattoo will make it glow brighter. Forsaking the tattoo for too long, and it'll eventually fade away.
Han Fei admitted he had taken some creative license when he told the story, but he did not expecting you would obliterate the guy and used his remains to paint out a tattoo on his body. The light red tattoo extended from Han Fei's back down to his arm. Han Fei could hear a barely discernible wail from inside the tattoo. It felt like he was a walking cage. The tattoo painting process must have exhausted Yu greatly. After teaching Han Fei how to use the tattoo, she shuffled back to her room.
Feeding resentment into the tattoo will make it stronger? This thing even has a growth spurt?
Yu had gone out of the way to help Han Fei. Han Fei's determination to bring the family of 3 into the game grew stronger. With experience from last time, Han Fei would be more prepared. Han Fei left the 8th floor and dropped by to visit each of his neighbors to try to trigger a mission. Unfortunately, even after 3 hours and moving back between the 2 apartments, there was not one mission to be found. None of the existing tenants needed Han Fei to do anything for them. The non-locals at Apartment 2 had all been taken care of by the spectral dog. In fact, the tenants of Apartment 2 had gone ahead to entrap and consume the monsters and ghosts who dared to lurk around Happiness Neighborhood. They took the warning given by Han Fei seriously, and Happiness Neighborhood was indeed safer than before. This was something worth celebrating, but Han Fei couldn't bring himself to be happy about it. He needed to complete a mission before he could log off, or else he'd be trapped forever in the game.
It's already 3 a.m. I need to finish a mission soon.
He pulled up the mission interface. After he became the building manager, the system stopped giving him missions inside the neighborhood. Instead, all the missions had to be done outside of the neighborhood. The system was purposely pushing Han Fei out to explore.
Grade G main mission. The 4-way junction. Mission requirement. Walk past the 4-way junction in front of the neighborhood entrance. Grade G main mission. Convenience store worker. Mission requirement. Apply for a temp job at Ming Convenience Store. Survive through the night. Grade F main mission. Your first profession. Mission requirement. Seek out your first employment in the city. A perfect profession is an important step towards a perfect life. Grade F main mission. Ming Private Academy. Mission requirement. Become a teacher at Ming Private Academy. Provide the correct guidance and encouragement to the students.
Based on the names alone, this sounded like a normal mission interface of an Iyashikei game, but of course things were not that simple. Han Fei glanced out the neighborhood entrance. After a brief hesitation, he chose the first main mission. Chapter 120.
Notification for player 0000. You have accepted Grade G main mission, the 4-way junction. There are 100 ways to die at the 4-way junction. You have to complete this mission alone. Find the bowl that is placed beside the altar at the neighborhood entrance. Pick it up and walk across the street. Tap against the bowl with each step. The mission will be successful once you've reached the opposite side of the street.
The mission description alone did not sound that difficult. The street outside the neighborhood was about 7 meters wide. He could cross it with at most 20 steps.
The main mission's difficulty is between hidden mission and side mission. I shan't let my guard down.
To be honest, Han Fei was averse against leaving the neighborhood so soon. If possible, he'd rather leave it after he reached level 20. Regardless, the system was not going to let him have his way. No mission popped up inside the neighborhood.
I should go scout out the place first. If it's too dangerous, I'll just abandon the mission.
Han Fei wandered over to the neighborhood entrance. He looked out at the streets dipped in darkness. The whole city was dead. There was not even a shadow out on the street, much less cars or pedestrians. There were shops open, but their lights were off. The mission requires that I commit to it alone. In other words, I can't rely on my neighbors. I wonder if the ghost tattoo counts as a neighbor or a unique item. Han Fei did not want to trouble his neighbor too much either, but he had no confidence he could return to the neighborhood alive once he left it. For the sake of the security, Han Fei went back to room 1044 to find Wei Youfu. He wanted Wei Youfu to bring little 8 across the street and wait for him on the other side. To his disappointment, Youfu told him that little 8 was unable to leave Happiness Neighborhood. Once she did, it would immediately attract the attention of something horrid. That was the previous manager's warning. Since his roommates were unable to help, Han Fei turned towards Su Qin.
Big sister, I need to cross to the other side of the street in front of the neighborhood. Do you mind being a lookout for me? Do you know what is on the other side of the street?
Su Qin instead countered with her own question.
Some kind of danger? Bingo. Then again, there is no place in this city that is not dangerous.
Su Qin continued after some hesitation.
If you insist on going, I won't stop you. But here are a few things that you need to take note of. First, do not idle at the same spot for more than 10 minutes. Second, do not talk to anyone. Third, if someone calls your name, come back to the neighborhood immediately. Fourth, and this is the most important one, if you find yourself lost, do not trust anything you see. Stay where you are, and I will go get you. Okay. Also, Su Qin took out the shortest table knife from her kitchen and wrapped it inside a doily.
Keep this inside your pocket. Do not touch it directly. Only use it when necessary.
Understood.
The doily was made from human skin. The skin doily isolated the curse inside the knife, so it would not hurt Han Fei that much. When he was all prepared, Han Fei left apartment 1 with Su Qin and came to the neighborhood entrance.
I'll have to make the rest of the journey myself. Remember what I said. Now go ahead.
Pushing open the rusted gate, Han Fei turned back to look. The 2 old apartments stood quite clearly in the dark.
I've played so many games, and this is the first game that makes me wish that I can stay at the first stage forever.
Han Fei eventually took his first step out of the neighborhood. Through the rusted bars, Su Qin waved at him. Her tongue licked at her bright lips, like a chef wondering how to cook this new ingredient. Han Fei rubbed his temples. He knew Su Qin would never harm him. But ever since he stepped out from the neighborhood, various negative thoughts implanted themselves in his mind. I need to calm down and finish this mission as fast as possible. I shan't stay out here for long. Han Fei remembered everything Su Qin said. He planned to use 5 minutes to complete the mission and then rush back into the safety of Happiness neighborhood. The first thing I need to do is to find the bowl placed next to the altar. Han Fei looked around and spotted an aged altar not far from the gates. The altar was draped over with a black cloth, so Han Fei couldn't tell what kind of deity, if any, that it housed. Han Fei suppressed the urge to pull the cloth back. He spotted a china bowl, which was placed before the altar. The bowl was splintered with cracks, but somehow managed to stay in one piece. There was rice inside the bowl, and each grain appeared to have something carved on them. I need to knock against this bowl with each step. Will the bowl shatter from impact? Han Fei carefully picked up the bowl. Before he even took his first step, he heard an old man's voice saying,
Put the bowl back down and return from whence you came.
Turning around, Han Fei saw an old man squatting at the sidewalk in front of Happiness neighborhood. He held a brazier, and a thick stack of paper money sat inside it.
That junction collects energy. You wouldn't believe the kind of creatures that it attracts. If you carry a bowl with rice, you're just asking for the hungry ghosts to come get you.
The old man explained to Han Fei. His tone was filled with kindness and concern.
Listen to this old man. The junction is like a well where energy flows in from all sides. Heed my advice. Put down the bowl, burn some paper money at the altar, apologize to it, and perhaps you'll be forgiven.
Then the old man sneaked out a wrinkled picture from his pocket and placed it inside the brazier. Han Fei was not going to abandon the mission so easily. He took his first step into the street and knocked against the side of the bowl. Hearing the crisp clink, the old man gasped in fright. He hurried over to Han Fei.
What are you doing? Why are you trying to summon them? Do you not want to live anymore?
Han Fei ignored the old man. He had a good impression of the old man until the old man took out the wrinkled picture. In Chinese culture, burning someone's portrait, especially if said person was still alive, was no different from placing a curse on them. Furthermore, Han Fei still remembered the brazier and his own death portrait from the manager mission. In this world, destruction of a person's portrait appeared to have the property of draining them of their life energy. Han Fei saw clearly that the picture the old man took out was someone's portrait. The picture was too aged to tell the captured person's identity. If Han Fei heeded the old man's advice, perhaps the picture would take on Han Fei's resemblance, and he'd perish in flames. Without answering the old man, Han Fei took another step and tapped against the bowl again. Laughter came from the other side of the street. A boy in red walked over holding his little sister's hand.
Big brother, can you walk us home?
The pair of children accosted Han Fei. Han Fei gave them a cold gaze. He grumbled internally. I'm too busy to walk you home at the moment, but in the future, I might help send you to your eternal rest. Ignoring the interruption, Han Fei took another step. The boy took a similar step back and pleaded.
Big brother, my sister and I can't find our way home. Can you help us?
Han Fei turned a deaf ear to the boy's plea. However, he noticed that whenever he took a step forward, the boy and the girl would take a similar step back. Normally, Ghost would be crazily aggressive, but this pair of children appeared to need to stay a fixed distance away from Han Fei. Actually, now that Han Fei thought about it, the old man never got too close to stop him either. Is it because of the bowl? The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt that he was correct. The bowl appears to provide me protection. In that case, I shan't worry too much. Han Fei's most imminent concern was to complete the mission. Now that Han Fei had found a guardian in the bowl, he picked up his speed. He paced rapidly forward, and the bowl ringed with each of his steps.
Big brother, don't go over there, young man. The hungry ghosts are coming.
Han Fei closed his ears to these disturbances. He proceeded with his steps. But after he took his 10th step, he stopped. How come it feels that I'm no closer to the other side? Han Fei looked ahead. There was a splatter of blood on the wall at the opposite side of the street. Han Fei did not move forward, but for some reason, the splash of blood enlarged in his eyes as it took on the frame of a human.
Kid, get back here. This junction is cursed. It's a traffic accident hotspot. In fact, only a few days ago, 2 children were knocked over by a van. The van eventually skidded to a stop at the other side of the street. Big brother, let's go home. Young man, come back while you still can. If you go over there, you won't be able to come back anymore.
The voices crowded his ears. Han Fei resisted the urge to grab the knife and continued his way forward. He was still no closer to reaching his destination, but the sound of the old man and the boy did fade away. The ghosts finally left. Han Fei moved his neck slightly. When he looked back from the corner of his eye, his expression changed. Happiness neighborhood had disappeared. Instead, there was a street that he could not recognize at all. There's really no way back. Han Fei stopped to study his surroundings. The blood stain thickened like the person inside the wall was about to crawl out. I can't idle for more than 10 minutes at a fixed spot, but if I wander aimlessly on my own, I'd move further away from Su Qin. I should have noticed that my senses have been inhabited by some unseen force. Han Fei lifted up his hand. He looked at the landlord's ring, but he could feel nothing from it. Not even a pinprick of chill. Ever since the old man appeared, the ring has been inactive. Looks like I've walked into a trap. Now that Han Fei understood that, he started to scan through his inventory. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything that would help his current situation. Like Su Qin has told me, if I'm lost, do not trust anything I see or hear. The thing I need to do now is to calm down. I just need to wait until Su Qin arrives. With the plan made, Han Fei found his heart easing. He took out one of the landlord's cigarettes. There's no point in panicking. Since I have nothing else to do at the moment, why not take a smoke break? Chapter 121. The 3 cigarettes left behind by the landlord were unique, blood-red items. According to the item description, the 3 cigarettes were placed before the manager's memorial plaque by his 3 children after his death. After some closer examination, Han Fei noticed all 3 cigarettes were curled with Yin energy. He had no idea what would happen if he lit one up. It might cause the Yin energy to infiltrate into his body. It might trigger an event related to the manager, or even summon the landlord's 3 kids.
When I was at the orphanage, the volunteer told me that if I run into supernatural threats, black dog's blood, pee of a virgin, or a cigarette can neutralize it. I wonder if it's true or not. Han Fei only had 3 cigarettes. Holding the bowl with one hand, and the unlit cigarettes in the other, cowering in the night and cold, Han Fei resembled a strange version of the little match girl. He dangled one cigarette in his lips and took out the lighter he sought from room 1044's kitchen. He started a countdown in his mind. There was no one around him. The street and the stores were quiet. He waited for a full 8 minutes, and there was still no sign of Su Qin. Even the blood stain on the wall had already disappeared. Finally, the landlord's ring started to chill. Han Fei looked around with alertness. When his head turned downwards, he noticed there was a pool of blood on the ground. It moved. The blood stain was like a mobile person crawling on the ground. Whenever Han Fei turned away and went back to it, it appeared closer to Han Fei. When it reached the 9th minute mark, the blood stain was already resting before Han Fei's feet. Theoretically speaking, I have all the reasons to fear it, but that won't change anything for me. It won't let me go because of it. A lick of flame appeared in the night. Han Fei lit the cigarette. A trail of Yin energy appeared as the cigarette burned. Han Fei felt a sense of déjà vu. The talisman given to him by Meng Si contained other people's Yin energy too. Each cigarette is as powerful as a talisman? No, wait. The Yin energy contained within the cigarette is much more powerful than the one inside Meng Si's talisman. They're not even on the same level. The cigarette smoke distorted the scene around Han Fei. The Yin energy was still pooling. The landlord's kids are so powerful. Just a cigarette can relay such intense Yin energy. Han Fei believed the Yin energy would dissipate once the cigarette stopped burning, so he needed to move fast. The smoke unspooled around Han Fei. While the cigarette was still burning, Han Fei was protected from outer threats. The cigarette smoke was meant for Han Fei's protection, but the man had his own way of using it. He studied the blood stain which had stopped moving, and the edge of his lips curled.
Why did you stop?
The sound of the burning cigarette calmed Han Fei. With the cigarette dangled on his lips, Han Fei stepped on the head of the blood stain. A cold draft blew, but it did nothing to lighten the cigarette smoke around Han Fei. Han Fei stared at the blood under his feet and growled. You wanted to reach me, didn't you? Well, here I am.
Han Fei blew a smoke ring at the stain. The human-shaped stain did not anticipate this. Even though he was exposed to such great humiliation, he did not dare to make any drastic move. The cigarette had already burned halfway. Han Fei knew the protection would disappear once the cigarette finished burning, but the enemy did not know that.
You better show yourself before this cigarette stops burning. The threat was real. Oppressed by the overwhelming Yin energy, the blood stain started to hesitate. Before it could make its move, Han Fei already did. 2 seconds after he made his threat, Han Fei placed the cigarette between his left fingers and extended his left hand to the ground. The power level between them was so terrifyingly at odds that the blood stain did not even try to resist. Through the usage of soul-depth touch, as Han Fei's hand came into contact with the blood stain, the pool rippled. Then Han Fei found himself holding a broken human head. Resentment, pain, madness, but also anxiety and fear. Han Fei sensed many emotions from the blood stain. It was in fear. Putting the cigarette back into his mouth, Han Fei gripped the human head by its hair and yanked it out from the pool. The human head was disfigured from a car accident. Its facial feature was mangled beyond recognition. However, holding the bizarre thing, Han Fei's eyes glowed with excitement and joy.
You like to make people lose their way home, but you're the one who is really lost.
Licking at his lips, Han Fei's expression was chilling. It's about time someone leads you home, so why don't you come with me? We shall be family from now on.
At the beginning, the bloodstain was confused by what Han Fei said, but when it heard Han Fei wanted to be its family, it knew something was wrong.
Our home is somewhere without pain and despair. It's for family only.
The cigarette had almost reached its end, and the Yin energy was at its thickest.
Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. We'll soon be family.
A deep cruelty hid behind Han Fei's smile. His finger tickled the head's smashed chin. His eyes softened with kindness. Han Fei turned towards his menu and used resurrection on the blood stain. The night was torn apart as the gates of hell opened. The menu leaked with blood before it shattered. The sea of human faces gushed forward. An endless sea of blood appeared behind Han Fei. The human stain appeared to have sensed something. When it looked behind Han Fei, its deformed face almost cracked from sheer fear. It fractured the chin which Han Fei was holding and slipped away. At the same time, the environment around Han Fei changed. The cigarette dropped to the ground, and the robotic system echoed in his mind.
Failure to locate any wandering soul. Resurrection failed.
Ignoring the system notification, Han Fei turned back to look. The way back had returned. Su Qin stood in the shadows of the happiness neighborhood. It feels like 10 minutes have passed, but perhaps in reality, it was much shorter. The bloodstain has sensory deprivation ability. It'll be a strong ally. I should be on the lookout for it. The human-shaped pool had disappeared, but Han Fei noticed his hands were still stained somewhat. The thing appeared to have abandoned half of its face just to escape. The blood on his hands was soon consumed by the ghost tattoo. Han Fei did not waste any more time and continued with his mission. The human-shaped stain was the strongest ghost at the junction, but now that it had disappeared, other entities turned their focus onto Han Fei. When the cat is gone, the mice come out to play. Just crossing the street can get so dangerous, it's really not easy to survive in this city. Clearing his mind, Han Fei focused on his mission. He avoided several wandering ghosts and sidestepped some rudimentary traps before he reached the other side of the street.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade G main mission, Four-Way Junction. Obtained 1 free skill points. Obtained item reward, the Groom's Boutonniere. The Groom's Boutonniere, Grade G blood red item. It was supposed to be the happiest day of his life, but when he passed this junction, his car was crashed into by a speeding van. Since that day, he wandered around the junction, waiting for his missing bride. Unable to enjoy his own bliss, he envied it on others.
Chapter 122. Han Fei sighed in relief after he completed the mission, but the expression on his face was still as unapproachable as ever. He radiated tension and danger. The ghost of a smile hung on his face. His bloodshot eyes filled with non-human emotions. It was as if he was daring the ghosts to come attack him. One could easily imagine he was thinking about how to perfectly dismember a body, how to make a ghost toy, and how to torment the wandering souls. In reality, though, none of these thoughts were close to what was really in Han Fei's mind. His heart pounded heavily. As he adjusted the micro-expression on his face, he planned his escape route. He missed the sense of security he had around Su Qin. He wished desperately to return back to the happiness neighborhood. After this, he'd log off, order a supper, and a six-pack to celebrate his survival through another day. After using resurrection, Han Fei was incredibly drained. He dragged his tired body to the opposite end of the street while making it look like he was moving slowly on purpose. The blood stain on the wall lightened. The ghost who could use sensory deprivation had gone into hiding. It was worth noting that there were some stores located at this side of the street. Their interior was dark. Han Fei did not notice how good their businesses were earlier because the customers had blended in perfectly into the darkness. The customers now peered greedily at Han Fei. Knowing how the human-stained blood's interaction with Han Fei ended, they controlled themselves and did not pounce on Han Fei. Han Fei's perfect acting had worked in warding them off as well. It's time to leave. Han Fei could log off now, but he felt like it would be much safer to do that back inside the happiness neighborhood. He turned around and saw Su Qin gesture wildly at him. She seemed to tell him to go hide. In less than 1 second, a sense of abandonment and loneliness descended upon Han Fei. The ghosts who were peering at him earlier had all disappeared. The 10 minutes are up. Something dangerous is probably coming. A strange song came from one end of the street. There was no other person on the road, and it was too late for Han Fei to run back to the happiness neighborhood. He did not want to attract the unknown threat into the neighborhood. Without any hesitation, Han Fei ran into the closest store. After Han Fei made his move, Su Qin also fluttered away. The street became so quiet that the song was made that much more pronounced. Han Fei had no idea what the song meant. He only knew that just as the song rang out, all the ghosts disappeared and the place became deserted. Hiding under a display window, Han Fei did not dare to move. He closed his hand over his mouth to silence his breathing. The song slowly approached. Han Fei could not tell what the thing was singing. He did not move a muscle. He merely prayed that the thing would leave soon. When the song moved past his hiding spot, Han Fei held his breath. He looked up through the window. The song had wandered off to the four-way junction. It was probably attracted there by Han Fei's cigarette because the song had stopped around the junction. The song echoed down the 4 roads. The song was laced with the sound of laughing and sobbing. It started to move again, and it came closer to the store where Han Fei was hiding. Han Fei swore the singer was coming towards him. The landlord's ring radiated an intense chill. As the song neared, an unprecedented frost crawled from his finger and then coursed through his body. The singer was much scarier than anything Han Fei had encountered so far. A clink came from Han Fei's hand. He widened his eyes as he turned to his ring finger. There was a crack on the landlord's ring. This is bad. The singing stopped, and then the glass window shattered. A blood-curdling wail erupted above Han Fei. Blood leaked out from his ears. The shriek dulled his brain, and his life point almost plummeted to 0. With the last remaining shred of consciousness, Han Fei pulled up the menu and chose to exit. The curtain of blood fell, and the world was dyed red. When everything froze and Han Fei's consciousness started to waver, something absolutely horrifying happened. From the city frozen in red, a pair of arms reached out to grab at Han Fei. His eyes burst open, and Han Fei quickly yanked the gaming helmet off. He gasped hungrily for air as his heart raced.
What the hell was that? It could still attack me while I was exiting the game?
Han Fei could not imagine what would have happened if he was grabbed by the hands. Perhaps his mind would be trapped in some twilight zone, treated as a collection by the singer. His back was soaked. Han Fei gripped the back of his chair tightly.
I was too careless. The ease from the past few days had lowered my guard. I should have known that Happiness Neighborhood was just the beginning. It was technically the first stage. Surviving it was nothing to be proud of.
All this time, Han Fei treated his ability to log off the game as his trump card, but he was just given a harsh lesson that it was not the case.
The things in the cryptic world have gotten so strong that they can violate the game rules.
Han Fei thought back to the choice the previous manager told him to make.
Cryptic world is not only filled with despair and pain, but also pure madness.
Just a shout from the singer dropped Han Fei's life points down to almost zero. He had no idea how he was going to deal with this threat.
The darkest and most malevolent things in humanity have been percolating in the cryptic world. I shouldn't be surprised to find such powerful sin there.
Han Fei turned to study the gaming helmet that landed on the table. Then he took out his phone to examine that strange picture.
At the time, I was the only one at home. Until now, I have no idea who is behind this. But if tonight is any indication, can this be the doing of something from inside the cryptic world? Something that has crawled out through the helmet into the real world?
Han Fei's fingers cracked noisily. The gaming helmet sitting on the table took on the appearance of a human head, a head which was looking at him with gentle eyes. His body was extremely tired, but sleep refused to come. The next time he went online, he'd return to that store. There was no way of telling whether the singer would have left by then or not.
Oh well, there's no reason to worry about things I can't control. I should count my lucky stars that I managed to survive until now.
Han Fei told himself, but even so sleep was elusive. Whenever he closed his eyes, he'd feel his eardrums trembling from the phantom wail. Sunlight filtered into the room. Han Fei, who slept not for a whit, crawled up from bed and entered the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror and put on a smile. The smile spoke of joy and kindness, but Han Fei knew the truth. Because no matter how good his acting got, the only person he'd never fool was himself. After a quick shower, Han Fei hurried to set and threw himself into work. He personally enjoyed being in front of the camera because in the movie, he could shed his skin and be someone else. Those were the moments where he could clear his mind of his own problems. The shooting was reaching its end. The earlier part of the script was mostly left unchanged. The biggest change was having Ah Cheng's part cut out. The latter half was mainly Han Fei's solo show. While the topic was still on Han Fei, the company began its promotion. Seeing the reaction from the public, there was literally no chance for this movie to fail. While most online movie platforms' rankings were filled with romance and comedy, the horror-themed movie, Twin Flowers, sneakily found its way up to the list for the public's most anticipated movie. Han Fei packed up and left when the shot was over. He decided to go for a feast because it might be his last. Then he returned home. If he came online and the singer was still there, Han Fei'd be dead. He could only pray that the thing had already left. Han Fei set the alarm and tried to take a quick 40 wink. When midnight came, he put on the helmet after a brief hesitation. The world before his eyes turned red. He felt bathed by a shower of blood. It soaked into every inch of his skin.
Welcome to perfect life.
Han Fei waited for 2 seconds before he opened his eyes after the system gave its welcome notification. The display window was gone. Glass shards littered the ground, and the street before him was empty. It's gone? I'm safe. His heart dropped back to its place. Han Fei crumbled to the floor. Opening the menu, Han Fei noted he only had 3 life points left, and he felt incredibly sluggish. The thing really left? But how come it feels like things have not returned to normal? Han Fei's hands touched the ground, and he instantly pulled them back because he felt not the solidness of the ground but something else. He turned to look and his eyes narrowed. The singer had eviscerated 3 stores worth of individuals because it failed to find Han Fei. Instead of killing the ghosts inside the stores, the singer grounded up their bodies, mixed it with a curse, and spread it on the ground. On a cursory look, the store seemed to be layered with mold and dust, but the layer was actually a mixture of blood and flesh. The ghosts were stripped of a chance at final peace, but instead they were sealed into the ground, living out in eternal pain and despair. That thing sure is cruel. Han Fei took out Su Qin's knife. Wrapping the doily around the hilt, he stabbed the ghosts inside the stores. He did this out of kindness. An eternity of torment was too much even for the greatest sinner. Plus, they were in this unenviable state, technically thanks to Han Fei. However, to Han Fei's pleasant surprise, after he killed the few ghosts, his EXP increased by quite a bit. I've used the knife to kill several non-locals in the past, but I did not get any EXP. Only killing ghosts can bring me EXP? Or is it because I've helped them seek release? After dealing with all the cursed ghosts, Han Fei exited the store. He wanted to return to the happiness neighborhood, but on the other side of the street, the old man glared at him viciously through the brazier. With the state I'm in, he'd kill me easily. There were two methods to recover life points, to rest or to eat. After giving it some thoughts, Han Fei turned his head towards the convenience store down the junction. The whole street was dark, but a dim light emitted from the easily overlooked convenience store. The convenience store is not far from where I am, but the singer spared it from its wrath. Was it due to pure luck, or the convenience store had its own secrets? Han Fei couldn't be too careless since he only had 3 life points left. He decided to stay inside the cursed store for now. He'd recover his stamina first before he figured out what to do. Chapter 123. Everyone on the street knew what the song represented, so no one dared to come close to the shop destroyed by it. This worked in Han Fei's favor, because temporarily he did not need to worry about being ambushed. Hiding under the window counter, Han Fei glanced towards Happiness Neighborhood. The rusted iron gates were shut and silence dominated the neighborhood like it had been deserted. The black cloth draped over the altar by the gates was missing a large chunk. The bowl that Han Fei grabbed earlier had been replaced to its original spot. The altar appears to be protecting the neighborhood. Weifu mentioned that Little 8 cannot leave the Happiness Neighborhood. Is it because of the altar and its protective property? Perhaps the altar can eclipse Little 8's presence from whoever that's looking for her. The broken altar looked unassuming and did not give off any energy, but Han Fei felt comforted by its presence. The singer might return. I shan't stay to find out. I need to return home as soon as possible. Han Fei still could not leave the game, so he needed to be cautious. If he was captured and killed, then he'd be trapped inside the game forever. When his life points raised up to 10 points, Han Fei climbed up from the ground. Just as he did, he saw a human face staring at him from outside the broken window. It's the old man. The wrinkled face reached through the broken window. The venom was clear in his eyes.
Find another place to hide. This place is very dangerous. You just killed its prisoners. It will come for you soon.
The old man made it sound like he cared about Han Fei, but the latter knew the old man was not doing that out of kindness. He ignored the old man and thought about how to extricate himself from this situation.
You should come with me. You can hide at my place. My home is just nearby. It's not a long walk.
The old man offered kindly. His wrinkles trembled as he reached his hands through the window frame.
It's coming. I can feel it. You have to follow me now. I'll give you a sanctuary.
Han Fei knew he would not shake the old man loose that easily. He reached his hand into his pocket and curled his fingers around Su Qin's knife. My current level is still too low. The only way I can escape is through the element of surprise. His eyes followed the movement of the old man's hands. As the twig-like hands were about to reach Han Fei, the latter jumped to the side and kicked down the store's front door. He raced outwards. His initial plan was to race past the old man and cross the street back to the Happiness Neighborhood. But once he exited the store, Han Fei saw 2 children sitting on the roadside. When they heard Han Fei's footsteps, they turned to look at him. The expected innocence was not on their faces. Instead, there was a pair of creepy smiles. Bang! Han Fei halted from shock. In that moment, a flower pot filled with soil and dead worms crashed before Han Fei. If he did not stop earlier, the pot would have fallen right on his head. He glanced upwards and saw a rotund woman hugging an armload of flower pots at the 3rd floor of the store building. She was smiling eerily down at him. She loosened her embrace, and another pot came flying down at Han Fei. Han Fei moved to evade it. At the same time, The old man and the pair of siblings pounced at Han Fei. Han Fei had no choice but to run away from them, and thus away from the happiness neighborhood. Without the human-shaped stain in the way, the children revealed their true nature. Their bodies started to bleed as they morphed back to their state of death.
Big brother, big brother. Bloody tiny footsteps surfaced closer and closer to Han Fei. Han Fei knew he'd be caught up by them if he did not do something, so with a grit of his teeth, he turned into the convenience store next to him and pulled the door closed. It was too dangerous for him to hesitate. After the siblings and the old man saw Han Fei enter the convenience store, their expressions took on a strange hue. It was as if their chicken had flown the coop and they could not have it back anymore. Han Fei, who was a master of micro-expression, naturally noticed it. It unsettled him somewhat. The system had given him a mission regarding the convenience store, so he'd come here sooner or later. With his back to the door, Han Fei looked around. Compared to a chain convenience store like 7-Eleven, the place was more like a mini-market. The racks held various snacks, drinks, everyday needs, and even some second-hand small electrical appliances. Still holding onto the knife in his pocket, Han Fei stood at the door. He decided to stay there as long as he could while he carefully studied the interior of the shop. The clock on the wall ticked. A person's mumbling could be heard coming from an indeterminate corner. The male voice sounded like it was saying something on repeat, as if chanting a mantra. Han Fei did not venture towards it. He stayed near the door, uttering not a word. After the siblings and the old man left, Han Fei reached for the front door. He wanted to race back to the neighborhood, but he realized with consternation that the previously unlocked door was now locked.
"What can I get you?"
A voice choked with tears sang out behind Han Fei. It caused the young man to jump. He turned and saw a young man in a store uniform standing behind him. The young man was incredibly thin, his lips were cracked, and one of his eyes was blinded.
"What can I get you?"
"What do you have on sale?"
Since Han Fei could not leave, he decided to converse with the store worker to see if he could get any valuable information from him.
"What can I get you?"
The worker repeated as his remaining eye bulged out from its socket. That seemed to be the only thing he knew how to say. Han Fei turned to the racks. There were many things on sale, but there was no price tag. In other words, the shopper had no idea what kind of price they'd pay for the items they wanted to get. Looks like I shouldn't expect any normal sale transaction here. When Han Fei turned his face back from the racks, the store worker's face was practically leaning towards his.
"What can I get you?"
The question echoed out from the young man's stick-like figure. If he took another step, he'd walk right into Han Fei.
"I'm not here to buy anything."
Han Fei could feel the negative energy coming from the young man. He took an involuntary step back.
"I'm here to look for a job. Do you have any vacancy?"
Pulling up the mission interface, Han Fei accepted the other main mission.
Notification for player 0000. You've accepted grade G main mission, convenience store worker. Mission requirement. There is a secret hidden at this convenience store. As a temp worker working the graveyard shift at Yiming convenience store, survive through the night.
Chapter 124.
The job can give more meaning to my life and provide an outlet for my creative energy. It will also allow me to come into contact with more people and events, giving me more societal experience. Overall, it will be a valuable investment in myself.
At midnight, in the corner of the dark city, Han Fei stood inside the dim convenience store and attended a job interview with an impossibly lanky young man.
"Please give me the job."
The two looked at each other for more than a minute. As if someone had snapped his consciousness into being, the young man's only eye rejuvenated with spirit. The murky iris moved in his head. Instead of repeating the same question like before, he uttered the following in unusual coherence.
"I do not own this place. If you wish to work here, you need to earn its approval. Follow me."
The single-eyed worker walked down the racks and led Han Fei deeper into the store. He opened a door and signaled for Han Fei to enter it. The room was gloomy. Han Fei forced himself to go into it despite his unwillingness. The room turned out to be the store's warehouse. It was stocked with many things. The only light source was a burning candle. Han Fei noticed that the worker was more like a marionette. Most of the time, he had no volition of his own. He walked in a very disjointed manner, like his body was held up by invisible strings.
"It is inside there. If you can find it, It means that you can stay.
The single eye pulsed inside the man's head. It looked quite scary.
The candle won't burn forever. You better hurry.
Then he turned and left Han Fei alone inside the warehouse. He left just like that? He's not even going to stay to watch over me. The warehouse was filled with items. Han Fei did not even know what he was supposed to look for. The real boss of this place did not appear to be a person but an object. Based on the worker's hint, I'm supposed to find it before the candle burns out. For the natives of the cryptic world, finding something, especially without a clue, would be impossible. However, it was different for Han Fei. He was a player. He could use the system to identify useful objects. Han Fei first reached for the candlestick.
A white candle used in memorial of past loved ones.
The system introduction was direct. The candle contained Yin energy. It was a unique object, but not what Han Fei was looking for. Han Fei proceeded to touch everything in the room. As time passed, the light dimmed as the candle slowly died out. The landlord's ring also grew colder. Han Fei felt unsettled. After some rummaging, Han Fei realized the convenience store offered convenience merely to the dead. The stock inside the warehouse was mostly paper objects normally burned for the dead. The situation was horrifying, but considering the nature of perfect life, Han Fei eventually found things to be quite typical. Holding the candle, Han Fei came to the last row of the warehouse. The shelf was lined with paper dolls. Standing before the shelf, Han Fei felt many eyes on him. He swallowed and reached out to touch the paper dolls. As his fingers brushed past the dolls, Han Fei frowned. They did not appear to be normal dolls. Each of the dolls had its own different body temperatures, as if they carried different souls. The candle flickered in the dark. Just as the light was about to be extinguished, Han Fei's fingertip came across something that he had not felt before. Han Fei stopped moving and turned to see what he had touched. The moment he raised his eyes, the candlelight went out. This whole shelf should be lined with paper dolls, but this particular one did not have that papery touch like the others. If anything, it had the suppleness and warmth of human skin. A jolt of pain came from his wrist. Before Han Fei could react, the light returned. A new white candle rematerialized on the candlestick. This time Han Fei managed to see the candle in its entirety. The candle body was carved with a pained ghost face. The candle was made from wandering souls. Suddenly the warehouse door opened. The single-eyed worker stood teetering at the frame. He shuffled towards Han Fei.
It has agreed for you to stay.
Han Fei felt the young man was more like a messenger. He had no mind of its own.
Come, I'll show you around the shop.
The worker's voice was devoid of emotion. He led Han Fei around the warehouse and showed Han Fei where each item was stocked.
You need to remember where these stocks are placed. If the merchandise outside is sold out, you need to restock them. If there's a stock delivery, you'll need to accept them and arrange them here. Stock delivery? We'll get stock delivery here? Everyone that walks into the shop is our customer and our product.
The worker paused for a long time before he added.
Most of the time, they are customers. Understood.
Han Fei nodded.
You'll have to handle the cleanliness inside the shop as well. Most of our customers are messy shoppers, so you need to ensure that the shop is spick and span, at least on the surface, so that the customers would be more willing to buy.
The worker pointed at the label on the warehouse shelves.
None of our products are priced, but they have their own hidden pricing. What do you mean by that? Simply put, our customers can be separated into 7 different kinds. Our most common customers are the animated regrets. Their body parts are not that valuable no matter how deep the regret in their hearts is. They range from animated slight regret, animated deep regret, animated extreme regret. The worker was explaining to Han Fei the basic business knowledge, but in Han Fei's ears, he was basically delineating the strength of the ghosts in this world. A more valuable customer is the lingering spirit. These lingering spirits normally appear no different from animated regret. They retain a human appearance. But when they run into danger, they'll reveal their true form and turn into various monsters. The value of lingering spirit is related to their size. We order them accordingly as small lingering spirit, medium lingering spirit, and large lingering spirit.
What the worker said reminded Han Fei of Little 8. Normally Little 8 appeared like a harmless little girl, but when she pieced together with the other victims, she'd morph into a large red specter.
Lingering spirits are very dangerous, but also extremely rare. If you run into small and medium lingering spirits, you can try negotiating with them. If you run into a large lingering spirit, do everything you can to lure it into the warehouse. Senior, didn't you say there are 7 types of customers? So far, you've only mentioned 6 types. Extremely small number of lingering spirits may evolve into pure hatred. If you run into those, and somehow manage to survive, you need to go into the warehouse to find it. It will tell you what to do.
The pricing of the items at this shop was very strange. All the items were priced according to the customer's body parts. For example, the candy near the door, one of them equaled 1 eyeball of an animated regret, while each of the paper dolls deep inside the warehouse would cost the head of a small lingering spirit. With such gory pricing, it was little wonder that they were not listed out at the storefront. After introducing the pricing and the items on sale, the worker did an impromptu test with Han Fei. To his surprise, Han Fei answered it perfectly. With just a glance, Han Fei had memorized the pricing and the location of all the merchandise.
Senior, I believe I heard someone singing yesterday night. Was that a pure hatred? Han Fei began, but before he could finish, he was glared by the young man. This was the first time Han Fei detected emotion from him.
We do not serve any customer beyond pure hatred. If you do not wish to die, then you'd never raise that issue ever again.
The worker then reverted to his insipid self as he continued to teach Han Fei how to use the tools available at the shop. Then he led Han Fei into the staff break room.
This is where we change shifts. The pictures on the wall belong to our former colleagues.
Han Fei lifted his head to look, and he saw portraits of individuals which had been drawn out with red markers filling up the wall.
Look over here.
When Han Fei turned around, the worker already raised a camera to snap a picture of Han Fei. A picture soon rolled out from the digital camera.
Your picture will be placed up there too.
Holding Han Fei's picture, the worker's face colored with a rare expression.
What's wrong?
How come you don't show on the picture?
The worker handed the picture to Han Fei. The picture was empty. Han Fei was confused too. Is it because the camera can only capture ghosts? He glanced at the camera. An eyeball was screwed at the spot where the camera lens should be.
Perhaps it was warming up earlier. How about you give it another try?
Han Fei activated his ghost tattoo and had the poor soul from the 8th floor landing spread all over his body. The worker snapped the picture again, and this time a shadow did appear on the picture. However, the face was still blurred, and the body size did not match Han Fei either.
This'll do.
The worker pulled out a paper doll the size of a palm out from the drawer. Then he pinned the doll along with Han Fei's picture on the wall.
If there's any loss in the shop while you're on duty, you're responsible to pay for it. Other than that, there are no rules. I'm planning to do this as a temp. How can I leave should I decide to quit?
Han Fei summoned the courage to ask.
Quit.
The single eye pulsed dangerously. Black threads snaked out from the worker's body. They pierced into his bloodstream and heart. His face grimaced with pain. He doubled over and started to vomit. Shredded paper coughed out from his throat. After a long time, the worker finally returned to normal. His mind was dazed. His single eye looked around blurrily.
What did you ask me earlier? Nothing. I just said I will work hard so that our boss can reach financial freedom as soon as possible.
Chapter 125. The single-eyed worker did not respond to Han Fei's latest statement. Han Fei's image was reflected in his eye. For some reason, the young man felt things were going to get a lot less peaceful around here.
Once your picture is on the wall, you're an official worker here. Now I will bring you to a place exclusive to the workers.
With a few more coughs, the worker led Han Fei into a room next to the warehouse. There were 2 doors inside this room. One of them was connected to the warehouse, and the other reeked horribly.
We're in the garbage disposal room. The door on the left leads to the warehouse, and the right leads to the back alley.
The worker strode towards the door with the horrible smell and pushed it open with some force. It opened to a dark alley about 10 meters long. There were 3 large trash cans placed adjacent to each other in the alley. The stench emitted from the cans.
You have to clear up the racks every day and toss the expired merchandise into the trash cans. What if the cans are full?
Han Fei glanced outside. One of the cans was filled with the convenience store's uniforms. Most of the uniforms were shredded and bloody. It was not hard to imagine their owners had had a horrifying death.
That is not something you should worry about.
The worker signaled for Han Fei to come out into the alley with him.
We also need to maintain the cleanliness of the back alley. There are many rats out here, so be careful when you clean up. Understood.
Han Fei glanced down the dark alley. When he saw the building at the end, he startled slightly. The end of the alley was connected to the main road, and opposite the road was a dilapidated school. The sign for the school had faded away, and Han Fei barely made out the name Yiming Private Academy. So the convenience store provides a shortcut to the school. According to the previous manager's map, Han Fei would have to take many turns on the main street to go from Happiness Neighborhood to Yiming Private Academy. There was no telling what kind of danger one might run into. Thus it came as a pleasant surprise to Han Fei to have found out this shortcut. The Happiness Neighborhood, Yiming Convenience Store, and Yiming Private Academy are closely connected to each other. If in the future, I am to become the headmaster or the convenience store owner. Han Fei was dreaming ahead when the bell at the storefront rang. The single-eyed young man immediately led Han Fei back into the store. There was no one inside the empty store, but the temperature appeared to have dropped.
There's a new set of uniforms in the break room. Go and change. I'll serve this customer.
The worker said plainly.
There's a customer?
Han Fei glanced around the deserted storefront. In any case, he hurried into the break room to change so that he would not miss out on this opportunity to learn from his senior. However, when Han Fei came out, the temperature had already returned to normal, and the single-eyed young man was kneeling on the ground, wiping away a puddle of black blood.
Has the customer left? No.
After cleaning up the puddle, the worker entered the trash disposal room. Han Fei walked to the spot his senior just deserted and noticed there was a new white candle on the rack. This is not a shop, but a trap. Only by ensuring customer satisfaction that they'd return. Who'd come if you go after your customers like this? No wonder the business here is so horrible. Han Fei was an actor. After he put on the uniform, he looked even more like a worker than the single-eyed young man. The cans in the back alley are stuffed with the store's uniforms, and dead pictures of former workers are pasted on the wall. Looks like this is a high-risk career. Han Fei sauntered over to the front door. The current boss is not business-minded at all. I don't see a bright future with him. If anything, I might lose my life if I continue to work for him. I need to find myself a way out before the whole ship sinks and carries me down with it. Han Fei's hand landed on the front door. After he was an official employee, the door gave with a slight push. However, the ghost tattoo on his body started to tremble and struggle like it was scalded. I do not feel anything, but the ghost inside the tattoo is clearly in plenty of pain. Looks like the working contract has been signed with the ghost tattoo and not me. Several plans immediately appeared in Han Fei's mind. When a ghost enters the store, the bell will ring. But when I opened the door earlier, it did not. Everything inside this convenience store appears to serve the dead. Then again, that's perfectly normal considering we're in a world of the dead. No one would have expected a living person to come work at a ghost convenience store anyway. Han Fei took a step back. Once he moved away from the door, the struggle of the ghost tattoo stopped. The contract is signed with the ghost tattoo, so no matter what I do, it'll be the tattoo who will pay the price. His eyes scanned the store greedily. A brave plan popped up in his mind. Should I make use of this opportunity to take all the valuable merchandise with me? A ghost tattoo to trade for a whole lot of items. No matter how you look at it, it'll be a positive outcome for me. Thankfully, the ghost inside the tattoo was unable to read Han Fei's mind, or else it might have torn itself right out of Han Fei's skin. But if I do that, it'll sever any good relationship I might have with the current boss. Even though I have not met the boss, we might end up as business partners in the future. It's easier to make enemies than friends. My plan is to make a systemized community out of the apartments, stores, and the school. The convenience boss store might be a great ally for it has heft over the other store owners. From the fact that it was spared from the singer's destruction, it was clearly the strongest among all the store owners. With that in mind, Han Fei decided to work obediently at the store at least until he completed the main mission. One must always take the future into consideration. Han Fei stood near the door and noticed the old man with the paper money wandering outside the shop. He seemed to be still hung up on Han Fei, but he was too afraid to come in. This old man is going to be a hindrance. I'll have to deal with him as soon as possible. Han Fei turned to glance behind him. The single-eyed worker had not returned. Han Fei sought his way to the door and pretended like he was going to make his escape. Han Fei manifested the hesitation, fear, and struggle clearly on his face. Falling for Han Fei's performance, the old man quietly slunk over. As if worried of attracting other people's attention to Han Fei, he whispered,
This convenience store is very dangerous. It's still not too soon for you to come with me.
The old man hissed concernedly.
I'm risking the anger of the store owner to come warn you. Believe me, step out of the shop and you'll be safe.
Conflict was evident in Han Fei's eyes. His teeth grinded together as he teetered at the edge of the front door.
You still have the choice now. In a while longer, you won't be able to escape anymore. Follow me, and I'll bring you somewhere safe.
The old man persuaded. He could see Han Fei being convinced by his words. With his hand on the door, veins bulged on the back of his hand. Han Fei's teeth gritted so hard together, his gum almost bled. His eyes focused on the opposite street, and his jaw set with a decision. He pulled the front door open. Just as Han Fei was about to step out, the ghost tattoo pleaded with mercy. The ghost trapped inside the tattoo had no idea what was happening. He assumed Han Fei was torturing him on purpose.
I can't leave. My skin is being torn off.
Han Fei shouted harrowingly, almost as real as the ones issued by the ghost tattoo.
Grab my hand.
The old man actively reached out for Han Fei. A sinister smile lit up his face. His wrinkled face looked anticipatorily at Han Fei. But to his minor concern, despite the shrill shouts, Han Fei's face carried a sinister smile as well. Han Fei activated Soul Depth Touch. With 10 points in stamina, the old man lurched forward from a massive pulling force. Han Fei yanked him into the shop before the old man could even react. The bell above the door tingled. The single-eyed man materialized beside Han Fei. Han Fei and the young man sandwiched the old man between them. The two drawn faces lit up with a brilliant smile as they uttered in unison.
What can I get you?
Chapter 126.
Regret. There was nothing but regret in the old man's heart. He had to admit he had greatly underestimated Han Fei, the complexity and repugnance made possible by human nature.
I'm not here to shop.
The old man astutely did not resist. He took a step back, but Han Fei held onto his arm like a vice. As if rehearsed, the two workers had their faces darkened and repeated once more. What can I get you? I just want to go home.
Now both of the old man's arms were held by the workers, one on each side. He was pulled into the shop.
What can I get you?
Even though the employees still repeated the same questions, the murderous intent in their words thickened. The old man looked at Han Fei and the single-eyed young man pleadingly. Eventually, he was ushered to the counter.
I'll just get one candy.
The old man's voice trembled. He lived right outside on the street, so he was very familiar with the working of this shop.
We're doing a promotion now. Buy 3 candies and you can get 1 extra for free.
Han Fei said with a professional smile. He was truly the perfect worker.
I'd suggest you go for the promotion. But the old man blanched as he gripped the single candy tightly.
I do not have that many eyes.
The old man was familiar with the hidden pricing of the convenience store. He was already prepared to sacrifice an eye.
Just ring up the merchandise.
The single-eyed worker nodded. He took out a very small paper doll from his pocket and had the old man swallow it. A few seconds after the old man did, his body doubled over. He grabbed his neck in pain. He opened his mouth wide and tried to shove his hand into his throat to hook out the paper doll, but the doll had gone further down into his body. There was a barely discernible laughter coming from his stomach. In that impossible pose, the energy around the old man disintegrated until what was left of him was a puddle of smelly black blood. The single-eyed worker knelt to pick out the paper doll from the puddle. The doll was holding a new candy, and the smile on its face became more realistic.
Senior, isn't the price of a single candy equal to his 1 eyeball?
Han Fei only wanted to incapacitate the old man. He didn't expect his colleague to go for the kill.
The pricing only comes into play when the other party is able to negotiate.
The single-eyed worker carefully placed the paper doll back into his pocket. Then he grabbed the tools from the trash disposal room and started to clean up. As he studied his colleague, Han Fei realized his senior was a rather reliable person. The old man did not resist at all before him. Could it be that the single-eyed worker is a very powerful ghost? Han Fei's interest in the young man was piqued. He went over and volunteered to help. He focused on the cleaning. With him around, the mission shouldn't be too hard tonight. Before they could even finish cleaning, a strange noise came from the back alley. It sounded like something was rummaging through the trash cans. When the sound came, The single-eyed worker grimaced from a headache again. His remaining eye pulsed like it could drop out at any moment. He mumbled incoherent things. He knelt to the ground and covered his ears.
Are you all right?
The rats are here again. Eventually I'll kill them all. Yes, kill them all. Regardless, the young man did not move. He remained on the ground and chanted madly. When the single-eyed man was conscious, he acted like a normal person, but when he was agitated, he'd turn intense and mad. Han Fei did not dare to venture too close to him either. Instead, he picked up the cleaning tools and turned to head towards the garbage disposal room. When I mentioned the possibility of quitting, the man already experienced one episode. The word appeared to have triggered the curse the boss placed on him. Now when he heard the noises from the back alley, he was triggered again. Why is that? What could be out there that might trigger him? The curse was placed on the employees to make them stay in line. Since the sound from the back alley triggered the single-eyed young man, there was a high possibility that there was something back there that could shake the man's loyalty to the boss. Han Fei put away the tools and pulled the back door open. Han Fei looked into the alley. Everything was normal except a rubber ball that slowly rolled towards him. A rubber ball? It's too small to hide anything. It should be a normal ball. He slowly bent over to reach for the ball. His hand touched it, but the system did not react. Only then he picked up the ball.
My colleague said there are rats out here, but would rats play with rubber balls?
He held the ball and exited the door. The ghost tattoo screamed again. But to further his investigation, Han Fei had no choice but to let the ghost suffer a while longer. The trash bins have indeed been rummaged through, but there are no clear claw or bite marks. When Han Fei reached the space between the first and second trash cans, he stopped. There was a boy about 5 cowering there. When he saw Han Fei in the convenience store uniform, his small face paled. His eyes watered, but he did not dare to make any sound. He bit on his small hands as tears flowed down his cheeks. He huddled deeper into the shadow. Honestly, Han Fei felt afraid as well. After all, he still could not leave the game. If this was a trap, he'd be dead. After some hesitation, Han Fei was the first to make contact. He placed the rubber ball on the ground and rolled it over to the boy.
Is this yours?
The boy hugged the ball and eventually nodded. He bit on his lips as if he'd cry the moment his mouth opened.
Do you live around here? Where are your parents?
Han Fei asked, but he got no answer. Eventually, he sighed and stood up.
I'll just pretend that I haven't seen you. Hurry back home. Don't come here again. It's very dangerous here.
Han Fei turned to walk back to the convenience store. Seeing that, the boy hugged the rubber ball and crawled out from his hiding spot. Realizing Han Fei really meant him no harm, the boy bowed deeply at Han Fei. When he did so, the rubber ball slipped from his grasp. The boy did not realize that as he turned to run out of the alley.
Little boy, you forgot your ball.
Han Fei shook his head. The boy is quite cute. If only everyone here is like him. Hearing Han Fei's reminder, the boy shuffled back into the alley. He picked up his ball.
Little fella, what's your name? Maybe we can be friends.
This time, the boy did not run away. He pinched his face for a long time before he said innocently, "But my mother said everyone from the store is very scary. Since you know that, why would you come to this alley to play?"
Han Fei continued to chat with the boy. There were not many innocent residents like the boy in the cryptic world.
"I'm here to look for my big brother. He's here, he's inside the wall." Inside the wall.
After the boy said that, Han Fei turned to look at the wall in alarm. The back alley was dark. Only upon close inspection that one could tell there were human-shaped shadows imprinted on the alley wall.
"My brother is in the wall. He wanted to save me and my mother, so he entered the store. But I have not seen him since. Based on what the previous old lady who worked there told me, eventually everyone who entered the shop would appear on the wall, so I've been waiting here for him."
The boy stuttered through his explanation. Han Fei picked up a few key points.
"A previous old lady who worked here?"
Han Fei ran through the pictures of his former colleagues he saw in the break room. Next to his own picture, there was a portrait of an old lady which had been drawn out.
"Does your big brother have a small face, long hair?" Han Fei described the single-eyed young man. He was only halfway through when the boy toddled towards him.
"You've seen my big brother?"
Before Han Fei could reply, the robotic voice announced, "Notification for player 0000. You've successfully triggered Grade G Hidden Mission, the Missing Big Brother. The Missing Big Brother. Help the child find his big brother. This can be your good deed for the day. Warning. This hidden mission will influence the progress of the other missions, so please approach it carefully.
If the system did not append the last sentence, Han Fei would have dragged the boy to meet his colleague immediately. Of course, the hidden mission wouldn't be that simple. If I bring the boy to meet my colleague now, the single-eyed young man might perish from the boss curse, and the boss would come out to eliminate both me and the boy. This reunion required careful planning. To complete the mission, Han Fei knew he had to start by cleansing the young man of the curse. He stared at the boy before him, and the frame of a plan appeared. Perhaps I can use this boy to earn his brother's trust. When the time is right, perhaps us two employees can work together to usurp the current boss. Even though this was Han Fei's first day on the job, he was already planning to replace the boss. Curses are hard to remove. For now, I only know two ways. One is to wait for the cursed individuals to digest it slowly, and two is to kill the person who dealt the curse. We are too weak compared to the boss. For now, I better focus on my job. Haste is not going to solve any problem. As long as I am still alive, there is a chance to succeed. A bright flash crossed his eyes. Han Fei then arranged his expression.
I've met your big brother, but I can't bring you to see him now. However, I promise that one day you'll reunite with him. Really? Of course.
Using soul depth touch, Han Fei ruffled the boy's hair. The boy's intention was pure. He only had the concern and memory of his family in his mind. Chapter 127. There were good and bad people in the world. It was the same in the cryptic world. Some ghosts were a worse version of themselves when they were alive, but some ghosts managed to retain kindness despite their circumstances.
What is your name? When the opportunity arises, I'll bring you to meet your big brother. Fireflying. My mom said it's a kind of worm that glows in the dark, but I've not seen it personally before.
There are plenty of parents who'd wish their children to become dragons and phoenixes, but this is the first time I've met a parent who named their son after an insect. Han Fei had the child hurry away.
Don't come back here to play again. Give me your home address. When the time is right, I'll go find you. My mother and I live in the hostel next to the convenience store. My mother is reluctant to move away because she has been waiting for my big brother to return.
It seemed to take a toll on the boy to hold such a long conversation. After he told Han Fei his address, he grabbed his rubber ball and toddled away.
The kid is quite interesting. Han Fei turned to stare at the wall in the back alley. Apparently, everyone who worked at the convenience store would eventually end up trapped on the back alley wall. The wall was filled with faded human shapes, each of them representing a former worker. This is probably not the first time Firefly has come here to play, but the ghosts on the wall did not harm him or take over his body. In fact, they even played with him. When I opened the door earlier, the shadows crowded around Firefly's hiding spot. That was the shadows trying to help him. The broken souls on the wall wanted to protect Firefly. Just that fact alone made Han Fei believe that he could be good friends with all these broken souls. Looks like all my seniors are good people. His eyes scanning the wall, Han Fei took a slight bow.
This is my first day on the job. Please take care of me, dear seniors.
There was no response from the wall. Eventually, Han Fei walked back into the store. But just as he was about to close the door, he believed he saw the human shadows on the wall moving. They seemed to gather to discuss something. All the former employees have been sealed into the wall. Why didn't the boss just kill them? Does the boss still have a need for them? These shadows were weak animated regrets. But their power might be overwhelming if they gathered together. The bell above the door tingled again. As Han Fei walked towards the storefront, the landlord's ring chilled. Heeding the warning, Han Fei hid inside the trash disposal room. He creaked the door open a gap and looked out. The single-eyed young man stood at the counter. Across from him was a woman about 2.5 meters tall. The woman had on a red veil and a lavish red wedding dress. However, there was a white flower pinned on her chest. Almost at the same time the woman appeared, the temperature in the store dropped to sub-zero. The single-eyed young man was so polite, he served the woman seriously. Most of the time, though it was the young man talking, the woman merely nodded occasionally. Han Fei could not catch their conversation clearly, but he did overhear terms like soul, ziggurat, and 144. Several minutes later, the young man walked out from behind the counter and signaled for the woman to follow him into the warehouse. As the woman turned to follow the young man, she stopped when she faced the trash disposal door. Her veil lifted from the wind, and Han Fei saw a torn mouth. Did she discover me? The woman did not expose Han Fei. Her unusually large hands were carrying a bloody package. She shuffled into the warehouse. There was no other sound after that, even though the light from the warehouse did dim. Then the coughs echoed. The young man came out from the warehouse carrying a paper doll that was the size of a normal human. The doll had a smile on its face, and its hands closed over the young man's eye. The bride walked out later, but her bloody package had disappeared. The bell rang, and the young man carried the paper doll out from the store with the bride trailing behind them. That paper doll did not look like a normal doll. Its expression is practically alive. Could that be the boss? The temperature around him slowly returned to normal. Han Fei sidled to the warehouse door. The white candle inside was extinguished. The room was shrouded in darkness. Even if the paper doll isn't the boss, it should contain part of the boss spirit. After all, it was too alive to be a normal object. It even knew to cover my colleague's eye, as if worried about what the young man might see. Han Fei did not believe a normal paper doll would be that astute. The boss should be controlling it one way or another. The woman in the wedding dress is very strong. She gave off a presence even scarier than Su Qin. She came here to seek the boss help. The package should contain the payment for the boss. Following the blood trail, Han Fei came to the last row of the shelf. It did not feel good being stared at by the rows of paper dolls, but when Han Fei was there, he noticed something different too. When he was there the first time, the paper dolls looked at him like they were alive. They seemed to contain individual emotions, but this time, the paper dolls' eyes were dull like their souls were gone. The blood trail stops here. Han Fei stared at the space before him. There was a paper doll in the way, and Han Fei took it down. Behind the doll and the wall was an extended space. Han Fei reached his head into it to investigate. He realized there was a coffin sitting inside it. Well, this is quite a secret. Han Fei memorized the arrangement of all the paper dolls before he took them all down to clear a space big enough for him to crawl behind the shelf and into the hidden space. When his hands touched the coffin lid, the ghost tattoo wailed. The pain was unbearable, but Han Fei wasn't the one bearing it. Brother, it'll just take a little longer. Han Fei noticed the package at the corner. It had been opened. The bloody cloth was left to the side. With enough strength, Han Fei eventually got the lid open. Various body parts were placed inside the coffin, and right in the middle of the amalgamated creature was a blood-red paper doll the size of Han Fei's palm. The doll's eyes were closed as if asleep. Han Fei looked closer, and he noticed there were various screaming faces on the doll's body. Han Fei recognized many of them from the staff break room. The paper doll is trying to build itself an actual body. While Han Fei was studying this new discovery, a voice came from the corner of the room.
Save me, save me.
Han Fei was so startled that he almost fell into the coffin. He widened his eyes to look around and realized the voice came from one of the white candles. He went to the white candle and stared at the carved face. The man did not look like a kind individual.
You're the new worker, right? The boss curse on you is still weak. Bring me with you and get out of this place. I will repay you massively.
The face tried his best to speak.
The paper doll has left. It rarely leaves the shop. This is a rare opportunity.
A candle wishes to convince me to betray my loyalty to the boss.
Han Fei countered vehemently.
You removed the boss coffin lid on your first day of work. I don't really see much loyalty in you. I just wanted to get to know my favorite boss better. You're a clever person. Let's not waste time.
The face argued.
Do you know why the candles here can burn through the night? Do you know why the candles here are precious merchandise for the other ghosts? Why? All the white candles are made from grave wax, literally parts of monster bodies and the previous workers' lingering spirit. It likes to hear their wails from being burnt.
The face turned twisted.
If you do not leave now, you'd be turned into a candle eventually. I know the way to undo the boss curse. If you take me away with you, I'll help you remove your curse. You seem to know the boss quite well. Because I used to work here. The boss is the blood-red paper doll inside the coffin. It is a cursed object, but it has come alive from absorbing too many resentments. Everyone who enters the shop will become its target. Either they become its merchandise or become its employees. Neither has a good ending. All the employees will eventually die, and it will be a horrible death. Our remaining humanity will be sucked away by the paper doll, becoming a part of it.
The candle face said chokingly.
All the former workers' humanity has been absorbed by the boss. Yes.
The face turned to face the coffin.
The more it absorbs humanity and their resentment, the more alive it becomes. Normally, it will hide its presence inside one of the many dolls while its real body is kept nourished by flesh and blood. In other words, all the paper dolls in the shop are a part of it. Doesn't that mean we've already been exposed? But tonight it's different. The bride just dropped off the precious human heart and head for the boss. As compensation, she needs the boss' help to kill someone.
The candle face knew a lot. He must have overheard many secrets just sitting there on the shelf.
The person lives at the ziggurat. They're very dangerous, so dangerous that the boss has to gather all of its power to have a chance to kill it. Once it kills the target, though, it'll gain more energy and increase its growth. Then it's basically impossible for us to escape. So tonight is our only chance to escape? Yes. This chance won't come ever again.
The candle face persuaded.
The boss curse will prevent you from leaving the shop and touching its real body. Once you do, you'll be placed under great pain. However, today, the boss will enter a big battle. There is no way for it to get away without being heavily injured. When it's weakened, its curse will be weaker than usual. That means we'll be in less pain even if we trigger the curse. Therefore, we have to leave now. This is our chance to escape. After we leave, I will tell you how to undo the curse. Wait a minute. If the boss is going to be heavily injured, why are we escaping? You're powerless before it if you're under its curse. It doesn't matter how weak it is. Please just listen to me. Take me and run away from this place. Let's not rush it. I have a better idea.
Han Fei stared at the coffin behind the shelf.
After all, if I cause the shop to close on my first day of work, it'll look so bad on my resume.
Han Fei glanced at the mission interface. He now understood why the mission required him to survive for one night, because after tonight, the convenience store might not exist anymore. Chapter 128, a crazy plan formulated in Han Fei's mind. If he succeeded, he'd take over the convenience store, but if he failed, death would be the best ending he could hope for.
With no risk comes no glory. You're right. This is a rare opportunity that we mustn't let slip.
Han Fei's eyes slowly narrowed, hiding the dangerous glint in his irises.
How come I have a feeling what you're thinking is different from what I'm saying?
The candle face moaned. It just wanted to escape from the store.
The boss is very dangerous. The only thing we need to do is to escape while its attention is otherwise occupied. Please don't attempt anything more than that. I'm just a temp worker on his first day on the job. What really can I do?
Han Fei stared at the white candle.
You've stayed here for so long. You should know about that woman's history, right? What is the ziggurat that she's bringing our boss to tonight? The ziggurat is the most dangerous building in this area. It is next to a hospital 2 blocks away. The woman in the wedding dress came from the ziggurat. It was its former tenant.
The candle face placed all of its hope on Han Fei, so he answered as honestly as he could.
The body parts that she got for the boss probably came from the ziggurat as well. The hospital 2 blocks away?
Han Fei pulled up the map in his mind. There was only one hospital nearby called Yiming Hospital. The previous manager drew a red cross over it on the map.
You don't think the distance will stop the boss, do you?
The candle face sighed.
If the boss' real body senses a threat, or it has been moved or touched, its consciousness will return to its body through some kind of unique method. It is very cautious and will not let any harm come to its body. Then is there a way to stop its consciousness from returning? That depends on the strength of its enemy. If the enemy is powerful enough to demand the full attention of the boss, then it'll be more unlikely to spare his mind to events at the shop. The other method is to confuse and befuddle its mind. When it's in that state, its consciousness won't be able to sense the presence of its real body that clearly.
The candle felt a thread of danger conversing with Han Fei.
In any case, now is not the time to worry about that. We better leave now. I promise that I can help alleviate the pain of the curse from you. The boss is not always this strong, right?
Han Fei continued his questioning.
The boss started out as a cursed item. It only became stronger through accumulation of resentment. There are many regrets of the former employees sealed up on the back alley wall. Why didn't the boss just eliminate them completely? The resentment inside the animated regrets can enhance its power. The lingering humanity within them also helps make it more like a human.
The candle could not tell whether Han Fei was going to help him or not. For now, all he could do was to answer Han Fei's questions.
In other words, the boss consciousness contains the spirits and humanity of the former employees. They do not belong to the doll. They are merely conscripted under its control through forced labor contract. The first thing you were asked to do once you gain employment here is to take a picture. That is the first step of the curse. Once the curse is completed, the doll can deprive you of your humanity at any moment it likes.
The candle explained patiently.
While the curse is still light on you, we need to leave now. The further we are from the cursed object, the weaker the curse will be. It is why the boss bans his workers from leaving the shop. Looks like I was right. The boss consciousness combines the humanity of all of the previous workers here. If I can convince all of the workers to form a riot, then it'll negatively impact the boss. Normally, this might not do much against the boss, but when that happens in the middle of a hard battle, it might cause the boss to commit a fatal mistake.
Han Fei's plan was to stop the boss consciousness from returning to the blood-red doll. He needed to buy more time.
I can't believe this is your first day at work. It sure is unlucky that the boss has recruited you into our ranks.
The candle showed fear around Han Fei.
I'm only doing this for everyone's sake.
Picking up the candle, he walked back to the hidden space with the coffin.
Is there a way for me to tell the boss' current status through the red paper doll? When the boss is unleashing its full power, the paper doll will suck the blood out from its neighboring body parts, and black symbols will surface on its body.
The candle had given up the fight. He decided to follow along Han Fei to the end. Then again, he did not really have another choice.
Then, I'll leave you here to watch over the doll for me.
Han Fei placed the candle on top of the coffin lid. He raced to the staff break room.
Hey, don't leave me here. Aren't you a ghost? Why are you afraid of a coffin?
Han Fei grumbled. He then tore down all the pictures from the break room wall. He took the pictures and headed to the back alley. Facing the moving shadows on the wall, he explained the current situation inside the convenience store to his seniors. When these trapped souls heard that the boss was not in the shop and might be heavily injured, some of them started to fidget.
Dear seniors, these pictures are the contracts that you've once signed. If the current boss really has your best interest in its heart, I wouldn't have stepped in, but as you all know, it does not care about us at all. It has cursed our body, stole our humanity, and even trapped us inside the wall. It has exhausted us for everything we are worth, but even then, it refuses to let us go. Give an inch, and it demands a mile. Do you really wish to live your life on the wall? Do you really want to stay here forever? Do you not want freedom?
Han Fei's emotion grew firmer, his voice gathering. His words were strong and powerful.
We can't allow this to continue any further. Tonight we are presented with a rare opportunity. It is time for us to make it pay.
Han Fei gripped one fist in emphasis while his other touched the wall gingerly.
My own power is limited, but if we combine our effort, we should have more than a fighting chance. Stay forever inside the wall, or attempt an escape. The choice is yours. I won't force you into making any choices, but I will lead the way. Even if I am the only one, I will rise against the boss' unlawful treatment of its employees tonight.
Several seconds later, Han Fei felt an extra weight on his shoulders. He turned around and saw many semi-translucent hands reaching out from the wall. In their current state, that was the most they could do to show solidarity. Han Fei was shocked by the amount of support. He did not anticipate the boss to have wronged so many ghosts.
I will not disappoint you.
Standing in the back alley, Han Fei shared his plan. He communicated patiently with all the employees' broken souls. With an order, these incomplete souls would gather their power to resist the paper doll. When all was said and done, Han Fei returned to the warehouse. He stuffed the candle into his pocket and moved some shelves towards the wall to clear a clean path for himself.
What are you doing? Is the coffin heavy?
Han Fei cracked his knuckles.
Brother, why would you ask that? What are you planning? The stronger the cursed object, the more powerful its curse. Direct contact will probably harm me.
Han Fei took a deep breath and exited the warehouse. He moved the racks to the side. When everything was done, Han Fei stood next to the coffin and stared right at the red paper doll. Time ticked by slowly. Han Fei sweated in nervousness. When it was 3 a.m., the paper doll inside the coffin started to crack and blood inside the coffin flowed towards it. As blood was injected into the doll, black names surfaced on its paper body.
Now is the time.
Han Fei kicked open the door to the back alley and shouted loudly. The broken souls howled with all their might, their shouts echoing down the streets. The paper doll inside the coffin suddenly went berserk. Cracks became more numerous. The paper smile disappeared, and its expression turned ghastly.
Now it's my turn.
Han Fei closed the lid and moved to place the coffin on his back. His spine creaked from the sudden weight. Han Fei grimaced with effort and rushed out of the convenience store carrying the coffin with the red paper doll.
Get out of my way.
He rammed through the store's glass door. The bell tingled incessantly. Han Fei did not stop to even take a breath. With so many ghosts watching in shock, Han Fei hauled the coffin and raced across the street. No one dared to stop this madman. Bang! The rusted gates to Happiness neighborhood was kicked open. Lugging the coffin, Han Fei headed straight for apartment 1. Chapter 129. After stuffing the soil from the garden into the bowl, Little 8 ran back into apartment 1 with the bowl. She took out the flower seeds and gently buried them into the bowl. Her innocent eyes stared at the bowl as if her laser focus could persuade the flower to grow and bloom from the rotting soil.
Little 8. Wei Youfu stood guardedly beside the girl. When he saw the girl plant the flower seeds, pain crossed his eyes and sudden tiredness overwhelmed him. He turned to look out at the city covered in darkness. Leaning against the wall, Wei Youfu thought back to his recent memories. Light finally shone through his life, dipped in his darkness. That man was like the flower seed buried in the rotten soil. It was able to bloom despite its circumstance. No one thought it was possible, but he was able to surpass everyone's expectation and brought them hope.
Perhaps he'll never return again.
Wei Youfu studied the world outside the lobby and the darkness that stretched down the horizon. His heart chilled.
I thought I would never experience the loss of family again now that I'm here, but...
Bang! A loud crash shattered the silence. Wei Youfu turned to the source, and his eyes widened in shock. Han Fei was back. The man who had gone missing for a whole day had returned carrying a coffin.
What the fuck?
Wei Youfu couldn't believe his eyes. The figure was so familiar. Even carrying a leaking coffin, he ran as fast as ever.
Youfu, open the door. Quick.
A shout tore out from Han Fei's lips. Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Youfu immediately moved to oblige. Han Fei rushed into the lobby and dropped the coffin to the ground.
Go and help me get everyone. I've invited the convenience store's boss to join us.
The convenience store's boss?
Wei Youfu was baffled. Moments earlier, he was lamenting the loss of his family. Naturally, he needed time to adjust himself. Seeing Wei Youfu standing there frozen, Han Fei hurried up the stairs despite the open wounds on his shoulders and back.
Never mind. Help me guard over the coffin. Be careful around it.
He raced all the way up the stairs. He knocked on all the important doors, and Han Fei's voice echoed throughout the building.
Su Qin. Ingyu.
One after another, dangerous presence awakened. A wave of Yin energy rushed downstairs. The coffin which was dropped at the lobby was still leaking blood. A sound emitted from inside the coffin. Wei Youfu and Little 8 took a step back. They could sense an immense anger from inside the coffin.
What has our building manager done to it?
Blood seeped out from the cracks to cover the entire coffin. The coffin started to shatter, and an enormous curse, as well as resentment, blasted against the wall. When it reached the climax, the coffin on the ground exploded. A blood-red paper doll stood amidst the pile of body parts. It was heavily wounded, but its eyes carried such heavy resentment. At the last moment of its intense battle at the ziggurat, its consciousness suddenly wavered. It let its guard down, and the paper doll was heavily injured by its tenants. It knew something wrong must have happened at the convenience store. It wanted to return, but it couldn't let itself be too distracted lest it was consumed by the tenants at the ziggurat. However, as the bad omen within its mind grew, the doll decided to abandon its body at the ziggurat and return to its real body. For that, it had paid heavily. However, when it opened its eyes, something even more shocking awaited it. It was not inside the convenience store. Its coffin had been moved to some place completely unfamiliar. The convenience store was laid with curses. Any outsider entering the warehouse would be torn apart by the paper dolls. Its employees had all been cursed. Technically, they wouldn't be able to leave the convenience store without its permission unless they wished for a long and painful death. This should not have happened. Its coffin should still be inside the convenience store. This was the first time the convenience store boss had been exposed to such a dire situation. With a splitting headache, it glared fiendishly at Little 8 and Wei Yofu. It still had no idea what went wrong. Well, the answer arrived 10 seconds later when Han Fei returned back to the lobby. Blood coursed through the doll's body, and its eyes were practically spitting fire.
It's you.
The ghost tattoo on Han Fei's body pleaded heavily for mercy.
If you've awakened 1 minute earlier, then it'll be over for me. Such a shame. Nothing has changed. You'll still die?
Ever since the convenience store boss gained sentience, it had never been so enraged. Han Fei was the employee it personally recruited several hours ago. It could sense a wealth of humanity on Han Fei. Its plan was to consume Han Fei, but it had underestimated the cunningness of human nature. Only a few hours had passed since Han Fei's recruitment, but the doll already found itself in the biggest danger it had ever been in.
Die?
Han Fei retreated from the raging boss.
Sis, I've used a lot of effort to bring this thing for you.
The sharp table knife sheared through the red curse. A fresh wound appeared on the paper doll. The boss leaped away from Han Fei. It sensed the same presence as itself on Su Qin. They were both curses manifest.
Die, you'll all die?
The lingering body parts gathered onto the boss body. Its body grew in size. Faces started to appear on the paper body. When its body grew about 2 meters tall, it charged madly at Han Fei. The boss lost its cool from anger. Even if it was to die, it'd bring Han Fei down with it. The paper was shredded by the table knife, but it did not slow the boss down. Since it was made of paper, it could fold its body any ways it wanted. As long as its core was not injured, it was invincible. Even when it's heavily injured, it can still put up such a fight. The boss arm charged at Han Fei. The arm was sliced through by the knife. But the stump immediately refolded out a new arm. The broken arm that fell to the ground did not disappear either. Instead, it unfolded and refolded itself into smaller paper dolls and leaped at Han Fei. The knife cut through the boss body. Paper fluttered like snow, but the paper snippets did not die. They morphed into small paper dolls and glared venomously at Han Fei. The paper doll is a master at curses. I mustn't be too careless. Han Fei activated the ghost tattoo to cover his body in Yin energy. He even took out a cigarette from his inventory and prepared to light it if necessary. There were so many paper dolls. Su Qin could not hold all of them back on her own. Just as the paper dolls jumped at Han Fei, a sad sob came from the stairs and a thin boy walked out. He looked frail and weak, but he possessed a unique power. Every paper doll that came into his proximity would slump lazily to the ground. Their resentment would disappear, leaving behind a sad face. The boy had the ability to infuse his own overwhelming sadness into cursed objects and other ghosts, causing emotional damage. Not far away from the boy, a giant eye suddenly opened on the mottled wall. A different world was reflected inside the dark gaze. Every doll that dared to approach Han Fei was sucked into the black prison inside the empty gaze.
A curse amalgamation and 2 lingering spirits?
The boss was stunned, but there was no way out now. The hatred in its eyes was palpable. The doll knew this night was probably its last. It glared viciously at the tenants of apartment 1.
You'll all pay before you can kill me. Other than this curse, I'll not leave anything for you.
The boss body suddenly expanded as it sucked every last bit of energy from the bodies inside the coffin. Black names surfaced on its body. Using its own blood, it painted the faces of everyone present on its paper body.
Someone stops it. It is trying to curse us with its death. It's the ultimate skill for any cursed object.
Su Qin shouted loudly. Her knives flew, but they did not hit the paper doll's core. While she panicked, a presence that dwarfed everything else slowly appeared. 8 large arms slammed against the ground. The 3-story tall red specter squashed the paper doll. It used the most primitive method to stop the boss. With one after another heavy punches, it shattered the doll's consciousness. It was brutal, straightforward, and most importantly, effective. Despair coalesced. The specter's every punch carried 8 different kinds of pain. The whole apartment shook. In just 5 seconds, the paper dolls were pounded into dust, and only the initial palm-sized blood-red doll remained. Impressive amount of energy and resentment oozed out from the doll's cracked body. It was absorbed by the neighboring tenants. The energy that the boss had gathered since it gained sentience was shared by the tenants of apartment 1. Everyone smiled satisfactorily. When no energy could be sensed from the doll anymore, they surrounded the convenience store's former boss. The boss consciousness had been shattered. Now the doll had reverted to a normal cursed object. Chapter 130.
It was Han Fei who brought this paper doll here. We have consumed its energy, and that is already more than our fair share. I suggest we leave the doll itself for Han Fei.
After the combination was undone, Wei Youfu sat on the stairs weakly. Rationality and despair wrestled in his eyes.
I agree, but it's dangerous for Han Fei to touch cursed objects directly.
Su Qin picked up the cracked blood-red paper doll.
I've seen this doll before. It hides deep inside the convenience store, controlling its many paper doll creations. It's impossible to deal with. Who would have thought it'd one day die in our neighborhood? Sis, do you know about its history?
Han Fei was quite interested in the paper doll. He wanted to know more about it.
There is nothing too special about this doll. The reason it became the way it was due to the uniqueness of its curse.
Su Qin placed the doll before Han Fei.
It was created as a substitute paper doll. What's that? It's something you use when you are the target of a malicious curse. The paper doll will become the substitute to bear the curse on your behalf, hence the name. Su Qin explained patiently. I'm not familiar with the curse on it, but I can make sure that it won't harm you again.
With that, Su Qin used the knife to cut open her wrist. Her blood dripped onto the doll.
I might not be always there for you in person, but my blood will accompany you always.
When Su Qin's blood soaked the whole doll, she placed the doll under her left palm, and then she used the knife in her right hand to pierce right through her palm into the paper doll. Shadows of lunacy flashed in her red eyes. Su Qin mumbled something on her lips before she pulled out the knife. Then she handed the doll, which had completely changed, to Han Fei.
Now it'll not only not harm you, it'll help you when you're in danger.
Han Fei accepted the transformed doll with both hands. The doll now took on Su Qin's likeness with red eyes and crimson lips.
Notification for player 0000. You have obtained a grade F cursed item, Paper Doll. Paper Doll, status. Ruin. This is the first cursed object you own. When you need her, she'll appear to share in your despair and pain. Warning. The doll is in a ruined status. It can only unleash 50% of its full power. Please repair it as soon as possible. Notification for player 0000. You've completed grade G main mission, Convenience Store Worker. Obtained 1 skill point. Notification for player 0000. You've completed 500% of the mission requirement. You've obtained additional reward. Title, Store Manager. Store Manager. Ungradable title. You've become the new manager of Ming Convenience Store. The responsibility of the manager is to modulate the workers' daily schedule, assess their performance, come up with a good branding, and build a peaceful relationship with your employees and customers. Follow these guidelines, and you'll soon become a respected store manager.
After reading all the system notifications, Han Fei reached out to touch the paper doll. He did not feel any negative impact. The negative emotions were all sealed off behind a thin layer of blood.
Sis, are you feeling okay?
Su Qin seemed to feel sorry for losing Han Fei the previous time, so this time she purposely used her own blood to create a unique cursed item, wishing to use it to protect Han Fei.
You've taken such a great risk to bring the paper doll here, and we've consumed its energy, so this is the least you should get from it.
Su Qin said with a soul-crushing smile.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, this is yours.
Han Fei returned to Su Qin her knife. Su Qin's knife came in a set. Losing one would weaken her. After chatting for a while longer with the group, the satisfied neighbors returned to their room. Han Fei also supported Wei Yufu as they returned to room 1044.
Han Fei, you shouldn't do such dangerous things anymore.
Wei Yufu nagged like a concerned brother.
I'll be more careful next time.
Han Fei had Wei Yufu and Little Eight go to their room to rest. Han Fei stood next to the window and studied the convenience store across the street.
Now I have my own asset, but it'll be hard to run and keep it.
The paper doll boss death was still a kept secret, but the nearby ghosts would soon find out the truth.
Of all my neighbors, only Su Qin has the habit of leaving the neighborhood. I can't expect her to help me look after the shop forever. Rubbing his temple, Han Fei felt like his next move should be to find some reliable workers.
Hopefully the single-eyed young man and my other seniors in the back alley survive the ordeal.
Brother, can you hear me?
A voice came out from Han Fei's pocket. The white candle poked out its wick.
Is this all part of a plan? You guys have been plotting to get rid of the boss. Can I join you? Right, I almost forgot about you.
Han Fei did not plan to harm the white candle. Since he decided to keep the convenience store running, then he needed an experienced former worker around. The white candle fitted the description. The candle felt fear being scrutinized by Han Fei. Then again, there was nothing he could do. Could he grow legs and run? No.
In the future, I need you to help me look over the store. As long as I'm around, no one will hurt you. You really plan to keep the store in business?
The candle face smiled bitterly.
The store is situated right in front of a crowded junction. One careless mistake, and we'll all be dead. To survive in this world, one has to keep a low profile. The convenience store is just a stepping stone. My real target is Yiming Private Academy from across the street.
Han Fei looked at the dark silhouettes of buildings out the window.
The convenience store's back door offers a shortcut to the school. Owning the store will allow easy travel between Yiming Private Academy and Happiness Neighborhood. The school? That's a very dangerous place. It has its own manager. The candle immediately shut up when he realized he had said too much, but it was already too late.
You also know things about the school?
Han Fei's interest was piqued.
I only know the rumors. They say you can enter, but never leave the school. It is owned by a scary headmaster. But recently, something happened inside that school, and many students were seen escaping from its premises.
The candle warned, something strange is going on over there. I'd advise you to stay away from it. It's a bit too late for that.
Han Fei still remembered how a few days ago, a female student was forced to infiltrate into the Happiness Neighborhood. I'll need to build up the business at the convenience store first before I expand my exploration into the school. Han Fei knew the dangers at the school, but the school was also specifically circled out by the previous manager. The school might have the manager's memory fragment. Han Fei had to go retrieve it. When Han Fei sought out the red paper doll from his pocket, the white candle fussed and moaned. With a frown, Han Fei tried to store the white candle into his inventory, but he failed. He tried the same thing with the red paper doll, but this time he succeeded.
Wait, since when can I store cursed objects inside my inventory? I failed to do so when I experimented with Su Qin's knife. Is it because I claim ownership over the paper doll already?
After multiple tries, Han Fei came to this conclusion. To store a cursed object inside his inventory, he had to fulfill two requirements. First, the cursed object must not be sentient. Secondly, Han Fei himself must have the cursed object's approval. In other words, the objects must not be hostile against him. I can make use of this. This is perfect for a sneak attack. I'll appear weak to others since they can't sense the cursed objects inside my inventory. When they've put their guard down, it'll already be too late for them. Chapter 131. The White Candle had worked at the convenience store for a long time. Thus he had met many different kinds of ghosts and monsters, but none of them could even hold a candle against Han Fei, pun intended. Seeing the smile that bloomed on Han Fei's face then, fear coursed through his body. He could not begin to fathom what the man was thinking. He did not sense any joy from that smile, but a kind of indescribable, perverted amusement. The man before him was like a devil dancing around the graves of its captives, waving around a bloody knife. Humanity's complication was evident in the man. He showed fear and anxiety, but he was also getting used to and mastering them with astonishing speed. The candle slowly moved his eyes away. Han Fei noticed the candle had suddenly gone so quiet. He did not think much of it. Perhaps the candle grew more fearful of Han Fei after he found out Han Fei was capable of killing the previous boss. Looking out the window, Han Fei thought back to the map left behind by the previous manager. The Happiness neighborhood is located at quite a reclusive location. All of the dangerous nearby buildings have been pointed out by the manager. Compared to other parts of the city, the block that we're at is relatively safe. I need to be appreciative of that. From how I see it, there are currently two ways that can help me get to the exit. One is to improve myself and then cut my way forcibly through the city. With a simple goal, there's less chance of attracting attention. Two is to expand my influence towards the exit. Clear out all the buildings along the way and claim them as my own. Each of the method has its own pros and cons, but there is nothing preventing me from applying both methods at the same time either. Han Fei stood behind the window and focused his gaze at Yiming Private Academy. Every soul in this world possesses their own reason for being here. They are often only concerned about their own desire. That is the weakness I can take advantage of. If I gather more friends along the way, I can win with the numbers advantage. Han Fei drew out a straight line on the window. Happiness Neighborhood, Yiming Convenience Store, Yiming Private Academy. After these three places are connected, it'll form a safe travel path. The forces within these three places can enhance and support each other, allowing me to expand my exploration further. Perfect Life was supposed to be an Iyashikei game, but Han Fei appeared to have devised his own unique way of playing it. He stood quietly beside the window. At around 4 a.m., he finally saw the person he was waiting for. The wounded single-eyed worker carried a tattered paper doll as he shuffled back into the convenience store. Where's the bride? Did she perish in the fight, or is she trapped at the ziggurat? He stuffed the white candle into his pocket, and Han Fei ran out from apartment 1. While no one was around, the man who was still in the store uniform made a beeline towards Yiming Convenience Store. The bell above the door rang. The single-eyed worker was still carrying the paper doll as he stood numbly inside the store. The racks were toppled over, and the merchandise were scattered all over the floor. Even the store's glass door was shattered. Hearing Han Fei's footsteps, the single-eyed worker slowly turned around. His remaining eye filled with confusion.
Were we robbed? Not only that, our boss has been killed.
What Han Fei said stunned the young man to his core. Eventually, spirit slowly returned to the single eye, and he rushed into the warehouse. The shelf was shoved to the side, and paper dolls with a lack of expression tumbled to the ground. The young man stepped over the dolls, and when he saw the gap behind the last shelf, he was dumbfounded.
Where's the boss coffin? It was ruined when the boss died.
Han Fei signaled for the single-eyed young man to follow him. They exited the back door and came into the dark alley.
Dear seniors, the boss who has been maltreating you is now dead. Its curse on you should be neutralized already. You can try to exit the wall now.
The souls did not dare to leave just on Han Fei's words. In their weakened state, if the curse was triggered, they'd die for real. The alley became silent. Eventually, an old lady tried to walk out from the wall. She emerged unscathed. Several seconds later, the back alley came alive. Even though they were just animated regrets, there were so many of them, and once gathered, they would emit a surprising amount of resentment.
From today onwards, no one will hinder your freedom anymore.
Han Fei gave the former employees their freedom, but most of them stayed. They were too weak to protect themselves. If they left, they'd be consumed by nearby ghosts immediately. Considering that, Han Fei added,
We met thanks to this convenience store. If you really have nowhere else to go, you can continue to stay here and help me run this shop. No one will bully you, and everyone will be treated equally. The shop will be a home for us unfortunate employees who were tricked by the paper doll.
Opening his arms, Han Fei told the gathered souls,
You can leave any moment you wish, no one will stop you. But should you feel tired from all the wandering, you can come back anytime. As long as I am still here, the store will always be open for you. Every single one of you has helped build the shop up after all.
The animated regrets who lost their power had nowhere to go. The cryptical world was filled with pain and despair. Staying with Han Fei at least brought them some warmth. Han Fei gave his speech and turned back into the store. The animated regrets chose to follow him without much hesitation. The paper doll used curse and torment to control his workers, but Han Fei chose to place his faith in them. Then again, without the paper doll's harsh treatment, Han Fei's kindness would not have been so amplified in contrast. The combination of all these animated regrets was not a force to be trifled with. They were also experienced workers who could help Han Fei with business management. Han Fei turned to the single-eyed worker.
To be honest, I'm not doing all these for my own sake. I ran into a very cute boy. He asked that I help him find his older brother.
The mention of the word older brother caused complicated emotion to cross the young man's murky eye.
His name was Firefly Ying. He and his mother live just right next door.
Han Fei used soul-depth touch to tap the young man on his shoulder.
They're still waiting for you. Don't let them worry too much. Also, I hope that you'll return to help me manage this place.
From the young man, Han Fei sensed excitement, pain, and love for his family.
This used to be a literal shop that devours. It is filled with gore and filth. But I aim to turn this place around, to provide actual warmth and guidance for our customers.
The single-eyed young man stared at Han Fei for a long time before he nodded.
I will stay.
When he said that, the robotic voice echoed in Han Fei's mind.
Notification for player 0000. Your friendliness level with Drake Ing increases by 10 points. He has also decided to become your employee. Drake Ing, lingering spirit at the convenience store, he was once a customer, a merchandise, and a worker. He bears much pain and torment.
Han Fei knew the young man was powerful, but he did not expect him to be a lingering spirit. This went to highlight the scalding pain the young man must have gone through. Lingering spirits range from weak to strong also. Drake should be on the weaker side, but no matter. After he has enough food, he'll get stronger. Han Fei then had a business meeting with all of his employees on how to proceed with the business. The bride was scammed by the paper doll boss, so she might come back to seek revenge. For the sake of safety, Han Fei decided to close for a few days. He reminded the workers that should the bride appear, they shouldn't hesitate to escape to Happiness Neighborhood. After the meeting ended, Han Fei rushed back to apartment 1. He found Wei Youfu in room 1044 and updated him about his latest acquisition as well as the status with the bride before he logged off the game. Blood draped over the world. His mind wavered. Chapter 132. Han Fei collapsed on his bed. In just one night, he was promoted from employee to boss. Honestly, the man himself did not expect that. He worked the kinks out from his joints, and Han Fei realized his fingers were trembling. He gripped them into fists. He had managed to survive another night, and took over the convenience store. The result was positive, but thinking back, there were so many places where it could go wrong and he'd die. He was risking his life and managed to squeeze out a tiny victory. I'm still too weak. I'm only level 7. Based on Perfect Life's official website, the players can only unlock their first profession at level 10, which will bring them a brand new experience. The rules for the Cryptic World and Surface World should be the same. My available profession for now is Midnight Butcher. Han Fei could not find anything on that profession on the official forum. He had no idea what the profession might entail and what was its future career planning, if it even had anything. In a normal perfect life, leveling up was easy in the beginning. In fact, it was possible to rush to level 10 in one day. The first 10 levels were for the players to familiarize themselves with the controls of the game. The real charm of the game began after level 10, where one would gain one's dream career and kickstart one's dream life. That was the true meaning of perfect life. But for Han Fei, he did not dare to even wish for a dreamed life. He just wanted to survive to see the sun rise another day. It's pointless to fret about it now. I should focus on leveling up. Closing his eyes, Han Fei emptied his mind and soon fell asleep. Han Fei woke up at 8 a.m. by his alarm. He finished his morning routine and headed to the set. I've signed a percentage-based contract with the crew. If the movie becomes a blockbuster, I'll gain a windfall. Things will get a lot more convenient for me then. Han Fei hurried to the apartment. Before he entered the set, he saw Li Shui and another officer standing there.
You're not here to look for me, are you? It's not convenient for us to speak here. Can you come with us?
Li Shui grabbed Han Fei by his arm. Her expression was serious. The three of them walked to a police car. Before Han Fei got into the car, the other officer took out a device to scan Han Fei. After ensuring Han Fei did not carry any dangerous object, he very politely borrowed Han Fei's phone. He placed it inside a special bag that seemed to be able to block electrical signals.
Get in the car.
Han Fei obliged obediently. Li Shui and the other officer did not follow him, but they guarded outside the car door.
What is happening?
For a moment, Han Fei thought the secret of the black box had been exposed, but no matter how anxious he felt, it would not be reflected on his face. That was the basic requirement for an actor.
Han Fei, the sole survivor of the bloody night at Happy Orphanage. Ever since your info appeared in the citizenry database, you've been a model citizen. In fact, your hazard rating is rare 0.
Sitting at the back seat, there was a senior police officer looking at his phone with his head lowered.
Who are you?
Han Fei sat next to the old man and scanned the phone from the corner of his eyes. The senior officer was not logged into the citizenry database. Instead, the screen showed the picture of a butterfly with a broken wing.
Over the past 30 years, technology has improved greatly. Things we thought were impossible were now commonplace in households. In fact, human imagination can barely keep up with technology anymore. This changed our lives, but also brought with it some problems. Compared to decades ago, today's criminals are harder to apprehend. They can hide themselves better and commit more dangerous acts.
The senior officer put away his phone. He lifted his head to look at Han Fei. He had a common face, the kind that would disappear into a crowd, but his eyes were special, like a calm sea.
Sir, I'm on a tight schedule. Do you mind cutting to the point?
Han Fei had a good impression of the law enforcement. They had been cooperating with each other. They were even friends on social media.
I am Li Shui's teacher. I've been hospitalized, so I only managed to come thank you in person now.
The officer was seated in a relaxed pose, but there was no weakness exposed.
Is it due to the human puzzle case? There's no need for thanks. I was merely doing my citizen duty. No.
The old man shook his head and said seriously,
It's because of the butterfly.
Then the old man said something important in a very casual tone.
The citizenry database delineates criminals into 6 levels based on their hazard rating, A to F. However, there is one beyond these 6 levels, the kind that cannot be identified by the computer system. They are far more dangerous than grade A criminals. They are cunning and cleverer than a computer. That's how their hazard rating according to the system is a solid 0. How come it feels like I'm being interrogated?
Han Fei knew his own hazard rating was 0.
We law enforcement call them grade S criminal. Some call them super criminals. This butterfly is a super criminal we've been chasing for the past 10 years. You've been investigating the butterfly? The butterfly is responsible for many brutal murders, but they never dirty their own hands. The victims died in accidents, suicides, or through unknown strangers' deeds. Oftentimes, we cannot even tell whether a murder is related to the butterfly or not.
The senior officer said evenly despite the rage in his eyes.
The methods of death can only be described as creative. Our investigation into the butterfly has been slow until recently we have a breakthrough in capturing the culprit of the human jigsaw case. You found clues about butterfly? Meng Chang'an is the only one we have who has recorded contact with the butterfly. With science, our interrogation tools have improved as well. We managed to get many information from the man. The more we know about the butterfly, the crazier they'll become.
The officer stared long into Han Fei's eyes.
Other than to come thank you in person, the main reason I'm here is to warn you. The butterfly will definitely come after you. You better don't leave Xian Lu, go out alone at night, and stay away from schools and hospitals. Why the need to stay away from schools and hospitals? Based on the information we derived from Meng Chang'an's subconscious brain mapping, whenever we brought up the butterfly's appearance or identity, his brain would provide response towards the careers of teacher and doctor. Is it possible that it is because Meng Chang'an views the butterfly as his teacher and doctor?
Han Fei gave his thought.
Of course, but there is other evidence. From Meng Chang'an, we discovered the butterfly was connected to another case. The case happened at Yiming Private Academy in the countryside. At the time, everyone thought the kid's death was an accident, but when we reopened the case, we realized the student's death was premeditated. Yiming Private Academy?
For all intent and purpose, it looked like Han Fei heard this name for the first time.
What happened there?
Chapter 133.
In the span of one short month, 4 deaths occurred at that school. The strange thing was that the deaths were all predicted, but the prophecy was taken as a joke.
The senior officer leaned on the seat and thought back to the case.
Wait, this is about the case of the foretold deaths? Yes, there are 4 victims. The first was the school security. He died in the small river behind the school after a drunken romp at night. The second victim was the head teacher of Primary 1 Class 4. She was found dead inside the hostel toilet. At the time, the law enforcement believed she committed suicide, The third victim was a ruffian that hung around the school. He was in a relationship with one of the school's female students and fell to his death. They thought it was an accident. The last victim is called Jin Sheng. He was a new student who joined Primary 1 Class 4 in the middle of the term. Is there any connection between the 4 victims? Is the target totally random or premeditated? The only connection is that their deaths look like accidents or suicides. They come from different age groups and backgrounds. Although, there is one more thing. The case got its name because the kid called Jin Sheng managed to prophesize the other victims' deaths before it actually happened.
The senior officer told Han Fei. He shared the info with Han Fei even though he did not need to.
The last victim foretold the other victims' deaths? Indeed.
The officer's eyes moved away from Han Fei.
Jin Sheng was a very unique child. He was a naughty kid. His parents worked overseas, so he was raised by his grandparents. As with most elderly citizens, his grandparents were extremely superstitious. Therefore, he grew up with exposure to taboos and archaic ghost stories. Perhaps this sparked his creative mind, because he was a very good storyteller. He could keep children and adults wrapped with his own retelling of ghost stories. But ever since he joined Yiming Private Academy, he started to change. He stopped telling ghost stories, but instead started warning people of actual haunting at the school.
The senior officer stopped to glance at Han Fei. After noting Han Fei's reaction, or lack of, he continued.
Before the first death, Jin Sheng apparently told this story to his roommate. He said he ran into a man when he went to use the toilet at night. The man stood on tiptoe and had his head hung while he followed behind the security guard. No matter where the guard went, the man followed, but the guard did not seem to notice his presence. After Jin Sheng told that story, that same security guard died a few days later. When he found out about the guard's death, Jin Sheng was apprehensive and scared. He said the man who followed behind the guard saw him that night and claimed that he'd come for him. His roommate did not believe him and complained about Jin Sheng to his head teacher. The female teacher who was fresh at her job was very responsible. She tried her best to comfort Jin Sheng, but for some reasons, the boy refused to even get close to her. Instead, he warned her to be cautious at night and not speak to any students who wandered the hall after school. The next night after he gave his teacher that warning, she was found dead. That shook Jin Sheng. He started to ramble. The adults believed he was too affected by these deaths, and that caused him to have some mental problems. The school permitted him to leave the premises and go home to rest. However, days later, Jin Sheng stormed back into school. Like a rabid person, he attacked a girl's face. Apparently, it was because she looked like a ghost. The girl's face was ruined and she was sent to the hospital for treatment. Jin Sheng was punished severely, with warning of expulsion. Everyone thought that was the end of it, but the girl's boyfriend, a ruffian from outside the school, was found dead inside the school premise the next day. He apparently sneaked into school at night to meet up with his girlfriend at her hostel. All 3 victims had different backgrounds. Their connection was Jin Sheng. Just as we intended to look further into the boy's background, Jin Sheng disappeared. In the end, we found Jin Sheng's body inside his hostel's cupboard. After that, Yiming Private Academy's reputation got ruined, and it went down a spiral. Due to bad management and horrible teaching quality, the school was eventually sealed off and abandoned.
Han Fei noticed that whenever the senior officer mentioned Jin Sheng, his tone would alter slightly with regret.
How did the police discover this case is related to the butterfly?
Han Fei still had questions.
For one, the victims were all posed like victims of accidents or suicides, but more importantly, when we questioned Meng Chang'an about the places where he had met up with the butterfly, one of them was Yiming Private Academy.
The officer's eyes darkened.
The butterfly even asked Meng Chang'an, if he was the butterfly, how would he make Jin Sheng's world more despairing? The butterfly has been to Yiming Private Academy? Meng Chang'an admitted that. We've used many new technologies to interrogate Meng Chang'an.
The senior officer did not elaborate. He turned to stare at Han Fei.
You seem to be quite interested in this case. I'm interested in all cases related to the butterfly. If possible, I wish to capture the butterfly.
Han Fei was being honest. That was what he thought.
Leave the apprehension of the criminals to the police.
A light smile appeared on the old man's face.
In any case, that was all you needed to know about that case. Oh right, another reason I came today is to personally give you the reward money.
The car door opened, and the officer who took Han Fei's earlier now took it out and returned it to Han Fei. The phone vibrated once it sat in Han Fei's hands. He looked at the new notification with some confusion and realized there was 60,000 renminbi added into his account.
50,000 renminbi was the reward money. The 10,000 renminbi was a personal extra. It's a thank you for helping me complete one of my wishes.
The officer did not take any more of Han Fei's time. Han Fei left, and the officer watched as the former walked away. After Han Fei disappeared from their sight, the other officer spoke.
Sir, do you think it is possible that he's the butterfly? The timeline does not match. The butterfly was most active about 10 years ago. At the time, this Han Fei was just a kid.
The smile faded from the old man's face.
Keep a close eye on him, though. There's something special about this kid that is sure to attract the butterfly. Something special? He has the disposition of someone who has struggled in the deepest abyss. I felt it once on another grade S criminal.
The officer took out his phone. After keying in a long code, the phone projected out Han Fei's personality model. Then he added his own confidential code onto the model. After his identity was confirmed, the hidden info on Han Fei's personality model was unlocked.
When the tragedy, case of the Bloody Night at Happiness Orphanage happened, Han Fei was the sole survivor. He was only 10 then. He was diagnosed with acute mental stress disorders. He showed signs of conceptual misappropriation of time and space. Sounds, smells, images, or even too close of a body contact would trigger the trauma from that night. His attending psychiatrist said that it got so severe that once the patient closed his eyes, his world would be soaked in a bloody redness. After initial treatment, the patient showed remarkable recovery. Other than his inability to smile, he could live like a normal person. Based on the psychiatrist's assessment, the patient possesses a textbook self-healing personality and has immensely strong self-adjustability and adaptability.
Chapter 134. Double-checking the amount in his account. When Han Fei ordered his lunch, he decided to splurge and added 2 more eggs. I shouldn't be too hard on myself. I deserve some reward. I can't bring the money with me after death anyway. After lunch, Han Fei returned to Northern Street. Today they were going to do another on-location scene, so Han Fei hopped onto the bus with the rest of the crew. If everything went well, all of his parts would be completed that day. After he got on the vehicle, Han Fei found a quiet corner and sat down. He still preferred his own solitude. He pulled back the curtain and prepared to nap when Director Jiang plopped down beside him.
Han Fei, there's a big event tomorrow. Will you be interested in joining? What kind of event? It's a variety show invitation. You'll play some games with other celebrities, and the exposure can help promote the movie.
Director Jiang hoped Han Fei would agree.
You do not have any agency, so I believe you should grab these chances to appear before the camera. The show's crew also hoped that you'd agree. They couldn't wait to meet you. I don't think so. I do not have any work to show at the moment. Many people know me from my connection to law enforcement. If I appear before the camera now, I'm afraid it'll distract from the actual promotion of the movie.
Han Fei leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes.
You are one unique actor. Normal celebrities would jump on this chance, but you still put the movie first.
Director Jiang admired Han Fei.
After this movie is released, great popularity awaits you. I hope that we'll have the chance to collaborate again in the future. Of course.
When they arrived at the location, the busy day began. Due to the editing to the script, most of the previous shots couldn't be used anymore. To catch up to the schedule, everyone was working overtime to produce the product. Han Fei's last scene ended at 8 p.m. Zhang Ye and Mian Yin were still working. With Han Fei's aid and stimulant, these 2 young actors had improved greatly. However, to quote Director Jiang, they had to act like their lives depended on it to be on Han Fei's level. Without even realizing it, I've obtained the life that I've been yearning for in the past, but how come I feel so disinterested about it? Without participating in the rap party, Han Fei left early on his own like usual. He took public transport to return to the old city. He just got down from the bus when he heard the sound of rushing wind. Without even raising his head, Han Fei's body took an instinctual step back. Bang! A potted succulent landed squarely at the spot he just vacated. The shattered porcelain cut his skin. The loud crash also attracted the attention of all the nearby pedestrians. The training Han Fei got from Perfect Life just saved him. His face darkened as he looked up the apartment building. There was a pair of couples arguing on the third floor, and underlying the argument was the sound of a child crying. Is this a coincidence? Han Fei took out his phone to call Li Shui.
I'm not sure if this is an accident or not, but I almost died. Perhaps the butterfly is behind this. What? Be careful, and I need you to get into the cover of a crowd immediately.
After Li Shui asked for Han Fei's location, she hurried over. After hanging up, Han Fei used his phone to capture the pictures as evidence. Meng Changshi's words echoed in his mind. The butterfly knew how to use unrelated things and people to commit murders. My rental is heavily guarded, so the butterfly will have a harder time coming for me there, so they'll have to make use of the opportunity when I'm away from home. But how would they know where to set up the trap? They must have studied my habits closely. My life is extremely regular. Other than going to work, I stay mostly at home. And to travel between these two places, the one place that I'll have to pass is the bus station. Han Fei's eyes chilled while he stared at the arguing husband and wife. The potted plant fell from the third floor. The pot was heavy enough to claim a person's life if it hit. The police arrived 10 minutes later. They went up to the third floor with Han Fei trailing behind them. Hearing the knocking, the arguing couple stopped. They initially refused to open the door, but when they heard it was the police, they chose to cooperate.
We are investigating a murder case. We hope that you'll cooperate with us. The police checked the premise for half an hour and found nothing. The potted plant fell when the fight got slightly physical between the couple. They had many potted succulents on the balcony because this species required plenty of sunlight. That day, the husband was out on the balcony smoking when the wife returned from work early. They got worked up over some small issues, and it grew into a fight. The whole process was not complicated. If Han Fei did die, it would look just like an accident. While the police interviewed the two adults, Han Fei walked around the house. In the end, he stopped to look at the cowering child. With tear stains on his face, he seemed the most innocent party. The butterfly appears to be inordinately interested in children. From Little 8 to Jin Sheng at Yiming Private Academy, they were both deeply tied to the butterfly. Han Fei sauntered over to Li Shui. He whispered something into her ear, reminding her to not overlook the child. After that, Han Fei left. Now that the butterfly is coming after me, I need to capture them as soon as possible. The problem was Han Fei was in the open while the butterfly was still in the dark. There should be more clues about the butterfly in Perfect Life. After all, both Happiness Neighborhood and Yiming Private Academy are related to the butterfly. Back in his rental, Han Fei went online and bought another crop of ebooks: The Study of Success, The Management of Talent, How to Become the Student's Best Teacher, The Power of Education. Han Fei put on the earphone to listen to them while he searched online for information about Yiming Private Academy. Unlike the human jigsaw case, most information about this school had been deleted. Han Fei could only find scattered clues and pictures. One of the pictures grabbed Han Fei's attention. In the pictures, Jin Sheng's grandparents went to the school gates with flower rings and paper money, but they were chased away by the school teachers. Why is there so little information? It feels like many things have been purposely deleted. Then again, the case of the foretold deaths occurred much earlier than the human jigsaw case, so the lack of information was understandable. In real life, not many people remember that school, and the evidence would have disappeared with time. But that does not mean the same is true in the cryptic world. There has to be a reason why the previous manager has circled out this school. Han Fei remembered blurrily the previous manager's last words. He told Han Fei to expand his exploration as soon as possible because danger was imminent. Han Fei initially had his reservation about this, but his encounter with the singer changed his mind. The singer's power was beyond his expectation. With such a presence loitering around the neighborhood, Han Fei needed to get stronger as fast as possible. What have I done to deserve this? Why is it that in both real world and gaming world, people want to kill me? After doing his research, Han Fei practiced another round of fighting skill before he hugged the gaming helmet and sat on his bed. Han Fei connected all the wires and put the helmet on. When the game started, Han Fei's world dyed red.
Welcome to perfect life.
His eyes opened, and Han Fei first added his 2 recent skill points into acting and soul depth touch. Then he entered the innermost bedroom to find Wei Youfu.
Wei Fu, do you mind following me to apartment 2? I wish to summon all of the current tenants.
Why?
Wei Youfu leaned against the wall. He looked very fragile.
Some of the tenants will lose part of their power after they leave their room. It'll be hard to gather all of them before we get their trust. Do you have something important to announce? I have the working ID for Yiming Private Academy with me, and I have a plan. If I succeed, we will be able to take down Yiming Private Academy. Take down Yiming Private Academy?
Wei Youfu's eyes widened.
Haven't we just dealt with the former boss of the convenience store yesterday night? Aren't you taking things a bit too fast? You need to rest too, you know? We do not have much time left. Every night is incredibly precious to us.
Han Fei looked at Wei Youfu seriously.
The students there are being tortured by horrible ghosts. I have to go save them. You're serious about this?
Wei Youfu asked again.
Indeed, the teacher ID can allow you to enter and leave the school freely, but have you been a teacher before? How can you tell that your disguise will work? I never intended to become a teacher to begin with. My goal is to become the headmaster.
Han Fei took out the teacher's working ID from his inventory and then shared with Wei Youfu his plan. Chapter 135.
Yiming Private Academy and Happiness Neighborhood are 1 block apart, but the convenience store offers a shortcut. The people from the school have already sent their feelers into our neighborhood. If we do not want to get cornered, we need to come up with a plan to fight back.
Han Fei placed the teacher's ID on the bed and grabbed some paper and pen.
The danger of the school is not to be underestimated, so I plan to overtake it in stages. What do you mean? First, we need to gather all the tenants who are willing to leave the neighborhood to help clean up the buildings along this street. While we expand our safe zone, we can consume those spirits that cannot be saved anymore. That will increase our overall power. How can we tell if someone is still savable or not? If they are willing to join us, then they can be saved. If not, they're food.
Han Fei said firmly.
But there are so many buildings down this street. Even if we manage to clear away the existing ghosts, new ghosts will come to take their place.
Wei Youfu had no fighting ability. He relied fully on Little 8, but Little 8 could not leave Happiness Neighborhood. The victims could not help Han Fei outside of the neighborhood, so Wei Youfu was concerned on Han Fei's behalf.
As long as we have the power, the newcomers will also end up as food. We're not the one who should be making the choices, but them.
Han Fei wrote down a name on the paper.
There are indeed many inscrutable and inexplicable presences at this city. What we need to do is strengthen ourselves while making sure we do not attract their attention. But I still think it's too dangerous.
Wei Youfu looked into Han Fei's eyes. He saw ambition and fire in them. The natives of cryptic worlds were corrupted by despair and pain. Their eyes were filled with nothing but cruelty and madness. No one would even fathom the concept of future planning like Han Fei would. Wei Youfu slowly discovered the thing that was different about Han Fei. The man's eyes glowed with a light that was impossible to find on any ghost. He carried the most precious thing in the cryptic world, hope. With envy in his heart, Wei Youfu wished he could be more like Han Fei, but the memory of death was like a steel needle pierced in his heart. The thought of it injured his soul.
The precious manager has marked out the dangerous locales, so we only need to avoid them.
Han Fei's plan was clear. With Happiness Neighborhood and Yiming Convenience Store as bases, he planned to expand his influence throughout the cryptic world.
After we clean up this street, everyone should be much stronger. Then I'll figure out a way to sneak into the school.
Han Fei planned to make an excursion with the tenants of Happiness Neighborhood. He wished the tenants would provide him protection as well as missions. Han Fei's current level was too low. If he did not add all of his acquired attribute points into stamina, he wouldn't be able to carry the paper doll's coffin. He was still at the beginning stage of the game. He did not consider improving his intelligence. He needed to be strong enough so that he wouldn't have to choose flight in every situation first.
I'll mix into the school to scout it out and try to seek out more staff and student IDs. Then I'll place those IDs at the convenience store. When the time is right, we can enter the school together.
Han Fei explained his plan. He needed his neighbor's help to take down Yiming Private Academy because his level was too low. To be honest, Han Fei had considered other possibilities like going to the school only after obtaining his secret profession, but he needed to go to Livestock Alley to gain that profession. The alley wouldn't be less dangerous than the school, and the place was far from the neighborhood. Han Fei would be isolated from his friends if he decided to go there. Therefore, the best target at this moment for Han Fei was none other than Yiming Private Academy.
The whole plan will be split into 3 stages. The first is to ensure the safety of this street and improve ourselves. For the second stage, I'll infiltrate into the school to gather information and more access cards. Then for the third stage, we'll work in tandem both inside and outside of the school to bring it down.
Han Fei did not rush ahead, but he did not halt due to fear either. He decided to start his work of taking down Yiming Private Academy that night. He needed to find clues about the butterfly in the cryptic world and help the police capture them. Then he wouldn't need to worry about his safety anymore in real life. After Han Fei shared all of his plan, even though Wei Youfu still thought it was too risky, he would support Han Fei. They left room 1044 and started to approach the other tenants. Yingyu refused to leave her parents. If she left the aquarium for too long, the pain in her would turn her insane. Su Qin was not home, but as if expecting Han Fei would come get her, she left a bloody note on the door. "I've sniffed something delicious. I'll be back soon." The bloody message was horrifying, but Han Fei had gotten used to her bloody ways. Of the entire apartment only one tenant agreed to come with Han Fei, and that was Weep, who came hugging a ceremonial urn. It was unclear whether this was the effect of the Pied Piper, or the boy wanted to have more meals like the paper doll. In any case, Han Fei managed to convince him with a few words. With Weep and Wei Youfu, Han Fei ran to apartment 2. After some asking around, only the tall ghost was willing to help.
Your plan is good, but it'll be hard to put it into action.
Wei Youfu could not allow Little 8 to leave the neighborhood. Watching the trio of Han Fei, Weep, and the tall ghost, he shook his head.
Maybe we should wait for that woman from the 5th floor to come back. The 2 of them are enough. Most of the tenants from apartment 2 refuse to come because they only see the danger. When they realize the benefits involved, they'll be more willing to help.
Han Fei turned to the tall ghost.
Consuming ghosts will provide lots of yin energy. It can help increase your power and calm the pain in your heart. The tenants here will eventually learn that helping me is helping themselves. I was lucky enough to be at home and saw you come back carrying the coffin. I knew you were different from others, and that is why I'm willing to help.
The tall ghost's voice was low and hoarse. He sounded mature.
Let me reintroduce myself. My real name is Li Zai. I live in room 2021. My younger brother is called Li Hua. He is now living inside me. We can swap consciousness whenever we wish. What special power do you have? We can pollute and steal other people's luck. By the way, Li Hua suddenly remembered something. There was a wandering soul that sneaked into apartment 2 earlier. He was a patron of Lady Luck like me and my brother. We have stolen the last good luck he had and planned to ask him to become our sworn brother. But you rescued him before we could get him. Is he still around? We wish to meet him. He has already departed from this world.
Han Fei ended this sad conversation, and the 3 of them left the neighborhood. The street was covered in darkness. They did not dare to stay outside for too long. They hurried across the street and entered Yiming convenience store. The bell rang. Han Fei looked around. The store had been cleaned, but the single-eyed worker was missing.
Where's Drake? He's my only living employee.
Han Fei entered the warehouse and pulled one out.
Stop playing dead. Where's Drake?
A confused face appeared on the normal-looking candle.
Who are you? Huh, so you even know how to change your voice and face. That's useful.
Han Fei identified the man through the system. Han Fei took out a lighter.
I had you look over the shop for me, but you couldn't even do that. Maybe some fire will help clear your mind. How did you find me among so many candles?
The candle face panicked.
I even changed my hiding spot. Stop wasting time. Where's Drake? He went to the hostel next door a few hours ago, and he hasn't returned. The hostel? I'm not lying. A child's crying came from the hostel earlier, and I believe the child was crying for his mother. When Drake heard that, he left the shop immediately. A child's crying? Looks like something has happened to Firefly and his mother.
Han Fei stuffed the candle into his pocket. He led Weep and Li Zai to the back alley. Han Fei greeted a few broken souls, and then he slipped to the alley entrance. Beside the convenience store, there was a small, old hostel that did not even have a sign.
The woman who dropped the pot on me stays here as well. It's time to make things even.
Chapter 136.
Honey, let me hear our son's voice again. I know it still doesn't know how to speak. I just miss it too much. It can't make any sound anymore. How long ago was this? Honey, don't cry. I'm not saying this is your fault. It'll be fine. I'll get us a new son in a few days. Come, give me a hug. Of course, I wouldn't leave you all alone in this creepy place. I'll find you company. Hush, hush. Don't worry. This son is definitely yours. I know you've hidden it inside the hostel.
At the front desk of the lobby, a man in a raincoat half-squatted beside the phone. He kept mumbling things into the phone. His voice was gentle. The person on the other end of the line appeared to be his wife. The hood of the raincoat shielded most of his face. The man's voice was filled with love. He gushed at his wife. They were very much in love. The clock pointed at 1 in the morning, but the man was still talking on the phone. He kept comforting his crying wife. At that moment, footsteps came from the hostel entrance. A well-built young man, carrying a ceremonial urn, walked into the lobby. Wiping away the blood stains from his palms casually, the man in the raincoat ended the call unwillingly. He turned to the young man and asked,
Are you here for a room? You're the boss? Yes.
The man took out a key from underneath the desk.
Please give me your name. All of our guests need to register. Meng Chang'an. Chang'an. That's a good name.
The man handed the key to the young man.
Room 202. Please check out at this very hour tomorrow night. That's all. But I haven't even paid. Someone has already paid on your behalf. Go and rest. Sweet dreams. Thank you. Good night to you too.
The young man said politely. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned to study the lobby wall. There was a bulletin board there which was covered with various ads and notices. There were lost and found notifications and missing person ads. The young man studied it for a long time, and he noticed there was a wanted ad for a family tutor.
Boss, I'm sorry, but do you know who left this ad behind? Will the teacher be tutoring a child from the nearby Yiming Private Academy? Yes, the child dropped out from school for some reason. His mother has been figuring a way to help him to go back to the school. To ensure that he does not lag behind from his peers, she left the ad to find a family tutor.
The boss explained kindly.
Does the pair of mother and son live here as well? They stay in room 301. If you wish to answer her ad, I can help you make a call to inform the mother. Then I shall thank you in advance.
The young man headed towards the staircase. Walking down the moldy corridor, when he reached the first step, he turned back to look. The man in the raincoat was still standing behind the front desk, staring at him.
Good night.
Stepping on the creaking wooden steps, the young man came to the second floor. He heard the man's voice coming from the first floor again. He appeared to have continued his call with his wife. Are they actual husband and wife? This hostel is different from what I have imagined. The young man who carried the urn was Han Fei. His original plan was to ambush the boss and then murder his way to Drake and his family. But when he saw the actual boss, Han Fei noticed something was off. The boss appeared to be under some kind of spell. He reminded Han Fei greatly of Drake when he was still working under the paper doll. Seeing this, Han Fei knew brute force was not going to work. He did not expose Weep and Li Zai, who resided inside the urn, and instead decided to take on the disguise of a guest. Using the key, he opened the door to room 202. Han Fei shook his head at the urn, and then he looked around. The furniture was old. There was a teapot next to the small TV. Han Fei opened the lid, and several damp paper monies were stuffed inside.
You'll never know what you'll get here.
Han Fei inspected the room closely. He noticed the room was relatively clean. The only strange item he found was shredded paper money at the corners of the room and inside the closet.
It feels like this room is prepared for the dead. Then again, considering where I am, that is no surprise.
Han Fei sat on the bed and analyzed the situation in his mind. There are 3 levels to this hostel. Each level has 4 rooms, and one of the rooms on the first floor, room 101 specifically, has the word manager on it. Han Fei perked up his ears to listen. The walls were extremely thin. He could hear the sound of grinding teeth from the adjacent room, 201. The hostel is not that big. Firefly should be in one of these rooms. Closing his eyes, Han Fei tried to remember. The person who dropped the pots on me stays on the 3rd floor. If the layout for the rooms are all the same, then she should be staying in room 302, right above me. Standing up, Han Fei could hear the sound of snoring coming from above. She sure is a sound sleeper. Ring ring. The phone by the bed suddenly rang. Han Fei frowned. He thought the phone was just a decoration. Will it keep on ringing if I don't answer it? Han Fei stared at the phone, and he noticed something interesting. While the phone rang, the sound of teeth grinding and snoring had all disappeared. Han Fei eventually picked up the phone, but did not say anything. After a short silence, a woman's voice came out from the phone.
Please just stop torturing me. Just kill me. Please just kill me. The woman said between sobs. She sounded very fragile.
Tell me where you are.
Han Fei whispered urgently.
Don't torment me anymore. Kill me please.
The woman repeated. At that moment, the sound of chains falling came from the other line. Then the door opened. Finally, the boss voice came. Honey, who are you talking to?
The call was abruptly ended. Han Fei's eyes darted around as he placed the phone back. Then he slunk over to sneak out from room 202. He had no idea where the boss hid the woman, but he knew that the boss was not at the first-floor front desk at this moment. Using his fastest speed, Han Fei hurried to the first floor. As he expected, the first floor was empty. Without wasting any time, Han Fei jumped into the front desk and grabbed all the available keys. Then he searched through the desk and swiped the registration book the boss left on the table. After making sure he did not miss anything, Han Fei raced back up the stairs. His gait was light. When he passed each room, he'd stop to listen to the sounds from inside them. He reached room 202 successfully. Han Fei checked, and he got 6 numbered keys with him. He memorized all the numbers and opened the registration book. Meng Chang'an's name was the latest entry. He turned a page forward and found Drake's name.
Draking is in room 304.
Han Fei compared that with the keys he borrowed. There was no key for room 304.
That means Drake hasn't checked out yet. While Han Fei flipped through the book, footsteps came from the corridor. At the same time, the robotic voice announced.
Notification for player 0000. You've successfully triggered Grade G normal mission. Find the missing employee.
Find the missing employee. Your only employee is missing. Finding him will greatly increase his friendliness level with you. Notification for player 0000. You've successfully triggered Grade G hidden mission, Midnight Hostel. Midnight Hostel. The boss of this hostel once used fresh blood to write this on the business sign. No entry to the living. But after the boss disappeared, many strange things started to happen at the hostel.
Chapter 137. The footsteps on the corridor appeared so abruptly that Han Fei wasn't sure the owner was coming for him or not. But for the sake of security, he stuffed all the keys and the registration book into the urn. Closing the cracked lid, Han Fei carefully moved to the door. Dong, dong, dong. The person knocked on his door, stopping before room 202. The door did not have a peephole, so Han Fei had to lean on the crack in the frame to look out. There was a woman in an old, blue dress standing outside the room. Her face was ashen, and her eyes bloodshot. There was a large birthmark around her neck. Her hair was matted with clumps of soil. The landlord's ring gives no reaction at all. Does this mean she carries me no harm? Han Fei slowly eased the door open.
How can I help you? Are you Mr. Meng Chang'an? I just got the call from the boss. He said you have answered my ad for a family tutor.
The woman's voice was dull and flat. It suggested an exhausted frame of mind.
Indeed, I am Meng Chang'an.
Han Fei pulled the door open.
Why don't you come in? I'm sure you have questions for me.
The woman hesitated before entering room 202. Han Fei poured a glass of water for the woman and then asked,
I understand that your child is a former student at Yiming Private Academy? Yes, my child is very clever and he used to be very good with his studies. But recently, his results plummeted and his behavior turned strange. He would cry and throw stuff for no reason. I bet it's because he was under great pressure from school. It's my advice that you give him some time to breathe. After all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. If I do that, he will definitely hate me in the future. Furthermore, it's not like he doesn't want to study, but more like he is prevented from focusing on his studies.
The woman thought about it.
I swear it's that kid that my child shares a room with. He often tells very scary stories to my child. I suspect he's the one behind my child's problem. Very scary stories?
Han Fei's eyes narrowed.
Do you know the name of that child? His name is Jing Sheng.
Jing Sheng? Jin Sheng. Han Fei did not expect to hear that name at the hostel. It gave him all the more reason to make the woman stay.
Sometimes, we as parents have limited understanding of our children because we lack a proper channel of communication. Do you mind telling me everything that has happened to your child at school? I'll help you analyze why your child has fallen behind in his studies.
Han Fei exuded such a professional presence of a teacher that he gained the woman's trust quite easily.
Yiming Private Academy is a boarding school. I can only see my child once every 6 months. He was perfectly fine when he started at the school, but the last time I went to see him, which was 6 months ago, he told me that he had been suffering from a terrible headache. I also noticed there were inexplicable small wounds on his body that refused to heal. What did you do then? I asked him whether there was someone bullying him at school. He denied it. He merely begged me to bring him away from the school.
The woman gripped her dress.
We came from a poor family. I used all of my savings to send my child to this prestigious school so that he could have a better life than I did, but who would have thought this would happen to him? In other words, until now you have no idea why he has dropped off from school? Forgive me, but that is quite irresponsible.
Han Fei took out his teacher's work ID.
I am a professional educator with years of experience. If you're willing to place your trust in me, why don't you bring me to meet that child now? Teacher Ming, I can't thank you enough for this.
The woman placed her hands inside her pocket and then added in an embarrassed whisper.
But I do not have that much money on me. We can discuss that later. The child's situation is more important. If we do not handle these problems now, it might affect the rest of his life.
Han Fei picked up the urn from the bed.
Education is not only meant for the children to master skills and knowledge. It is also to help them understand the meaning and value of life.
The woman was even more impressed by Han Fei now. She led Han Fei to the 3rd floor. Pushing the door open to room 301, a horrible smell leaked out, and the scene that revealed before Han Fei was quite horrifying. The windows were covered with thick black blinds, and the dim light casted shadows on papers that littered the ground. A wet sheet was hung across the middle of the room to split the small space into 2 partitions. Through the sheet, Han Fei could glimpse a giant head. Han Fei pulled back a corner of the sheet and spotted a boy leaning on the study table. His head was disproportionately large compared to his thin body. In fact, Han Fei could not imagine the boy standing up. His neck would snap from the weight of his head. The horrible smell came from the disfigured boy. He held a pen in his hand, and he kept writing the same thing on the papers.
Why is he still studying at 2 in the morning? He should be in bed already. There should be a balance between study and leisure.
Chill came from the ring. Han Fei hugged the urn and walked through the sheet. He was assaulted by a thicker, smelly fog. Upon closer inspection, Han Fei realized the boy's appearance was even more harrowing than he thought. Giant blood-red veins popped on his giant head, and they appeared like worms crawling under the skin. Han Fei could hear a voice coming from inside the boy's head, as if calling him to return to Yiming Private Academy.
Child, what is your name?
The smell crawled into his nostrils, but Han Fei's expression did not change like he was born without olfactory cells. The large head slowly turned around. A large vein pulsed above his eyelid. His eyes were so red like the ocular pressure would push them out at any moment. The bulging eyeballs stared at Han Fei. They were filled with malice. The boy's hand tightened around the pen as if he wanted to stab Han Fei with it.
Why don't you take a break for now?
Han Fei turned to study the exercise book before the boy. The page was filled with different names written down with red pen.
Are these the names of your friends?
The veins on the boy's head pounded, and his expression turned vicious.
Maybe he's too shy to share his problems with his family around.
Han Fei turned to smile at the woman at the door.
Do you mind if I speak alone with your boy for a moment?
The woman hesitated before she turned away.
Boy, your mother has left. Do you know what that means?
Han Fei smiled at the boy. The boy sensed danger from Han Fei's smile, and he said the first word since Han Fei entered the room.
Why don't you try and put a finger on me? You sure have a temper. In any case, I'm a teacher. There is no way I will use corporal punishment on my students.
Han Fei took out the cursed homework from his inventory and placed it before the boy. He had tried the book on Weep before. He noticed the cursed book could slowly influence the reader's mind.
Since you refuse to rest, then how about you try some of the questions on this exercise book? We can start with simple math.
Han Fei used soul depth touch to fix the boy's gaze on the exercise book.
We have to work if we want a better future. We reap what we sow, right?
On the previously empty page, lines after lines of question appeared. They pulled at the boy's soul like an invisible whirlpool. If x2 plus 2m plus 4x plus m2 plus 5m equals 0 has no real root. 1. Find m. 2. If the quadratic equation mx2 plus in 2x plus m 3 equals 0 has real roots, find the roots. 3. If the roots in question 2 are alpha beta equals 1:2, and n is an integral number, find m's smallest integral. Chapter 138. Some used holy water to cleanse spirit, others used ancient artifacts, but Han Fei was probably the first to use math to expel evil. This truly brought a new meaning to the axiom, knowledge is power. The boy's attention was pulled towards the exercise book. The veins on his head subsided, and the boy stopped resisting that hard. Under the dim light, a child was working hard to solve a math equation. If not for the horrible stench of decay wafting out from him, this would be a scene perfect from an Iyashikei game. Han Fei sat down beside the boy. When the boy's consciousness was completely submerged into the book, he tried to ask again.
What's your name? Big Head. My friends all call me Big Head.
The boy mumbled as if to himself. His eyes never left the book.
Did you share a room with Jingsheng? What is your impression of that boy? Did he ever bully you? I don't like him. He always tells these scary stories. Even when he sleeps, his mouth would continue to move, and the stories never end. Sleep-taking? Do you remember what exactly did he say?
Han Fei was curious.
He said we are all dead, and the school is filled with ghosts. He also said that there was a butterfly who flew into one of the students' brains. It was that student who has been torturing our afterlife, and for us to seek freedom, we need to find that student as soon as possible. Do you believe him? Initially I didn't, but I started to see ghosts at the school. The place is very haunted.
Han Fei's question triggered the trauma within the boy. He almost struggled loose from the curse. Looks like Jingsheng and Jinsheng are the same person. He hasn't changed at all, and still likes to tell ghost stories, but at this place his stories are all real. Han Fei came to the hostel to find Drake. The info about Jinsheng was a pleasant surprise. Han Fei left Big Head alone with his exercise. Both the boy and his mother were victims of the school. Han Fei planned to invite them to join him at Happiness Neighborhood after he was done researching the hostel. Han Fei looked around and noticed there was a picture frame on his study table. The frame carried a family photo of 3. Inside the picture, the boy's head wasn't that big.
Is this man your father? Yes. My father works somewhere far away, but he loves me and my mother. He'll call us on the phone every night.
Another incident with the phone? Han Fei walked towards the phone that sat on the dresser. But before he could do anything, the door to room 301 opened. Big Head's mother hurried in.
Teacher Ming, what do you think? Is my son still savable? I'm sure you overheard what the boy and I have talked about behind the door, so why ask the unnecessary question?
Han Fei noted with a faded smile.
The student named Jingsheng has a lot to do with why your son is in the state he's in. I will help you investigate Jingsheng further. Thank you, Teacher Ming. If you really care about your son, I'd advise you to move out from this hostel. This is not a place to raise a child. Why not settle somewhere more permanent? There's a vacancy at the Happiness Neighborhood across the street. There are more kids his age there. It'll help him open up to other people. I will consider it.
Just as the woman said that, the phone rang. Hearing the tingle, the woman who had been frowning all night suddenly burst into a brilliant smile. She rushed anticipatorily to the phone and picked it up.
Honey, you've not called for the whole night. I was so worried about you. The police are on my tail. I don't dare to make any call and put you in danger. You better stay at the hostel and don't go anywhere. I'll be back to come get you soon. Okay, you have to be careful too. How is our son? Is his headache healing? No. In fact, it has gotten more serious, but I have found a very nice tutor. He is willing to help our son. Don't trust any stranger. Have you forgotten how I was framed as the murderer? I have to hang up now. Take care of yourself.
The man appeared to sense something and quickly ended the call.
Was that the boy's father?
Han Fei asked casually.
Yes. He's busy with business and is often not home. No matter how busy he is, as parents, we should make some time for our children.
Han Fei kept bringing up the importance of family and education. The woman nodded in agreement.
It's getting late. I should be returning to my room. Thank you again, Teacher Ming.
The woman walked Han Fei to the door. After he exited room 301, Han Fei replayed everything that he saw and heard in his mind. The woman is lying. Her husband is a fugitive on the run from the police. But the question is, why would her husband know this hostel's number? Is her husband hiding at this very same hostel? The moment I suggested the woman move away with big head, the husband called to stop her. That can't be a coincidence. Han Fei looked quietly around. He felt someone's eyes on him. Was it really her husband on the phone? Or was it someone else? Now that he thought about it, Han Fei realized how sinister the presence of phones was at this hostel. Once he entered the door, he encountered the boss talking to his wife on the phone. After he entered his room, he heard a phone call from a woman asking for help. Now he noted the woman in room 301 maintained communication with her husband through the phone as well. If every guest here is put under some kind of spell, then the phone must play a huge role in it. Is it the same ghost on the other end of the phone hypnotizing all of them? Han Fei was determined to find out what was wrong with the hostel. Staring down the corridor that led down the third floor, Han Fei slowly made his move. Drake registered into room 304, and he had not been seen since. Something must be hidden in that room. Smell of mold lingered in the air. Just as Han Fei passed room 302, the door suddenly opened. A fatty arm shot out from inside the door. The person had been lying in wait. The fleshy arm grabbed Han Fei tightly. It's the fat woman who dropped the pots on me. Even with 10 points in stamina, Han Fei was putty in the woman's arms. He was slowly dragged into her room. I'm still too weak. The door opened wider to reveal a woman's heavily made-up face. She was munching on a piece of bone. She salivated hungrily.
You'll die sooner or later now that you're here. In that case, why don't you die in my arms instead?
The folds of fat on her face jiggled from excitement. The woman was much more powerful than Han Fei. She yanked with extra force as Han Fei neared her door. Han Fei did not expect the woman still had reservation of strength. He tripped and stumbled into room 302. The reinforced door slowly closed, and the last shred of light disappeared from Han Fei's eyes.
Many people cross this junction every day, but you are different. When I first saw you, I wanted to kill you. The urge is indescribable. I know you will create a more beautiful blood splatter than the rest of them.
The mouth of the woman cracked open to expose yellow teeth. Han Fei collapsed to the ground. He stayed there as if frozen from fear.
You are so cute. I can't wait to kill you. I will kill you little by little. I will make the process last for a whole day. No, that is still too fast. I will take 1 whole week to kill you.
The woman eased open a drawer and took out a box of razors. She giggled with anticipation.
We'll start with the legs so that you won't be able to move anymore.
The fats on the woman jiggled with her every move. The already small razor appeared even tinier in her grasp.
I promise to make sure no flesh is left on the bone.
The woman rolled up her sleeves and Han Fei saw the trace of a black-red butterfly on her wrist. Why do all the crazy people in this world have the butterfly's mark? Han Fei remained on the ground. His eyes darted about nervously as he watched the woman approach. The woman was much stronger than Han Fei. Seeing how helpless Han Fei was, she giggled even harder, like a girl at the state fair. Ashamed that she could not see into the player's inventory. Her grubby hands reached for Han Fei's calf. As she tried to drag Han Fei into the kitchen, Han Fei finally countered. Using soul-depth touch, he aimed a kick at the woman's stomach. As the woman groaned painfully from the unexpected strike, Han Fei took out the paper red doll from his inventory and shoved it down the woman's open throat. Weep. The boy materialized above the woman's head. He used his power to loosen her mind, and the paper doll inside her throat came alive. Blood-red needles pierced into the woman's body. Then the cracked paper doll disappeared. The woman collapsed to the ground in pain. She stuck her fingers down her throat, but her gag reflex was not working. Soon her body became even bloated than before. She tried to make one last attempt at Han Fei's life, but the thin boy riding above her neck kept disrupting her thoughts. The woman was like a beast who lost her mind. She banged against the furniture aimlessly. She panicked. Soon black blood coughed out from her mouth. The blood was mixed with shredded paper. 10 minutes later, the woman's body paled. When the last trace of blood disappeared, she folded over in the middle of the room. There was a strange rustling, and then a hand slowly reached out from the woman's heart. The blood-red doll slowly emerged from the woman's body. It turned to look at Han Fei, and its face brightened with a smile. Then it extricated itself from the woman and toddled over to Han Fei. So this is the power of a grade F cursed object? Just the sight of the doll working its power was horrifying enough. Han Fei was glad that the doll's consciousness had been shattered. He reached out to pick up the doll. He noticed the tears on the doll had lessened. Absorbing negative energy was able to heal the wounds on the doll. Cursed objects are more resilient and scarier than I thought. Han Fei stared at the woman on the ground. He actually still had some questions for her. This is your fault, really. You ambushed me first. Han Fei closed the woman's eyes. When he brushed against her skin, he did not feel any human suppleness. Instead, her skin felt as dry as a piece of paper. In this time of need, every small donation is well appreciated. Chapter 139. Han Fei shut the venom-filled eyes of the guest inside room 302 and her body disintegrated into paper. As her soul faded away, the system suddenly announced,
Notification for player 0000. Your employee, Drake Ng, has been heavily injured. Please find him soon, or the mission will fail.
There's a time limit to this mission. Han Fei initially planned to stay to search for clues in the room, but after hearing the notification, he did not dawdle. He picked up the box of razors and turned to the door. There was no one in the corridor. The other tenants appeared to have gotten used to hearing strange voices coming out from room 302. It's too unusually quiet. After the death of the guest in room 302, something changed at the hostel. Out of concern for Drake's safety, Han Fei hustled down the corridor as he reached into the urn to take out the key to room 304. The key eased into the keyhole, and just as the door opened, the phone inside room 304 rang. The silvery tingle shattered the hostel's silence. It echoed throughout the whole building. Han Fei slipped into room 304 and picked up the phone sitting at the bedside table. Weak breathing came down the line. Several seconds later, 2 words were heard.
Hurry, leave. Despite the softness of the voice, Han Fei recognized the caller as Drake. Where are you now? End this call and leave.
Drake seemed to be struggling with the last bit of his strength. When he gave that directive, the sound of wound tearing also came down the line. Through the call, Han Fei understood there was someone else close to Drake. Said person was probably the one who forced Drake to make this call to Han Fei. Han Fei immediately cut off the call. He studied the red phone line that was embedded into the wall. The line looked like a blood capillary. There has to be a reason why Drake told me to end the call. Probably a conversation with the person on the phone will enable them to put some kind of spell on me. Han Fei reacted quickly. The moment he stepped into the hostel, he already suspected the phones. Now with the confirmation from Drake, Han Fei confirmed there was a huge problem with the phones at this hostel. Han Fei took out a razor and tried to cut through the phone line, but the red thin line was much more resilient than he expected. The razor was unable to slice through it.
Weep, do you think you can bite through it?
At that moment, the door opened and a ghost with a dark red face stumbled into room 304. He was holding a bottle of alcohol and could barely walk in a straight line. After he got into the room, he suddenly picked up speed to charge at Han Fei. His red skin cracked with blood. Weep jumped to defend Han Fei. Weep was a lingering spirit while the drunkard was just an animated regret. It only managed to do little damage on Weep while suffering a lot of damage in return. It was only a matter of time before the drunkard was killed, but Han Fei felt this was too easy. The drunkard was in a state similar to Drake when he was under the paper doll's control. His consciousness was not there. Despite the obvious losing battle, he still attacked Weep relentlessly. Just as the drunkard was about to die, the system rang in Han Fei's head again.
Notification for player 0000. Your employee, Drake Ying's consciousness is about to collapse. Please locate him immediately, or you'll fail the mission.
Han Fei narrowed his eyes at the dying drunkard. When the notification first came, it was right after the woman in room 302 was consumed by the paper doll. Now this second notification came right about this drunkard is about to die. This cannot be a coincidence. Han Fei's eyes swept the phone behind him, and a thought appeared in his mind. The real owner of this place can transfer damage between their corrupted guests. Han Fei immediately had Weep stop his attacks. Han Fei yanked the phone line forcibly out from the wall. The connection port bled, and when the line pulled out, Han Fei saw that it was connected to something that looked suspiciously like a human organ.
Just leave the drunkard. We need to get to the first floor now.
Han Fei remembered that when he entered the hostel, the boss was also on the phone. The phone line of the phone at the front desk extended right to the ground. If the phone is the cursed object that connects everything at this hostel, then the heart that controls it must be hidden under the building. With that in mind, Han Fei carried the urn and escaped from room 304 with Weep. As they ran down the stairs, all the phones inside the hostel rang at the same time. The previously closed doors slammed open. The guests shuffled out of their rooms like they were sleepwalking.
Run past them.
The shrill ringing tortured Han Fei's eardrums. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the first floor. When he arrived, the boss in the raincoat was standing there waiting for him with a smile. The wooden stairs creaked. Footfalls came from upstairs.
Dear guest, I'm sorry, but your checkout time is not until tomorrow.
The boss took off his hoodie. A large crack split his skull.
If you insist on leaving early, then I'll have to charge your rental in advance.
The hand that was hidden under the coat slowly pulled out. It was holding a sharp axe. As more guests made their way down the stairs, Han Fei knew he had no other choice.
Li Zai, is it time for dinner?
A dark shadow billowed out from the cracked urn. A tall man peeled back his stomach to reveal another face hidden inside it.
Get your younger brother out. Quick, I need him to slam through this floor.
The situation was getting more dangerous. The tall man nodded.
You better stand back.
He bent his body into an impossible degree and extended his head right into the open mouth of the face inside his own stomach. This horrifying vision startled even some of the guests. Han Fei did not expect this would be the way the two brothers exchanged their personas. The mouth clamped over the tall man's neck. The bones snapped noisily. Rationality was consumed, and what remained was madness and despair. The shadow grew twice as big. The large Li Hua slammed on the floor like crazy. The 3 stories building trembled. Li Hua soon smashed out a hole through the hollowed floor. Wooden splinters showered everywhere. A horrible stench drifted out from the hole. Han Fei held his hand over his mouth as he peered into the hole. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. There was a mass grave under the hostel. Carcasses were sewn together with red phone lines. Their bodies were entangled together by phone lines. Some of the lines threaded through their skin and buried deep into their bodies.
Drake?
The single-eyed employee was bitten in place by his surrounding carcasses. He used his body to shield a boy and a woman's carcass. The woman looked kind and friendly. Her eyes were closed, but she had a satisfied smile on her face. Her body, though, was punctured through by multiple phone lines. Drake was at his limit. His consciousness was fading. His single eye filled with pain.
Help me. Drake did not expect to see Han Fei. An emotion that he did not recognize appeared in his murky eye. The rare emotion lent him another surge of energy. His only movable arm grabbed the boy in his embrace and threw him out from the mass grave. Han Fei caught the boy. Li Hua, who lost his mind, jumped into the hole. He tore and dragged at the underground bodies. But all the damage appeared to have been transferred onto Drake. The phone lines are the connection. The curse can transfer the damage taken from one of his puppets to another. The only solution now is to bring down the curse maker. Li Hua was uncontrollable, and Weep had to stay guard beside Han Fei. Han Fei's only hope was the paper doll. He reached into his inventory to take out the red paper doll. Blood dripped to the ground. Han Fei needed the doll to crawl into the grave, but the paper doll merely smiled gladly at him. The doll's consciousness had been broken. It was now just a shell. Thinking back to what Su Qin had said, the soul-wrenchingly beautiful face appeared in Han Fei's mind. When the face overlapped with that of the paper doll, a thick scent of blood pooled around Han Fei.
Dig deep into the graves. Find out what the layers of carcasses are trying to protect. Chapter 140. The carcasses were strung together via the phone lines. They were pieced together to protect the cursed object placed in the middle. Li Hua, who had consumed his elder brother, was completely out of control. He could not tell what was before him. Black mist curled around his fists, and it appeared to be able to burn through ghosts. He attacked indiscriminately. The carcasses in the grave were pummeled through. The damage caused by the mist was shared among all the guests at the hostel. While Li Hua attracted the hostel owner's attention, Han Fei closed his eyes to focus on controlling the paper doll. The memories in his mind were dyed red. The horrors the paper doll had experienced started to affect Han Fei. If he had not died so many times during the manager mission, his mind would have collapsed by now. The multiple deaths strengthened his resolve. Han Fei gritted his teeth and ignored the visions before his eyes. He focused on making the doll squeeze deeper into the grave. While Li Hua made a mess of the grave, the doll infiltrated into it. The biggest weakness of the thing buried deep underground was its immobility. The doll eventually reached the core of the grave. There was an old man residing at the center of the grave. His body was shriveled. Blood-red phone lines bound around him. His eyes were filled with pain and regret. The real owner of the hostel is this old man. Regardless, Han Fei had no time to waste. If he hesitated, Drake would die. Han Fei gave the final order to the paper doll, which was to cut through the phone lines that circulated around the old man. The smell of blood dispersed around the room. A scary smile lit up the doll's face as it plunged its paper hands into the old man's chest. The doll did not follow Han Fei's order. It was distracted by something. It laughed soundlessly as its hands gouged out a hole at the old man's chest. As blood coursed through its body, the doll jumped into the old man's chest. At that moment, every ghost inside the hostel stopped. Seconds later, the doll crawled out from the old man's chest carrying a still-beating heart. All the phone lines originated from this heart. That was the source of everything. The guests started to slow. The excited paper doll opened its maw to consume the heart. Han Fei used a lot of energy to stop it. An old lady's cries could be heard coming out from the wounded heart. It appeared to be a cursed object.
Li Hua, enough. That's an ally. Li Zai, I need you to stop your little brother.
Han Fei shouted. Li Hua was a rampaging tank. He was about to slam into the paper doll. Han Fei needed to control the paper doll, stop Li Hua, and be cautious about the other guests. One wrong move, and he'd die. Under Han Fei's urging, Li Hua's body started to change. The mist around his arms dispersed until the tall ghost returned. Han Fei sighed in relief when he saw Li Zai. Then he could fully focus on controlling the paper doll to bring the heart back. To his consternation, once the paper doll tried to move the heart, all the cursed ghosts inside the hostel would be affected. They were all connected to the heart. This is bad. Drake cannot suffer any more torment. Han Fei did not want to lose this employee. He held Weep's hand and jumped through the hole and into the grave. The way to undo the curse is to destroy the cursed object. But this thing knows how to transfer damage inflicted onto it. If it dies, it will pull the rest of the guests down with it. Han Fei frowned. At that moment, the heavily shrunken old man turned his neck to look at Han Fei.
Please don't hurt her. This is all my fault. Kill me instead. I will atone her sins.
The old man's voice came intermittently. He was barely present.
What do you mean? I am the boss of this hostel. My wife of 40+ years lives inside this heart.
The old man continued pleadingly.
We used to run a hostel together, but I fell sick and she was left with the burden of running it alone. Where is she now? I don't know either. One night, I woke up and realized I was no longer at the hospital, but on this street. I was so afraid until I stumbled into this hostel.
The old man crawled over the bodies to try to reach the heart.
At the time, the hostel was abandoned. I started to turn it into a business. I wanted to keep everything the same so that she'd not feel uncomfortable when she returned. Unfortunately, she never did. That is until one night, I received a phone call from her. Han Fei got the gist of the story now. The old man used to run a hostel in his life, and he died at the hospital. When he woke up, he was already in the cryptic world. But his situation was unique, because he retained the memories about his wife and the hostel.
I was so excited when I got her call. I was so afraid I wouldn't get the chance to hear her voice again. I told her that I wished to see her, but she said that it was not yet time. She told me to be patient.
The old man's eyes softened.
As always, I listened to her. I waited, but I was also weirdly afraid to see her in person. To be honest, a phone call a day was good enough for me.
We talked about everything. There were inexhaustible topics. I talked to her about our life together while she shared with me the tales of our guests. Her temper was as incalcitrant as I remembered. Such a nagger, she was. Sometimes, she would chew my ears off, but the next day, I would find myself waiting beside the phone waiting for it to ring. With her voice accompanying me every day, I no longer felt so fearful. But as the hostel started to accept more guests, she suddenly told me she felt very afraid. She could feel herself changing. She had been exposed to too many despair, horrors, and unimaginable terror. Her voice was pained. I wanted to comfort her in person, but she refused to meet me. One night not too long after that, she called to tell me she was leaving. She might not be able to call me anymore. Can you imagine the pain I was in when I heard that? I could not understand it. I told her I was ready to give up everything just to see her one last time. That day, she finally agreed. She told me to carry the phone with me into the hostel basement. Walking through the basement covered in phone lines, I maintained a conversation with her on the phone. I asked for her location. Suddenly, she told me to turn around. The old man's wrinkles folded together. His eyes dimmed. I did and realized the phone was not connected to anything. The phone lines had been snipped. The voice never came from the phone to begin with. It was from inside my heart. The phone never rang. It was not connected. It could not have rung. I have been talking to myself. Do you know, when a person's desire crosses a certain threshold, it will change. My yearning morphed into a curse and manifested on this hostel's phones. It went out of control. Through the phone lines, it fed on the guest's despair and regurgitated it back onto me, stripping me of my kindness. Like what I told myself, there was no hope in this world. She never did reach out to me. I was only fooling myself. Tears slid down the old man's face. He started to bawl like a child. Han Fei had no idea how long the old man had been trapped here. Perhaps there were many souls in the same state as he was in the cryptic world. Sir, honestly, I have no idea whether there is hope in this world or not. Squatting down, Han Fei studied the old man quietly. But if there is no hope in this world, then we shall create one on our own. He ordered the paper doll to replace the heart back into the old man's chest. I will return to you your desire, and I hope that you'll return my friends back to me. The old man's face colored with complicated emotions. The heart that was connected to all the phone lines beat in his heart again. The old man's hands went to his chest. He pulled back all the phone lines that weaved through the mass grave. Each of the phone lines carried the voice of a despairing soul. Big brother. Firefly rushed to Drake's side. The weak Drake caressed Firefly's face. He crawled up with difficulty. His only eye was filled with appreciation as he turned to Han Fei. There's no need to thank me. Han Fei used soul depth touch to help Drake up from the ground. There's no need for that between families. Chapter 141, The old man bore witness to the interaction between Han Fei and Drake. He found it hard to believe that he could see something like this in the world forever enclosed in darkness. Family, huh? The bloody phone lines extricated from the carcasses, the old man removed the curse from all the guests. All along, the guests had been the ones conversing with themselves on the phone. Just like the old man, their deepest desire became the curse that bound them to the hostel. The guests slowly awakened one after another. They had on different expressions. Some were surprised, others looked feared. The most unusual among them was the man in the raincoat. He hid the axe back under his coat. The dark eyes swept at Han Fei before he moved silently towards the hole. When he was about 1 meter away from Han Fei, he suddenly jumped at Han Fei. The man was suspended in midair as red telephone lines shot out to wrap around him. All I ever wanted was to be with my wife again. I could not even tell when that desire mutated, but I knew why it had worsened into a curse. She fed on their despair and came into a life of her own. The old man neutralized the man in the raincoat and dropped him before Han Fei. In other words, I knew all about their inner secrets. After all, it was me who changed their desires into realities. Sir, I am not a good person, nor am I a saint. However, I believe in the power of justice. Those who have sinned need to be punished. Han Fei stood above the mass grave. Why don't you tell me the tales of all your guests? And we can decide together their future. Some of the guests were trapped animated regrets. They were hypnotized and succumbed to the false happiness offered by the voices of their loved ones on the phone. The others were pure evil animated. They had already lost their humanity, the example being the man in the raincoat. Overcome by jealousy, he murdered his ex-wife and then went after the child his ex-wife had with her new family. After the double murders, his mind snapped. He would see his ex-wife's faces on all the children and would assume they were bastards his wife had with other men. It was this man who injured Drake's mother and brother. It was also because of him that Drake came to the hostel. Some of the guests were influenced by the phone's curse, while other tenants influenced the phone with their own malice, making this extremely rare cursed object even more powerful. After knowing every guest's stories, Han Fei unleashed Weep and Li Zai. He allowed them to feast on the unsavable guests.
Weep and Li Zai were not Han Fei's underlings. They were on equal footing. This was especially true for Li Zai. He only chose to follow Han Fei because the latter promised him food. Drake was heavily injured. He joined the ranks of Weep and Li Zai. Consumption would aid his healing. A gory scene occurred inside the hostel. It was even more terrifying than before.
There are kind spirits and evil spirits in the cryptic world. For now, I do not possess the power to salvage evil spirits, so the only way I can change this world is to allow the kind spirits to consume the evil spirits.
Standing in the bloody rain, Han Fei turned to the remaining guests and the old man.
I am also fighting for a chance at survival. Like you, I might die at any moment, but I promise you that as long as I am still alive, I will do my best to help you search for your family and friends. Hiding at this place, waiting daily beside the phones for comfort is self-deceiving. It will never bring you closer to your dream. Only by making actual efforts that you'll get closer to them.
Most of the guests had been consumed. Only 3 guests were unharmed. They were Big Head and his mother, as well as the drunkard. They had never harmed anyone. They were just victims of the cursed phone lines.
Feel free to move to the Happiness neighborhood on the opposite street. It is safe there. But if you insist on staying here, I hope you can cooperate with the ghosts from the convenience store next door. Look after and support each other.
No one raised contention against what Han Fei said. The surviving guests looked at the man with both awe and fear. After consuming some animated regrets and lingering spirits, Drake was much better. However, the unfortunate fact remained that his mother had already fallen victim to the Raincoat Man. The truth was sometime after Firefly and his mother moved into this hostel, she was murdered by the Raincoat Man. Firefly had been talking to her through the phone.
Mom would never allow Firefly to get close to the convenience store, so when I saw him around the back alley, I knew that something bad must have happened to her. Drake blamed himself a lot even though the fault was not his. At the time, he was still under the paper doll's control. He could barely save himself, much less others. More emotions colored Drake's only eye. This was a good sign. After consoling Drake, Han Fei walked to the old man's side. He planned to wire one of the phones straight to Yiming convenience store. However, he did not plan to bring the phones to the Happiness neighborhood yet. Han Fei had to ensure the neighborhood was completely safe before he allowed any external objects from entering it. After handling everything at the hostel, Han Fei received the system update.
Notification for player 0000.
You have successfully completed the Grade G normal mission. Find the missing employee. Obtained rewards. 1 basic skill point and friendliness level with Drake increases by 20. You have successfully completed the Grade G hidden mission, the missing big brother. You have helped Firefly find his brother, Drake. Obtained rewards. 1 basic skill point. Friendliness level with both Drake and Firefly increases by 20. Hidden mission completion rate more than 100%. You've gained both EXP as well as additional rewards specific to Drake, Exposed Heart. After rescuing Drake several times, his perception of you changed permanently. Rest well in knowing that this employee will never betray you. You have successfully completed the Grade G hidden mission, Midnight Hostel. Obtained 1 basic skill point and friendliness level with the hostel owner. Yinzhong increases by 10. Obtained Grade G cursed object. Phone to hear the dead. Phone to hear the dead. Grade G cursed object. I know I will never see you again, but I still miss your voice. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 8. Obtained 1 attribute point.
The completion of 3 consecutive missions helped Han Fei rise directly to level 8. He placed all 3 new skill points into acting, making it advanced acting level 6. It was only a matter of time until he reached masterful level. It was hard to imagine achieving such mastery at his young age. Han Fei himself could barely believe it. According to the official website, they might add more skill levels beyond masterful in the future. However, to improve skill mastery post-masterful level, one not only needs skill points, but also to complete certain missions. However, for now, advanced acting should be good enough. I will cross paths with the most cunning sins in the cryptic world in the future. They will be as good in acting as I am, but that is for the future me to worry about. Chapter 142. Han Fei had a very clear planning for his life. After he finished adding all the skill points, he applied the attribute points to his intelligence, raising it to 7. That should allow me to control the paper doll longer. Han Fei felt the effect instantaneously. He felt like his brain was moving faster. His train of thought was more logical and smoother. He also believed his memory skill had improved as well. I understand that both stamina and intelligence are equally important, but there are only so many attribute points to go around. Intelligence could help Han Fei resist and control cursed objects longer, while stamina helped with his physical activities. The fact that Han Fei did not add the attribute point into his stamina like usual signaled a shift in his gaming attitude. He crawled out from the mass grave. Han Fei left the hostel and returned to the convenience store. The shooting for Twin Flowers was already over, so Han Fei did not hurry to quit the game. Instead, with Weep and Li Zai, he started a delivery service. Throughout the night, these 3 tenants from Happiness Neighborhood brought unrivaled warmth and convenience to the nearby store patrons. During this process, Han Fei noticed something important. It was hard for the spirits to retain their rationality, especially after they consumed a certain number of souls. Both Weep and Li Zai showed signs of going berserk during the delivery. Weep dropped down and cried without warning. His tears triggered Li Zai, who transformed into Li Hua. He almost got into a fight with Weep. From this, Han Fei drew the conclusion that the more ghosts and monsters the spirit consumed, the harder it would be for them to remain sane. While Weep and Li Zai could still control themselves, Han Fei brought them back to the Happiness Neighborhood. Both Li Zai and Weep's power increased substantially that night, so did their friendliness level with Han Fei. More importantly, with their aid, Han Fei managed to complete a few more lower-level normal missions. Grade G missions were suitable for players between level 1 and 10, so before Han Fei reached level 10, he could still get quite a lot of EXP from them. However, these missions merely provided EXP and simple exhaustibles. There were no rewards worth mentioning. With the amount of time I've clocked in, I would have reached middle to late game by now if I'm playing another game. But in perfect life, I'm not even level 10 yet. Han Fei stood beside the window of room 1044 and stared out into the darkness. He was reminded of a quote, "If the torch goes out, I will be my own light." The old man at the hostel left a deep impression on Han Fei. There were many in this cryptic world who did not start with despair. They were turned into monsters via assimilation of their surroundings. They were once kind souls too. Is there still a chance for this world to be cured? He too wanted to be other people's light, but it was hard when surviving on his own was a difficult chore. Han Fei's head buzzed with exhaustion. He leaned against the window as he turned to glance around the haunted room. He chose to quit the game. Blood poured over everything. Then Han Fei slowly lost his consciousness. He removed the gaming helmet and sunlight shone on his face. Han Fei stared at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 a.m. One of the big reasons I still have not lost my mind is because I can return to real life at the end of each session. There is always an immediate goal that keeps me going while I am in the despairing cryptic world, and that is to live and complete the gaming session. The warm rays caressed Han Fei's cheeks like soft hands. He had never realized sunlight could be so comforting before. Pulling the sheet over his head, the tired Han Fei drifted off to sleep. At 3 p.m., Han Fei was awakened by knocks on his door. The moment he woke up, he reached alertly for the stun gun under his pillow. Han Fei did not have that many friends. His only visitor was the police. He sneaked to the door and looked out the peephole. He saw Director Jiang and the floor manager standing there. Opening the door, Han Fei frowned with confusion.
Director Jiang, why are you here? Brother, we've called you about 20 times already, but they all went unanswered. We had no choice but to come here.
The floor manager said.
I thought since the shoot is already over, there is nothing required of me anymore. I switched my phone into silent mode and planned to take a good long rest. What nonsense. Hurry up and go and change. Sister Long has already contacted the nation's biggest streaming platform. Our media conference later today will be streamed on their website. We will also showcase our latest trailers.
Director Jiang sighed, quite helplessly.
You are the main character. You can't be absent for this event. But we just had our wrap party yesterday night, and we're already having the conference today? The post-editing is already done?
Normally, a movie conference would be released 1 week before the official release. Many celebrities and government officials would be invited, but Twin Flowers was just a small-budget indie movie. It did not have a conventional press release.
We're running low on time. We've been editing the film while shooting it. We even had to outsource some of the works. They are helping us rush the deadline.
Director Jiang had heavy dark circles under his eyes. The man had not had a proper rest for a long time already.
If we miss the deadline, all of our effort will be for nothing. Furthermore, you're still on the hot topic list. We should make use of that.
Han Fei was thus ushered by the duo into the bathroom to shower and change.
Okay, let's go. You're wearing that?
Director Jiang asked when he saw Han Fei come out in t-shirt and jeans.
I should have brought Meng Chang'an's movie costume with me. At least that's a suit. This'll do. It's comfy.
Han Fei shrugged. He did not put that much emphasis into his image management.
Even though we will not have any important guests, it is still an official event. Wait, what was that thing you just shoved into your pocket?
Director Jiang had to stop and ask.
A retractable fighting stick. You're bringing that to the conference? Yes.
Han Fei answered matter-of-factly. Director Jiang was rendered speechless. Without time to waste, he and the floor manager shoved Han Fei into the car and they departed for the venue. Half an hour later, they finally arrived. But at first glance, Han Fei thought Director Jiang had gotten the wrong address. The VR projectors and advertising boards outside the conference hall were all about secret urban romance. The parking lot was full, and there were many youngsters in the crowd with placards of their idols who were not part of Twin Flowers production.
They have booked the main hall. We're at the side hall. Don't mind them. We're doing an online broadcast, so it doesn't matter who has a bigger live crowd.
Director Jiang grumbled. Actually, he was the one who booked the venue first, but the crew of Secret Urban Romance forcibly squeezed their way into the venue and bumped Twin Flowers to the side hall by throwing money around. The car eventually stopped at the entrance that led into the side hall. When Han Fei descended from the car, no one paid him any attention. They thought he was one of the venue workers. It was not until Han Fei walked towards the entrance and was demanded his work ID by the security guard that Director Jiang had to step in.
Han Fei, here is the press release script. It contains a few questions that the host might ask. Go and read through it. Then perhaps we can rehearse the Q&A.
Director Jiang left Han Fei to talk to the host. Han Fei disappeared backstage. Zhang Ye and Mian Yen were there as well. Compared to them, Han Fei appeared at ease. He took a quick glance of the script before he put it down. He started to plan his gaming route instead. The online press conference started at 8 p.m. sharp. Technically, this would be the first time Han Fei showed himself before the general public. Applause rang from the stage. When Han Fei heard the host call his name, he took a deep breath and headed for the spotlight. Chapter 143. After the long-winded introductions by the host, Han Fei as the main character finally walked out from behind the screen. The spotlight hit him, and for the first time, the man was glowing. As an actor, he walked to the center of the stage. This was something he had dreamed of all his life. Listening to his heartbeat, his fingers clenched. It was not out of nervousness. The man simply couldn't help but be reminded of his past self. The self who would spend hours practicing smiling before the mirror.
And we have with us the male main actor from Twin Flowers, Han Fei. He has helped the police solve the case in real life, and he will be playing the two main characters in the movie. We will now have him start the Q&A sessions with questions from our online viewers.
The host suddenly walked off the stage and took out his phone to message someone. Director Jiang ran over to grab the host by his collar.
This wasn't part of the rehearsal. There weren't supposed to be questions from the online viewers. You're supposed to ask the selected questions from your cue cards. I'm just following my instructions on the monitor. If you have a problem with it, go and take it up with the conference manager.
The host slapped Director Jiang's arms off him politely.
What's wrong?
Sister Long rushed over as well. She came in person because she valued this event greatly.
Han Fei is a professional actor, but he has no experience presenting himself before the public. This is the first time where he is the center of attention. And now he has to answer unrehearsed questions from the online viewers? I'm afraid that will break him.
Director Jiang fidgeted.
With his professionalism, I'm sure he'll be fine. Eventually he'll have to go through this rite of passage. I'm sure he can handle a few impromptu questions just fine.
Sister Long sighed.
You made me worried for a moment there. Sister Long, you don't understand.
Director Jiang hesitated as he looked at Han Fei with concern.
Han Fei suffers from serious social anxiety. He has to go to constant psychiatric counseling. In fact, I had to make sure my proposal for him to be our main actor was cleared by his psychiatrist first before I could actually offer him the role. The man has serious social anxiety?
Sister Long was shocked.
And you're only telling me this now. If I told you earlier, would you still let him be the main character?
Director Zhang wiped away his sweat as he stared at Han Fei under the spotlight.
Initially, I only offered him a side role so that he would have something to do, but he's a genius, and his genius should be seen by everyone.
After the host left, Han Fei was stranded alone on stage. The large monitor above the hall relayed the live stream image. There was a large screen behind Han Fei as well, so that the live audience could also tune into the live stream. This is different from the rehearsal. The script Han Fei prepared in mind was rendered useless. He lifted his head to look at the monitor at the roof of the hall. After he appeared on stage, the viewership grew from 150,000 to 300,000. That was highly unusual. Suddenly, a negative comment popped on screen.
He's just lucky. Don't tell me you people really think he can carry a movie.
Following that one comment, many other horrible comments floated up to the surface. It was as if these users had planned this beforehand. Instead of Q&A, the whole screen was filled with criticism and slander against Han Fei.
He's so ugly. He better request for a refund from his plastic surgeon. Using victims' lives to garner popularity, disgusting. An actor who refuses to focus on his job, but goes about being a vigilante? Do you really think you're the police? This man is a horrible person. I worked with him at his former agency. You people know he was fired, right? It was because he stole from our company. Do not be fooled by him. What the fuck? Go and Google this man. He is a certified mental patient. Nowadays, even a basket case can be an actor.
The horrible comments filled up the screen. The projector casted the live stream right on the screen behind Han Fei. The hall was not big, but it was filled with people. All the live audience saw the criticism that practically surrounded Han Fei in a halo. The comments kept on coming. The keyboard warriors attacked this man while standing on moral high ground. Han Fei's history was dug up and exposed. He stood under the spotlight, but it felt like he was naked. There was nothing about him that was a secret anymore. Every abnormal, strange, negative behavior he had done was revealed on the screen. This Q&A session was turned into a public censure on Han Fei. Anyone would find this situation hard to bear, much less someone who had serious social anxiety. Han Fei stared quietly at the monitor above the hall. Just as the audience below the stage began to feel sorry for the man, he suddenly smiled. Ignoring the comments from the live stream, Han Fei picked up the microphone and glanced at the people in the crowd. He did not lose his composure. He saw Li Shui, Wei Youfu's father, and many other friendly faces.
My dream is to become a comedy actor. Do you guys know why?
Han Fei glanced casually at the horrible comments behind him.
I lost both of my parents when I was young. People always bullied and mocked me. Am I mad? Am I saddened? Do I want to take revenge on them? Yes, of course I do. And I figured the best way to do that was to make a job out of letting people laugh at me. At least that way, they'll have to pay to bully me. But unfortunately, it appears like I do not have the talent to be a comedy actor.
Han Fei pointed at the wave of negative comments behind him.
They think they can bring me down with these mocking remarks, but these people did not realize that in the past, I could barely get a reaction out of them. So this is already a step up.
Han Fei chuckled self-deprecatingly.
From the way I dress, you should understand that I am not like other celebrities. I do not radiate star power. There is nothing special about me. What they say is true. My life is hard. I was fired from my job. I suffer from social anxiety. I am secluded from the world. Hell, I have even forgotten how to smile. But I wake up every morning, knowing that I am already at my lowest point in life, so there is no way forward but up. As they say, such is life.
Han Fei's voice echoed in the hall. Someone in the crowd started to clap, and it was picked up by the others. Stranded in the sea of negativity, Han Fei was graceful and calm. Sin from the human world was nothing compared to the sin from the darkest despair. If Han Fei had not experienced that Iyashikei game, perhaps he would be defeated by these horrible comments, but now, he no longer feared these remarks. Compared to the extreme pain and despair, these comments were like juvenile observations. After giving the speech, the viewership of the stream climbed again. Some kind comments interspersed among the negative ones. More users wanted to speak out for him, even if with just a heart emoji. Han Fei noted all these small acts of kindness. He was far from being able to reveal a true smile, but at least it was a start. He was ready to let go of his past and face his future. At that moment, standing at the center of the stage which he had dreamed of all his life, he stepped out from the cage which had enclosed him all these while. Due to the pandemic, life is quite hard. I would be eternally grateful if you could spare some small donations. Chapter 144. That was the shiniest moment of Han Fei's 25 years of life. He stood in the middle of the stage, highlighted by the spotlight amidst the sea of criticism. Only the most unfortunate would be given the black box. Han Fei's life had nothing to do with the definition, easy. However, the hardships that he faced helped build his character, polishing him from coal into diamond. He might not be as initially captivating as other celebrities, but he had his own charm. The negative comments on the stream were gradually swept away by more neutral and positive comments. Han Fei believed that ultimately human nature was kind, as evidenced by these small voices that gathered to form a wave to wash the online negativity away. Actually, most of the casual viewers had no idea what was happening. It was not until the negative comments started to block up the entire screen that they started to research into the individual, Han Fei. Incidentally, during the press conference, Han Fei's wiki page was updated with slanderous entries. There were also a few online news websites that released articles that condemned Han Fei's unprofessionalism right at the same time. But if the users went beyond the first search result page, they would find more articles and official statements released by the law enforcement. It was Han Fei who risked his life to help the police solve cold cases. It was Han Fei who spoke on the victims' behalf, and it was also Han Fei who was praised and thanked by the victims' families. Those who really knew Han Fei only had good things to say about this young man. In contrast, those who wanted to destroy his reputation were users who hid behind online anonymity. Seeing the injustice, more neutral users dropped in to leave a word of encouragement for Han Fei. As the viewership of the live stream grew, the update speed of the negative comments slowly got taken over by the positive and normal ones. About 10 minutes later, the on-screen chatroom froze. When it returned to normal, all the negative commenters disappeared just as sudden as they had appeared. I honestly can say that I have not done anything to harm others, but others intend to ruin me. It was clear by now that this was a premeditated online slander campaign. The culprit knew about Han Fei's background, about his social anxiety, and how he would get chest angina, headache, and discomfiture in public. It was why they came up with this idea. He was left stranded on the stage to face the onslaught of critical comments from the internet. It would evoke the horrendous memories in his mind, so he would make a fool of himself before hundreds of thousands of viewers online. That would deepen the emotional scar within Han Fei and made his conditions even more serious. The culprit has to be someone from my former agency. Only they will know me so well. Furthermore, there's also the thing with the secret urban romance. Things wouldn't be that coincidental. Soon after the hubbub on the live stream died down, the stagehand swapped the material and started to play the trailers for Twin Flowers. Those who questioned Han Fei's acting capability had their mouths zipped after they saw Han Fei's performance in the trailer. If people still disparaged Han Fei because of his acting, they must be blind. The well-paced plot, interesting storyline, a battle of wits through the decade, all wrapped up in a final monologue by Meng Chang'an. The 2 minutes short video stunned everyone. After the trailer ended, the promotional poster for Twin Flowers appeared on screen. Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi, played by Han Fei, stood in light and darkness. Meng Chang'an, in a three-breasted suit, bathed under the sun. A graceful and calm smile hung on his face, but madness spoke in his eyes. In contrast, the disfigured Meng Changxi struggled to stand straight in the dark. His body was covered in wounds, but his eyes shone with determination and hope. The poster was captivating, and incidentally, the spotlight also casted Han Fei on stage in half light and half darkness. The three individuals who were tied together in this unique case presented themselves in a mirage of shadows and light. The atmosphere in the livestream chat hit a peak. Many viewers' screen captured this moment. This was the perfect example of life mimicking art. The negative comments did not defeat Han Fei, but allowed people to witness his gentle and firm constitution. This actor was indeed distinct from other celebrities. How Han Fei presented himself that day earned him many new fans. It was right at the moment that the host returned to the stage. He snatched the microphone away from Han Fei. As he was about to push the agenda forward, he met Han Fei's eyes. There was a demon living inside there. A glance at it, and the host's scalp numbed. The microphone almost slipped from his grasp.
It's not right of you to abandon me on stage like that, knowing that I do not have much public speaking experience. That was quite nerve-wracking, wasn't it?
Han Fei patted the man's shoulders and disappeared backstage. Director Jiang and Sister Long were there to meet him.
Han Fei, are you all right?
Director Jiang grabbed hold of Han Fei, his eyes filled with concern. When the criticisms swamped the screen earlier, Director Jiang almost fainted, much less Han Fei, who was the target of the attack.
Sure, I'm all right. It feels quite nervous to be on stage for the first time, but I'm fine.
Han Fei said with ease. It felt as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders.
Jiang, you said you suffer from social anxiety. We were ready to rush on stage to drag you back.
Sister Long was given quite a fright too. This was after all a live broadcast.
I did suffer from serious social anxiety. It was hard for me to even converse with others in the past, but my condition is slowly being cured.
Han Fei knew that Director Jiang and Sister Long worried about him, and he appreciated that.
That was definitely a targeted attack on you. Someone wants to take you down.
Sister Long's admiration towards Han Fei grew after his performance on stage. She then added in a roundabout way.
Your main problem now is that you are not attached to any company. It's too easy for others to come after you. They can perjure you with false information or through other methods. You need someone to help you manage these things.
Sister Long was being honest.
No matter how good your projects are, people will always find ways to drag you down. In our industry, acting skill is not the only yardstick to see how far an actor can go. Instead, capital and background are the most reliable dream makers. I understand that, but I do not plan to join any agency at the moment.
Han Fei knew that his schedule would be limited after he signed a contract. For now, gaming was more important.
Han Fei, our industry is not unlike other fields. Not everyone is a fair player. If you do not wish to join any agency, then you have to watch yourself. Of course, know that we Yulong culture will always be your backbone.
Sister Long promised. She still hoped that they could cooperate together in the future.
Thank you, Sister Long, but don't worry about me. I have my own plan.
Han Fei had a light smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking.
I've always been a kind person, but if they force my hands, then they'll have no one to blame but themselves.
Han Fei was a principled person. He would not drag any innocent people into the cryptic world, but being principled did not mean that he did not have a bottom line. At that moment, he was thinking about something else. If they like to play dirty that much, I'll bring them to a world filled with filth and obscenity, for them to witness the real meaning of despair and unfairness. Chapter 145, a normal movie press conference, was quite boring. Mainly it was about the introduction of the movie, actors, and teams. However, the conference for Twin Flowers was wildly different. Once Han Fei stepped onto the stage, the stream was swarmed by online hecklers. This kind of celebrity treatment was extremely rare, so it attracted the attention of normal viewers. Han Fei's reaction at the conference added more flair to the already trending conference livestream. The man did not appear to be that interested in common popularity, but he had his pulse inadvertently on public interest. When the viewership was at its peak, the team released the prepared trailers. To be honest, most netizens had little anticipation of such indie films. After all, how good could it be with a limited budget? But when the high-quality trailers were released, the netizens were stunned. Be it plot quality or character acting, the indie film could rival or even surpass most AAA films. This horror flick was an unexpected dark horse. The response from the netizens was extremely positive. Zhang Ye and director Jiang handled the later part of the press conference. They fielded the questions from both the online and live audience, as well as shared some bloopers on scene. The atmosphere was joyful, as if the hitch with Han Fei earlier did not happen at all. Most audience expressed anticipation of the movie, but there were some that had a carved frown on their faces. Hidden at the back of the crowd, there was a middle-aged man whose eyes darkened. He stared at Han Fei's face in the trailer, and his lips curled with dissatisfaction. He took out his phone and deleted the messages that the host just sent him. He then swapped out his normal SIM card for a secondary one. He reached out to a mysterious individual through social media.
I need you to help me dig up all the dirt you can on an actor. Who is the poor victim this time? His name is Han Fei. He's the star in the upcoming movie, Twin Flowers. You know what to do. Mail me the deposit, and I'll have my people watch over him 24/7. You better don't let me wait too long this time.
After the middle-aged man sent the last message, he stood up and left the hall. He headed silently towards the exit, not realizing Han Fei, at the backstage, had been following his moves. The movie conference ended successfully. Throughout the event, the viewership was maintained at over 50,000 people. That was a positive news for the crew. This was Han Fei's first public appearance, and it marked a new chapter in his life. In just 2 hours, Han Fei's social media fans rose up to 30,000. To his surprise, he realized his name was finally on the top Chinese actor ranking. Currently, Han Fei was placed at the 10,000th spot, but he was the only actor who did not have any actual completed projects under his belt. He was the only one to get on the ranking with just popularity and movie trailers. The ranking was arranged by the photon computer based on various factors like fan numbers, project numbers, and clicks. It was the most objective way to inspect a celebrity's clout, for it could not be manipulated by people and agencies. Han Fei's dream was to get on the ranking because only then he'd be recognized as an actual actor. I'm at the 10,000th spot. I believe it'll continue to rise after Twin Flowers is released. When the movie conference ended, it was already 9:30 p.m. Han Fei was backstage packing when his phone rang. Why is Jin Jun calling me all of a sudden? Han Fei had once rescued this senior paparazzi, and thus had each other's contact. After the call was accepted, Jin Jun fired off.
Someone just offered my subordinate a high price to dig up your dirt. The person used an untraceable number, but he has used my people's service before. He always goes after celebrities who have had conflict with Woo Woo Entertainment. Therefore, I suspect this is someone important from Woo Woo Entertainment.
Jin Jun was a man of his words. He not only warned Han Fei of someone targeting him, he also provided his own analysis to whom this person was.
Woo Woo Entertainment's parent company is my former agency. This person appears to have it out for me. That's to be expected. Twin Flowers is going to be released at the same time as their secret urban romance. Their budget is about 10 times your crew's budget, but they fail to garner the same amount of popularity as you do. Definitely, they'll have to do something about that.
Jin Jun was the go-to person to find out about this insider information.
Also, listen to this. You were supposed to play the second male character in Secret Urban Romance, but your role was replaced by another actor. But now that you have gained so much popularity by helping the police, you're in direct competition with Secret Urban Romance's first main character. Can you blame them for being mad? The more popular Twin Flowers become, the angrier they'll be. If Twin Flowers becomes a box office hit, they'll never leave down this humiliation. Furthermore, the actor who stole your original role will have a hard time surviving in this industry in the future. After it was his fault that Secret Urban Romance lost a talent as big as you, Brother Han. I don't really care about how they feel. I only wish to live my own life in peace.
Han Fei still remembered what Huang Yin said. Perfect Life would enter OB soon. This game would become a second life for most citizens. The game after OB would be handled fully by the photon computer, so if these people crossed the line, Han Fei would not hesitate to summon their souls to the cryptic world. Even though his spirit-farer talent was still quite low, no one knew how it would grow in the future. After hanging up, before Han Fei could put his phone away, another call came. When he saw the caller ID, Han Fei was quite shocked. He answered it immediately.
Did those ruffians come back to harass you?
It was Chu Wenho who called Han Fei, his mother. Chu Yun was a tenant at Happiness Neighborhood Apartment 2.
Brother, how come you never told me that you're a celebrity? I cannot believe I have had the honor of sharing cup noodles with you.
Chu Wenho sounded so excited.
You didn't know I'm an actor? What kind of business did you think I was in? I thought you're with the Yakuza. You knew where to spot the surveillance blind spot, and you're such a good fighter. You're much realer than the mafia portrayed on the TV. Haha, you sure have a great imagination. In any case, help me keep that info to yourself, okay?
Han Fei lowered the volume.
I'm leaving the venue soon. Is there anything else, Wenho? I saw the live stream earlier. I tried to defend your name on your behalf, but no matter what I said, they refused to believe me. You argued for me.
Han Fei's heart warmed. He approached Chu Wenho just to get information about Chu Yun. He did not expect to cultivate this friendship out of it.
If it was me on that stage, I would have cried. I don't know how you manage to keep your head up high even after going through so many things. Not only that, you will not hesitate to help others along the way as well.
For a moment, Chu Wenho sounded far beyond his years.
In any case, thank you for everything you've done. I will go back to school tomorrow. Thank you for being such an inspiration. Good luck, study hard, and get into a good university. Make your mother proud, and leave those bullies in the dust.
Han Fei chatted a few minutes longer with the young man. After he hung up, a strange feeling bubbled within him. He never expected that one day, others would see him as inspiration. All along, he thought he was someone who radiated negative energy. There was nothing about himself that was worth replicating in others. When did this change happen to me? Was it from the moment I picked up that Iyashikei game? Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 146. The game at Han Fei's home had no connection to an Iyashikei game other than the logo that was pasted on the side of the helmet, but that logo appeared to be added by the shop owner later on his own. However, it was a game like that which had changed Han Fei's life. With the threat of death dangling over his shoulders, Han Fei was forced to make friends and open his heart to others. Due to unexpected visits from the crazed murderers, Han Fei learned how to communicate with his roommate. To survive, Han Fei started to form new relationships with his neighbors. In the end, the man with social anxiety even became the representative of a whole apartment. Even though the method used by this game to cure people was questionable, Han Fei indeed had been healed. He had become a better version of himself, proven by the fact that he finally got to stand on the stage which he always dreamed of. At the end of the day, Perfect Life did live up to its Iyashikei genre. Staring at his reflection in the backstage mirror, Han Fei tried to smile. He could still see the fakeness, but one day, he believed that a real smile would appear on his face as long as he continued to try. It is undeniable that I have been changed by Perfect Life. Han Fei felt like he shouldn't keep such a life-altering game to himself. There were many poor individuals with broken personalities in this world. He could use the same method to cure others, to make the world a better place. After packing up, Han Fei was ready to go home. But as he opened the backstage door, he was intercepted by Li Shui and a detective in plain clothes.
How can I help you?
There were police officers guarding outside his door. A normal celebrity would not be able to enjoy such privilege.
Han Fei, all this time I believe you'll be a better police officer, but today you proved me wrong. That was some serious acting skills. Just from the trailers alone. Before Li Shui finished, the detective beside her coughed to cut her off.
We're here today not only to attend your movie release conference, but also we have some questions for you.
The detective walked into the backstage dressing room and closed the door. After ensuring there was no one around, he continued. It was you who caught the fugitive of the toy plushie case, right? That's right. The reporter told you that already, no? Can you tell me in detail what happened that day? When you saw him, what was the father's mental state?
Just as the detective asked that question, Han Fei immediately realized the fugitive must have acted strangely while in police custody.
At the time, I noticed he was tailing the reporter, so I decided to tail him instead. The fugitive was agitated, but it was a frantic kind, like he was afraid of something.
Han Fei tried his best to think back to that day.
Afraid?
The detective's eyes glowed.
Is something wrong with that man? To be honest, the man lost his mind after he was apprehended. He said he heard the voice of death and saw the most horrible things in the world.
The detective stared at Han Fei for a long time before he continued.
We performed a full medical checkup on him. He was physically fine. We invited a sketch artist to sit down with him. Based on his description, we reconstructed this death that he saw. It looked rather similar to you. Me? Are you sure he's not trying to frame me for hitting him?
Han Fei sighed helplessly.
That day was the first time I ever saw that man. He was holding a knife at the time. He wanted to attack me. I was so scared that I responded on instinct. I hit back as hard as I could. We're not saying that you were wrong to defend yourself. It's just that. The detective arranged his thoughts.
You've been a great help to the law enforcement in many cases. Initially, we do not want to trouble you anymore regarding this toy plushie case, but after the family of 3 was captured, all of them have gone insane. Their symptoms are getting worse, so our captain wishes for you to come down to the detention center with us. He wants to get your thoughts.
Sure, but it's already quite late already. Do you mind if we do it tomorrow?
Han Fei wanted to head home to play the game, but that was not an excuse he could tell the police.
Please come with us. The car is already here. It won't take long, at most an hour. It's that urgent? Our vice captain is already there. When you see the family of 3 in person, you'll understand our urgency.
The detective had on a bitter smile.
They'll get worse at night, that they require medication.
Glancing at the time on his phone, Han Fei decided to follow the police for now. The trio got into the car and headed to the detention center at the old city.
After some criminals know that they've been given the death penalty, they'll act insane for a more lenient punishment, but the condition of this family is quite different. We even had experts to come in here to inspect them.
The detective swiped his key card and led Han Fei and Li Shui into the center.
Is it really necessary to try to treat these criminals who have maliciously tried to claim other people's lives? This case is quite complicated. The mother and daughter have pushed the blame fully onto the father, and now all 3 of them have gone insane. To get to the bottom of the truth, we had no choice but to try to treat them. Only by having them admit their guilt that we can return the victim their justice.
Walking past 2 doors, the trio entered the innermost building at the detention center. The smell of medicine was thick in the air. Down the bright corridor, Han Fei spotted a doctor talking to an officer.
Captain C, I brought Han Fei with me.
The detective shouted at the officer. The latter responded by coming over to shake Han Fei's hands.
You've been such a great help to the Xian Lu police during the human puzzle case. I've been meaning to meet you in person. Today, I finally get the chance. Kid, you look as handsome as they say.
Captain C shared some pleasantries with Han Fei before his expression turned serious.
Xiaowei should have briefed you about the condition of the family already. We are now attempting ways to get them to talk.
Captain C and the doctor opened the door. Ming Mei's father was tied to the bed. To prevent the man from harming himself, the police had made a lot of effort as well. Hearing the footsteps, Ming Mei's father's eyes flew open. The bloodshot eyes darted about, and he shouted like his life depended on it.
Ghost! 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 No one knew what was his trigger. When Han Fei walked to his side, he ignored Han Fei, which was strange considering Han Fei was supposed to be death in his mind.
We meet again.
Han Fei stared at the man's face. His expression was raw with madness, but there was no recognition in his eyes. Is this the after effect of Spiritfarer? But how come it did not affect Huang Yin? Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei once attempted Spiritfarer on this man. He wrote his name on a ghost face, but the attempt failed. The ghost face with his name shattered and melted back into the sea of blood. Is this the result if the Spiritfarer fails? Han Fei felt a sense of relief. If the man had truly gone mad, then his secret would be safe. He cooperated with the police and stayed with Ming Mei's father for a long time, but they could not get anything from the crazed man. Captain C sighed and finally allowed Han Fei to go. Han Fei hurried down the corridor as he rushed home. However, when he passed one of the cells, he noticed a girl was being kept inside it. The girl was kneeling at the corner of the room and mumbled something on her lips. There was a gaming helmet that sat on her bed.
Captain C, the criminals now even have gaming privilege?
Han Fei was very sensitive around gaming helmets.
That is not a gaming helmet. It's a medical assistance helmet meant to help juvenile offenders to help treat their psychological problems.
The doctor answered.
A medical assistance helmet?
Have you heard of sandplay therapy? Many years ago, psychiatrists came up with sandbox-like toys. They used various colors and objects to mimic items in everyday life to turn the sandbox into an imagined world. Through games, the child could express their inner world, and the psychiatrist would be able to make their observation based on the child's interaction with their sandboxes.
The doctor explained patiently.
With new technology, we can use these medical assistance helmets to construct a room specific for the patient. The room will keep on changing as it tracks the patient's emotional fluctuation. It will give us a view of the child's subconscious world. A helmet that can cure psychological illness?
Han Fei stared at the helmet for a long time.
This is a new technology made by Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma. They were only introduced into the market a few years ago. Is the treatment effective? So far, no.
The doctor coughed.
The girl is extremely well guarded. She has never once opened up her heart. Do you mind if I go talk to her?
Han Fei already recognized the girl in custody. She was the girl who poured In Yu's parents' cornea into the aquarium and stuffed In Yu's body parts into the plushies.
Sure.
Captain C nodded. Han Fei opened the door and entered the small room. The season was deep winter. There appeared to be malfunction with the floor heating because the room was much colder than outside. The girl was curled up at the corner, looking as fragile as ever.
Are you Ming Mei?
Han Fei stopped before the girl. Hearing the question, the girl lifted her head. But when she saw Han Fei, her face blanched. Her lips quivered. She pointed at Han Fei's face and then squeezed out the following.
Ing Yu, she is lying on your head.
Ming Mei's voice was small. She was clearly frightened as she tried to curl deeper into the corner. Han Fei did not leave. As he lowered himself down to Ming Mei's level, while ensuring his back was to the doctor and Captain C, his expression suddenly turned ghastly.
You can see Ing Yu on me? You really can see her? Do you know how much she misses you?
Han Fei's tone was intimidating. It caused Ming Mei to cry. The girl kept shaking like a leaf.
Interesting. If you do not suffer from hallucination, then that means you have spiritual affinity.
Han Fei rubbed his neck. Way back when, Wei Youfu's father said that he could see Youfu's image on him. Now with this episode with Ming Mei, this phenomenon did not appear to be a coincidence. Ming Mei cowered in the corner. Her eyes were fixed on the spot behind Han Fei, her eyes filling with fear. I get it now. Han Fei stood up and turned to leave the room. The doctor noticed the strange way Ming Mei was acting. He asked,
What's wrong with the girl? Why is her body shaking so hard? The floor heater is broken. It needs to be repaired. The poor thing is probably too cold.
Han Fei said softly.
This girl is not the innocent child that she appears. Don't be fooled by her appearance.
Captain C warned.
No matter what, she is still a child. We need to protect her rights. If she has made a mistake. Han Fei turned back to glance at Ming Mei and uttered the last sentence under his breath. She'll simply need to make sure that she does not make the same mistakes again in her next life.
Chapter 147. Captain C was afraid that Han Fei would be fooled by Ming Mei's appearance, so he told Han Fei the crimes the girl had committed. Han Fei reacted with appropriate shock.
A girl as sweet as her has done so many scary things. But shouldn't she be about 7 when this happened? Never underestimate the sin in people. One of the reasons the child has psychological illness is because she is haunted by the deeds she did when she was young. She is traumatized by the vision of the girl whom she had harmed.
Captain C said seriously.
It is true that they are still humans, and we should respect their rights, but we shan't show them mercy. That will be putting salt on injury for those that they have wronged. Understood. How long will she serve if she gets sentenced?
Han Fei asked.
The girl is still young, and she suffers from psychological illness. For her to be convicted, we need her to confess to her crimes first. Looks like we'll have to cure her as soon as possible.
Han Fei turned to the doctor.
Doc, I'm not trying to question your professionalism, but are you sure the treatment helmet will work? Doesn't deep space tech work in communications? Deep Space Tech is also the pioneer in neuroscience. I'm sure you've heard about their upcoming game, Perfect Life, right? I do. The ads for it are everywhere. This treatment helmet is connected to Perfect Life's photon computer. It is the latest instrument acquired by our organization. Using the photon computer's powerful calculation and analytical ability, it can capture the patient's mental world within less than 1 second. Through this device, we can technically pinpoint the source of the patient's trauma and try to resolve that fear at its source. In other words, this treatment helmet shares the same server as Perfect Life?
Han Fei was not a computer engineer. He asked to clarify.
There is no server. Currently, all the products released by Deep Space Tech surround their 8th generation photon computer. It is the core of their company. If you want to use their company's latest products, you'll have to connect to that 8th generation photon computer. I suppose this is their way of cornering the market.
The doctor in the white coat explained patiently.
Doc, aren't you a psychiatrist? Why are you so familiar with the working of Deep Space Tech?
Han Fei latched onto this inconspicuous detail. Everything was interconnected, and the man could not be too careful. His experience proved that sometimes coincidences could be fatal.
Times are changing. Technology nowadays can help us identify ourselves better. Embracing technology is the correct choice in every field. Doc, that is an interesting perspective to have. By the way, I have not gotten your name yet.
Han Fei remembered Li Shui's teacher warning him about the two professions, teacher and doctor.
My name is Hu Wei.
When Han Fei reached home, it was already 11 p.m. He had a simple supper, connected the wires, and put on the helmet. Blood dripped over everything, and the world as Han Fei knew it changed. The log and notification just ended when Han Fei felt his body being shoved to the ground. His eyes opened, and he felt a chill running down his face. He realized his mouth was being clamped together by a pair of pale hands. Chilblains rose on the back of his neck. Han Fei slowly turned around and realized Wei Yufu was the one who pressed him to the ground. With confusion in his eyes, Han Fei extended his hand to point at the door, asking non-verbally, "Is there someone outside the door?" Wei Yufu did not seem to get Han Fei. However, he did loosen his grip around Han Fei's jaw. Wei Yufu put his finger to his lips, signaling Han Fei to keep quiet. An oppressive silence blanketed not only room 1044, but the entire Happiness neighborhood. There was not one sound that could be heard. After a full 10 minutes, Wei Yufu slowly climbed up from the ground. He glanced out the window through the gaps. Suddenly a woman's singing echoed inside the quiet Happiness neighborhood. It was that strange nursery rhyme with offbeat rhythm. It was also slowly approaching apartment 1. The moment Han Fei heard that voice, his heart squeezed. He silently removed the landlord's ring and stored it inside his inventory. He huddled under the window and remained motionless. Han Fei heard this similar singing at the shop next to the convenience store before. If not for his ability to quit the game, he would be dead already. Since he had a close interaction with the singer, he understood how scary it was. Why has it appeared inside the Happiness neighborhood? The singing reverberated like an echo. There was a moment where the song was right outside the window, even though they were hiding on the 4th floor. Holding his hands over his mouth, Han Fei curled next to Wei Yufu, who had sat back down. He tried to make an eye contact with Yufu, but the latter only shook his head slightly, warning Han Fei from doing anything stupid. The song kept on going, and to make things worse, about 10 minutes later, the song appeared inside the stairwell of apartment 1. The voice-activated lights came on one floor after another. Han Fei's heart threatened to rise out of his throat as well. Bang! A door on the 2nd floor was shoved open, and then it was followed quickly by more doors being opened. The song soon arrived on the 4th floor. Bang! Bang! The doors to room 1041 and 1042 were opened at the same time. The anti-theft doors slammed heavily on the wall. Then the song floated upstairs. When the door to room 1041 was pushed open, Han Fei could barely breathe. He held his breath and did not dare to make any noise. The sound of doors slamming echoed around the building. Other than the banging and the singing, there were no other voices. The world suddenly became audibly deprived. The song soon descended from the top floor. When it passed the 4th floor, the door to room 1043 flew open. It was just next door. The song gradually faded away until it disappeared fully. Collapsing to the ground, Han Fei noticed his shirt was soaked. It was like he was just hauled out from a cold pool. Patting Han Fei lightly on his back, Wei Yufu took out a pen and paper. He wrote something and passed it to Han Fei. "Let's not speak first, in case of the return." Wei Yufu did not specify whose return, but Han Fei knew the meaning. When Drake warned that the entity above the pure hatred could not be mentioned, it seemed like he meant it quite literally. Han Fei nodded. Half an hour later, when other sounds returned to the streets below, Wei Yufu climbed up from the ground. He placed his hand over his heart and said softly,
It's okay now. You guys can come out already.
As he said so, pairs of hands appeared behind Wei Yufu. The victims from the human jigsaw case materialized, and they formed a circular shield around Little 8.
We barely escaped that, but I'm not sure we'll be so lucky next time.
Wei Yufu's face was paler than usual. He went to open the front door. Other than room 1044, all the other 3 rooms on the 4th floor were busted open.
That thing can enter the neighborhood?
Han Fei took a long time before he found his breath.
That was the first time.
Wei Yufu frowned.
When the previous manager was still around, the song would appear outside the neighborhood, but it never came in here. This was the first time, and I was so lucky to be around for it.
Han Fei leaned weakly against the wall and looked outside the door.
It feels like it was looking for something, wasn't it? It should be looking for Little 8. As the previous manager once said, the 8th victim is a key. Hence, procuring Little 8 might help them to open the door to leave this world.
Chapter 148. The system also did mention that Little 8 was a key, but other than that, It provided no other details. Knowing little 8 was the key, but not the lock she corresponded to, was positively unhelpful.
Did the previous manager give any other information?
Han Fei studied his roommates. The living room was silent.
I'll take that as a no. Even though the previous manager looked kind and was a nice person, I can feel that he did not really trust us, or rather he refused to believe anything about this world is real.
Wei Youfu began slowly.
You are different from him in essence.
Han Fei was reminded of the manager mission. He remembered the last manager chose the path to destroy this cryptic world, but he failed and his memory was shattered into pieces. Someone with a goal to destroy this world would not have trusted its inhabitants fully. The previous manager did not share much information with his tenants. To get to know the truth about this world, Han Fei had no choice but to search for more of the manager's memory fragments. Thankfully, I've copied down the manager's map. The Yiming Private Academy was specifically marked out. There's a high chance that one of his memory fragments can be found there. Han Fei took out the teacher's ID. There has to be a reason why he purposely left this for me. Han Fei had no idea what to do with the singer. This meant that the happiness neighborhood was in deep danger. To solve this problem, he had to place his hope on the previous manager's memory fragments.
We have no idea if, or when, the song will return. We need to be prepared for it just in case.
Han Fei had a new understanding of how despairing the world was. He thought after clearing all out the threats, Happiness Neighborhood would be his safe house, but today's visit from the singer changed everything. Unless, of course, he had a presence stronger than pure hatred on his side, which according to Drake was those who could not be mentioned or the unmentionables.
This is going to be hard.
Han Fei led Wei Youfu out of room 1044.
Let's go check up on our neighbors for now. Hopefully everyone is fine. When the song was far away, I already notified all of our neighbors. If they trust me, they should be at apartment 2 now.
Wei Youfu was a kind and reliable person. He hadn't changed after death. Han Fei thus made a detour to apartment 2. When he failed to notice Su Qin among the crowd, Han Fei panicked. He rushed back to apartment 1's 5th floor. Su Qin appeared to be out still. Her room was destroyed. The containers for her food were shattered and a heavy curse lingered inside the room. However, the real disaster was in room 1051. Su Qin's pet appeared to be dead. Only rotten bones were seen inside the dark room. The shadow had disappeared.
Where did the shadow in this room disappear to?
Han Fei and Wei Youfu entered room 1051. The darkness faded away and horrifying curses covered every surface. The song was a horrible entity. When Han Fei had lost all hope, a whine came from the corner of the inner room. Entering the room, Han Fei poked his head out the window where the whine came from earlier. He noticed there was a shred of shadow about the size of a strand of hair squeezed in the corner of the window ledge.
Jesus Christ, the poor thing.
The shadow was originally as large as the entire room, but now only a strand was left of it, and it barely managed to escape death by hiding outside its own room. Using soul depth touch, Han Fei extended his hand towards the shadow. The shadow cautiously unspooled itself out from the crack onto Han Fei's finger. Han Fei could feel fear, helplessness, and memories of Su Qin from the shadow. When Su Qin was around, the shadow was the one who consumed others. It had never been so humiliated in its life.
Notification for player 0000. You have discovered a unique unknown object. Unique unknown object? A unique presence containing both curse and resentment. No one knew how it came into being. It is an entity between an object, a life, and a lingering spirit.
Staring at the strand that curled around his finger, Han Fei was shocked. Even the system could not identify this pet of Su Qin. Just what kind of food Su Qin has been feeding this thing? How did she manage to turn a room into such a monster? Han Fei tried to place the shadow inside his inventory, but the system forbade him from doing so because the shadow was not an object. Han Fei thus allowed the shadow to continue curling around his finger. Did this thing see me as his male owner, or it feels the safest around me because I'm the weakest at this building? Han Fei exited room 1051 and entered room 1054. The human cocoons that Su Qin kept here were lucky. The song opened the door at random. It did not check room 1054. To Han Fei's surprise, there was competition between the cocoons. One of the cocoons was dying while the others turned bright red. The thing inside the latter appeared like it was about to birth anytime soon. These human cocoons are from the non-locals, and the non-locals have the butterfly tattoos. This means the cocoons might be related to the butterfly. Han Fei temporarily had no idea what the cocoons were for, so he placed them in his inventory for now. He continued his inspection. There was not much damage done to the building. To Han Fei's surprise, the mirror on the 7th floor survived the onslaught too. No wonder this mirror is one of the earliest tenants at this place. It is quite powerful. After the song left, all the tenants gathered together. The happiness neighborhood was no longer safe. Everyone started to take Han Fei more seriously. With the threat of the song, the tenants finally reached a consensus. What Han Fei incidentally made up before had come true. None of the tenants knew when the song would return next. That understandably worried them. This time apartment 2 was spared, but who knew what would happen next time? Furthermore, they also noticed that the song appeared more often around the neighborhood recently. An outside threat is unfortunately the best way to achieve unity. After a discussion with the tenants, he had some of them move to the convenience store while those who could not leave stay behind to guard the neighborhood. He planned to explore the school's vicinity with his neighbors' help tonight. At late midnight, Han Fei and a few of his neighbors arrived at the back alley behind the convenience store. By then he had completed a grade G normal mission, so he could quit at any time. Han Fei was most confident in times like this. He could even curse at the singer when he encountered it from far away.
Is everyone ready? Be on your guard. Recently, there have been some inexplicable changes at Yiming Private Academy. The place has become very dangerous. The non-locals might have infiltrated the school as well. This time we are only scooping out the place from the outside. But if we run into any students needing aid, we'll try to save them.
Han Fei needed to get information about the school. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei hugged Weep's urn while Li Zai carried Big Head's school bag. They emitted an air of misfortune. When everyone was in place, Han Fei and Li Zai ran out from the back alley. They crossed the street. But when they stepped on the sideway that was before the school's front gate, something unexpected happened. Han Fei felt pulled out of the air, and suddenly the world around him changed.
Player 0000 has acquired Yiming Private Academy's Educator ID. Congratulations for finding the hidden map, Yiming Private Academy. Your mission interface has been updated. Please take a look at it.
A bad omen rose within Han Fei when he heard the notification. He had heard the term hidden map from Huang Yin before, but he did not expect himself to run into one while he was already inside a hidden version of the game. Studying the cracked urn he held, Han Fei called Weep's name, but Weep did not appear to be inside the urn. How is this a hidden map when it is quite openly situated by the street? Chapter 149 Then again, considering how many hidden missions he had stumbled across so far, Han Fei realized having a hidden map right by the street was not that unusual anymore. Han Fei shook the ceremonial urn, hoping that a spirit would tumble out, but there was nothing. Getting down to the ground, Han Fei habitually leaned towards the wall. He felt safer with something solid behind him. Han Fei had the teacher's ID in his pocket. For all he knew, the moment he stepped on the sidewalk in front of the school, he had already entered the hidden map. And before he could react, he was deposited inside the school. He took out the teacher's ID and realized his own black and white picture was already on the ID. I can leave the game any moment I want. That is my lifeline. But for now, I need to figure out my exact location first. After getting over the initial shock, Han Fei swiftly accessed his situation. Someone had done something to the previous manager's educator ID. Han Fei, who carried the ID, was immediately transported to an unknown location inside the school once he was within the territory of the hidden map. The previous manager has placed all of his hope on me. He wouldn't harm me for no reason. Is it possible that he has made this ID to work in such a way that it'll transport me to a spot closest to the manager's memory fragment when I reach this hidden map? The more Han Fei thought about it, the more convinced he became. Even though the previous manager's memories were shattered, the fragments belonged to the same person. There should be a bond between them. But of course, this was based on the premise that the manager's memory fragment did exist inside the school. Han Fei studied his environments carefully. There was a simple single bed and a wooden table painted yellow. On the table, scattered an attendance booklet, a bag of fruits, and several pens. The room was small. A work report was hung unevenly on the wall. A hair dryer and electric stove were pressed up against the corner. They looked too dusted to have seen recent use. Han Fei moved to the table to open the drawer. It was filled with unopened envelopes. The envelopes were drawn with hearts and thank yous.
I appear to be inside the room of a hostel manager. Does this mean the previous manager's memory fragment is inside a hostel?
Han Fei checked the attendance booklet. He noticed that it had both male and female names.
The names on the first and second floor are males, and the names on the third and fourth floors are females. This is a shared hostel? Is there only one hostel at this boarding school?
Han Fei did check up on Yiming Private Academy in real life, but he found little useful information. He knew that Yiming Private Academy was a boarding school, but it had horrible management and less than stellar education performance. With his impressive memory skill, Han Fei looked through the attendance booklet and memorized the names of each student and their rooms. He put down the booklet and turned to the envelopes inside the drawer.
These look like notes of appreciation. This hostel manager must be beloved by their care. Opening the envelope, Han Fei's expression froze when he saw the content. Someone used a red pen to write on a cute cartoon note inside. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. The person must have been angry when they wrote this because the pen marks had scratched through the paper note. The note was not signed. Han Fei opened the other envelopes, and the hatred became even more intense.
The handwritings are all different. They appear to come from different students.
From the words alone, Han Fei could feel the thick resentment behind them.
What could the hostel manager possibly do to them to deserve such harassment?
Han Fei expected a comforting discovery, but now he was only chilled. He placed the notes back into the envelopes before he turned to the bag of fruits. He picked out a banana and studied it closely. Han Fei noticed there was a very tiny hole near the stalk. He peeled off the skin and did not notice any problem. But when he pinched the top part of the banana off, Han Fei noticed there was a needle that was stuck in there. The needle was pointing upwards. If someone had eaten this banana like normal, they would have the roof of their mouth punctured through.
This has gone beyond a prank.
Han Fei replaced the banana and left the other fruits alone. He picked up the bag and moved to sit on the single bed. When his hand touched the bedding, Han Fei stood up again. With a frown, Han Fei noticed there was still warmth under the bed, meaning someone was just lying in it not too long ago. Normally, there should be spare keys to the hostel rooms inside the manager's office, but there is none that I can see. Looks like the manager has just gone out for a patrol. Calculating the time, Han Fei had a feeling the manager might return soon. He moved silently to the window and looked out. Through the window, he could see the corridor outside. There was no one at the dark corridor. The atmosphere was oppressive. There are stairs on both sides of the corridor. One has to pass through a wooden door to reach the stairwell. Currently, they were open and hence Han Fei was able to look through them. Han Fei surmised that the doors would be present at each floor, leading to the two staircases, as this was a mixed hostel. This was to prevent the students from wandering to the floors of their opposite gender. At the corner near the left staircase, there appears to be the bathroom and toilet. Han Fei was still making his observation when footsteps came from upstairs. The manager has returned. The footsteps came from the right staircase, and it was moving quickly. Han Fei grabbed the needle he found inside the banana, opened the door, and hurried to the left staircase. Since the banana has been peeled, the manager would know someone has been in their room. It's unsafe to hide inside the bathroom. I need to find a better hiding spot. The exit on this floor is locked. Perhaps I should try my luck upstairs. Han Fei's mind was not muddled by panic. Since the footsteps came from the right, he had to go left. Han Fei's plan was good, but it was interrupted. When he entered the left stairwell, he heard another footstep coming down the stairs. The two footsteps were wildly different. The footsteps on the right staircase were powerful, as if announcing to others about their presence. The footsteps on the left were soft, as if someone was walking on tiptoe. Han Fei did not plan to expose his existence just yet, but he was already inside the stairwell. It was too late to exit the door and run into the bathroom now. The footsteps from the right had exited the stairwell and were echoing down the corridor. It was coming closer and closer. With no better hiding place, Han Fei chose to stay behind the stairwell door. The footsteps slowly approached. In the darkness, Han Fei only had the protection of the wooden door. If someone pulled the door open, he'd be exposed. Holding his breath, Han Fei did not dare to quit now because he'd log in next time still at this spot. It would be too dangerous. Thankfully, the footsteps from the right slowly softened before disappearing altogether. The person probably had opened the door to the manager's office and entered it. The footsteps on the left neared Han Fei before disappearing right before the door. The person has stopped beside me? Han Fei froze behind the door. Moments later, he heard a boy's voice saying, "Strange, the manager auntie didn't take her fruits today?"
Chapter 150.
Did you guys hear about what happened in room 401?
A boy's voice came out from bed number 3. He poked his head out to look at the other beds in the room.
What? I only know that a few rooms on the 4th floor are sealed up and no one will be moving into them.
Another boy's voice came from bed number 2.
The 4 girls who stayed in that room have died.
The boy said in a whisper.
All the adjacent rooms are sealed up because of it. To protect the school reputation, the admin squashed the news. They even provided an official statement for the hostel manager and the girls to say if they were ever asked about it. But why the cover-up?
The boy from bed number 1 asked. He was very timid. He hid his head under the comforter after asking his question.
Of course, there's no need for a cover-up if it's natural death, but the problem is the girls' deaths are very weird.
Boy 3's whispering became softer.
You've heard about the back-to-back ghost story, right? It's about these 2 best friends. One of them went out late at night and never returned. The other called because she was worried, but the calls went unanswered. The girl grumbled about her friend's disloyalty because she assumed her friend had abandoned her to seek fun on her own. But later the girl found out that her friend was nailed to death under her bed, and they were sleeping back-to-back throughout the night. Can you please just go back to bed? Enough with the nonsense already.
Boy 1 curled deeper into his bed. He disliked these stories.
Ignore him. What is the ghost story's relation to the 4 girls?
Boy 2's interest though was piqued.
Apparently, the first girl to die in room 401 was found pinned under bed number 1. That was her bed and she was the first to die, but according to rumors, she was the last to be found.
Boy 3 said creepily.
My goodness, doesn't that mean the other girls had spent most of the night with the dead girl inside the room with them? Didn't they notice her under the bed? Would you have noticed if that was you? Would you pull open other people's beds and look under them for no reason?
Once Boy 3 said that, a rustling came from bed number 1. Boy 1 appeared to have crawled out from his bed to look under it.
You're right. I probably would not have noticed. Even if there's blood dripping, I would think it was the pipe leaking.
Boy 2 was the courageous and inquisitive one.
And then, how did the other 3 girls die? The second to die was the girl in bed number 2. She had the most inexplicable death. During the night, she suddenly sat up from bed and stayed in that seated position for a long time. Then she heard someone call her name, and she walked out from the room barefooted. So did someone really call her? Who knows? When the girl exited the door, the sound of the door opening woke up the girl in bed number 3. The latter thought the former was going to the bathroom, so she did not pay her much attention, but then girl 2 had been gone for too long that girl 3 got up from bed and went to the toilet to find her roommate.
Boy 3 slowed for tension.
As you all know, the layout of all the hostels is the same. The toilets are on the left side of the building. Room 401 is close to the left staircase, and thus it is close to the bathroom as well. Girl 3 only took a few steps to reach the bathroom door. It was quiet inside the bathroom. She eased the door open and saw girl 2 had her head under the shower, like she was washing her hair. But the shower was not on. Girl 3 was worried about her roommate. She thus called girl 2's name assuming she was sleepwalking, but the latter did not give her any response. With confusion, she walked to girl 2's side. She reached out to shake her roommate's shoulder and was surprised to find that girl 2's hair and shoulders were wet. She thought girl 2 just finished showering, but the problem was girl 3 did not hear any sound of running water. Based on the distance between their bedroom and the bathroom, she would have heard the water if girl 2 used the shower. Girl 3 slowly leaned forward until she was hit by a horrible smell. Only then girl 3 realized her hands were stained with blood.
Boy 3 paused again for effect.
Why did you stop? What happened to girl 3?
Now even Boy 1's attention was hooked.
She was stunned into disbelief. She opened her mouth to scream, but no voice came out. She turned to run towards the bathroom, but girl 2 was standing there blocking the exit. Girl 3 felt her body getting heavier. She whipped around and ran into one of the shower cubicles to hide. She locked the door. Through her panic, she remembered that she still had her phone with her. She took it out to call for help. Before she could make any call, though, she saw the light from her phone fading away as if a pair of hands were closing over her eyes. She turned back to look and saw Girl 2 leaning on her shoulders and smiling at her.
Boy 3 was a master storyteller. His tone and cadence carried the story well. The content itself might not be that scary, but the way he told it could send shivers down people's spines.
The girl who slept in bed number 4 was woken up by her phone. She answered it blurrily. She could hear the sound of dripping coming from the other end, but no one said anything. She thought it was a prank call. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard the voice of Girl 3. She sounded very weak, and she appeared to implore Girl 4 to run. However, the voice soon disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by raucous laughter of Girl 2 and Girl 3. It was like they were sharing some kind of joke and could not stop laughing. Girl 4 was already annoyed that she was disrupted from her sleep. She wanted to shout into her phone and give them a piece of her mind when the call got cut off. Then the door to room 401 creaked open. In the dark, 3 shadows crawled into the 3 beds which had just been cleared out that night.
Boy 3's voice lowered even more.
And then, how did Girl 4 die in the end?
Boy 2 asked.
Girl 4 assumed it was her roommates returning, so she did not mind it that much. But gradually she noticed something was not quite right. Instead of sleeping, the 3 figures in the other 3 beds kept staring at her and whispering among themselves, like there was something wrong with her. Being scrutinized so intently, Girl 4 was unable to sleep. She turned away from her roommates and tried to listen to what they were saying.
Boy 2's voice dipped with eeriness.
But to Girl 4's consternation, the other 3 figures were discussing her roommates' deaths. The more she listened to them, the more afraid she became. She was already awake and her body shook, but she gritted her teeth and pretended to be asleep.
The comforters were pulled back. The irises had gone from the eyes of the children in bed 1, 2, and 3. They stood up and walked deeper into the room.
The 3 figures who sneaked into room 401 stood beside bed number 4. They reached their heads through the mosquito net. Girl 4 found herself unable to move. While she thought frantically about what to do, a strange nursery rhyme rang out behind her. Then Girl 4's stomach twisted with pain, like she was suffering from appendicitis.
The 3 children's faces were pressed against the mosquito net. They had on horrible smiles as they reached their hands towards the girl's stomach. Their lips sang that nursery rhyme in unison.
Daddy, look. Mommy, look. Look at how pretty the baby's hands are. Daddy, look. Mommy, look. Where have the baby's hands disappeared to? Daddy, look. Mommy, look. The baby's hands have returned.
Han Fei hid behind the door at the first-floor stairwell. By now he had confirmed that there was someone standing right on the opposite side of the door. Just as he thought he was going to stay there through the night, suddenly a girl's horrifying scream came from the 4th floor.